Chapter 101. The ruins are open. The progress is sometimes fast, and sometimes slow. On Wednesday morning, everyone saw that the progress bar floating above the void had reached 99%, and they stopped playing the vortex. The other players had no other thoughts, and they all looked up and stared, until their necks were sore. Ryu had already collected all the things in the residential house, and several puppets were also packed into the bag. Only the residential house, and the plots of land in the back house could not be taken away, otherwise they would have to be stuffed into the bag. The plots of land in the back house had not been planted after the harvest these days, and were full of weeds. Since she couldn't take the durian and osmanthus trees away, she could only collect the daily drops. She did put the baobab trees into her bag. Before putting them away, she filled the wooden barrels in the hands of several teammates. Ryu's own wooden barrels were also filled with water. The ruins. Everything is unknown. If they are not allowed to plant trees, she can't stay thirsty. Everyone gathered in Ryu's small yard to chat. Because the address of the entrance to the ruins has not been released yet, no one knows where it will appear. But it can be seen that everyone is a little absent-minded, full of novelty and confusion of the desire for the unknown, and a little nervous. Ryu distributed a few of the secret treasures in his hand to everyone. Each person got a box of supplies. Waiting is the most anxious. Jiang Shujia looked up, got up and walked a few steps. Why is it not the end yet? When he moved, his summoned beasts and babies also moved with him, and they were surrounded by people. It was nothing in the past, but now everyone was anxious, and they felt dizzy no matter how they looked at it. Beast, be quiet for a while. Li Jiao didn't even let her pet out. Jiang Shujia walked back and sat down. In their packages, besides food and water, there were storage boxes, kites, mechanical props, puppets, wooden houses, black sail boats, mosquito nets, tents, furniture, several types of pre-apocalyptic foods, etc. In fact, you can put everything in the storage box, and at most put a wooden house, tents, etc. outside. 1 or 2 grids are enough, but because it is not clear whether there are any operating restrictions inside, so I put some separately. Shinkong suddenly said, 100%. Everyone looked up. Sure enough, the progress bar above finally reached 100%. The entrance to the ruins of the ancient Xia kingdom is being generated. The generation progress is 100%. The entrance to the ruins of the ancient Xia kingdom has been generated. Players can freely choose whether to enter the ruins. The entrance to the ruins exists for 24 hours, and disappears after 24 hours. The coordinates of the entrance to City A, coordinate number 1, coordinate number 2, coordinate number 3. Note, death in the ruins is true death. Please choose carefully. The channel suddenly became lively. Jiang Shujia also began to scratch his head. If you die, you really die? You should be able to revive, right? Zhai Gangyong, with your current defense and combat power, are you afraid of being killed by others? Although they are not top players like Lauda and Shinkong, they can definitely make it to the second floor. Now everyone has passed level 20, thanks to Lauda and the others. They all have a few secret realm equipment, and the rest of the body, except for some jewelry equipment that is not fully equipped, are also at the Hongming level. Not to mention pets, invisibility bracelets, and other auxiliary props. Invisibility bracelet, maybe some players have already obtained it from the Chaos Secret Realm, but there are still a few players who have pets. As long as they don't encounter a boss with too high damage value, general players, everyone can spar with each other, and they don't necessarily have to be afraid of each other. These few days, Ryu took out the crystal ball on his body, and asked the remaining few people to upgrade their invisibility bracelets to a high level, which greatly improved their safety. After hearing what Zhai Gangyong said, Jiang Shujia thought about it. He usually doesn't like fighting and killing, and he doesn't have that habit, but fighting and killing are inevitable in the Chaos Secret Realm, and he has fought with other players more than once, and he seems to be really a bit awesome. Thinking of this, he grinned. Swain also laughed and scolded. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like you can't be resurrected after death. As for the decline in strength during the waiting period for resurrection, there is no need to worry. With the cohesion of their team and this friendship, who can really let them give up? Ryu smiled and said, have you packed your things? Let's go and see what is in this ruins. Li Jiao smiled and responded, okay. If you enter the ruins, if you are not teleported together, then be cautious. It's always better to be careful. It's okay to hide. It's not shameful. Everyone laughed. Shinkong looked at everyone and said, our side is entrance number 1. In Snake Valley. Let's go to the trading hall first. pick up the purchased items, and then go directly to Snake Valley. Renyu patted his head lightly. The house was cleaned up, but he forgot about the purchased items and the wooden house. The wooden house could not be disposed of, so it was put away and occupied space. Besides, the player's lease period had not yet expired. When it ended, they would be automatically ejected and could not be renewed. But no one would occupy it. The previous clue made her think a lot. Now looking at the hint just now, Renyu used her brain and said, the entrance to the ruins only exists for 24 hours and disappears after 24 hours. But there is no end time. It seems that my judgment is almost right. We should be prepared for a protracted war. Shinkong said, then take out the things in the acquisition list. Suspend the acquisition first. And wait until we get out of the ruins. Okay. Everyone went out and got on the horse. Renyu matched their riding speed and rushed to the safe zone. Shinkong asked her for a purple wooden horse and put it in the package. He was almost level 30. At this time, most of the players had already headed towards the Snake Valley. The monsters along the way were in trouble. Various skills were flying everywhere. Wherever the player army passed, it could be said that there was no grass left. After collecting the things, Renyu and his team also rushed towards the Snake Valley. There were too many players on the main road. They couldn't speed up, so they went through the woods, turning on full speed. Before the skills of the monsters along the way could hit them, they couldn't even see their shadows. On the way, Swain looked at the information on the channel and learned some news in advance. He said, we have to stay in the ruins for 30 days. Jiang Shujia, so long? Swain, what's called a 30-day ruins survival mission? Boss, you are right. Renyu also got a lot of clues. After getting so many clues, if you can't even see the key information, it's really a waste. 30-day ruins survival mission. I can't participate in the chaotic secret realm this Friday. Her 10th consecutive victory. She still has a lot of chaos stones to spend, and the summoning orders have not been used up. Forget it, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Rush to Snake Valley, it's already crowded with people. Some people can't wait to go in, some are still thinking and waiting, some turn around and walk back. Those who walk back probably saw the task prompt, feel that they are not fully prepared, and have to go back and prepare well. Renyu laughed, actually. There is no need to think too much about this, it's all clear. Several people crowded near the entrance, looked at each other. Renyu said, it would be best if we can get together after entering the ruins. If we can't get together, we can only be more careful, act cautiously, try to come out together after 30 days. No one knows whether they can use the channel and chat system inside. If it's the same as the chaotic secret realm, they can't get together again, then they can only wait for the ruins to end. Swain nodded and said, boss. You too. Shinkong looked at her and said, be more careful. Renyu made an okay gesture, you too. Players nearby disappeared one after another, accepted the task and passed in. Renyu and the others stepped forward and raised their hands to touch the light at the entrance. A prompt popped up in front of them. Player Yoyu, do you accept the challenge of 30-day ruins survival mission? Note, the ruins are full of dangers. Once you enter, you can only leave unless you die or succeed in the challenge. She looked at several teammates, nodded at them. Let's go! Press yes. A huge suction came and disappeared from the sight of Shinkong and the others. As Renyu left, a string of subtitles suddenly popped up in the void, making everyone scalp numb. Players man like the wind, gods worship me, pomegranate, fruit jam, mint, failed the first round of tests and died. All the players who were about to press yes paused for a moment. Shinkong looked up, without thinking too much, said to Swain and the others, take care, raised his hand, and lightly tapped the air, disappeared from everyone's sight. Although Jiang Shujia and the others were upset by the news, they didn't delay for long, and accepted the tasks one after another, and passed them in. Chapter 102 The First Day of the Ruins. Renyu was stunned when she came in. The surrounding environment was not like the whirlpools she had fought before, nor was it like the appearance points in the chaotic secret realm. It was the rental house she had lived in before the game started, and she was standing in the familiar living room at this moment. Her equipment was gone, and she was replaced with bear pajamas, which were her favorite pajamas. Illusion or dream? For a moment, she couldn't tell whether the game experience was a dream, or whether she was in a dream at this moment. Renyu's face was not surprised. Nor did she plan to review the interior of the rental house. Just as she was about to take some measures, a white light suddenly flashed on her body. At the same time, The title of provincial martial arts champion that she had hidden appeared out of thin air, and then slowly disappeared. Players with provincial titles will be treated preferentially in certain special scenes. The higher the level of the title, the higher the preferential treatment. The special bonus of the title was triggered. The rental house in the field of vision disappeared, and Renyu's eyes were shaken. She found that she was standing on an unfamiliar street. There were about a dozen 23, 24, and 25 level monsters around her. Some were grabbing her, some were biting her, and several special effect blades were slashing at her body. There were also fireballs and special effect arrows flying from a distance, surrounding her tightly. Renyu's health bar rose and fell. There were more than a dozen monster corpses on the ground, and a few scattered things exploded. The health bars of those who were still alive were also uneven. Renyu released a gust of cold wind, and the monsters were cleared. She checked herself, and her health bar hardly changed, and there were no wounds on her body. I didn't expect to be tested in the illusion as soon as I came in. She recalled carefully. In the illusion mode, she didn't feel anything when she was attacked. Although she felt almost no pain, every time she was hit, her body would still pause due to the impact of the skill. But just now, she didn't feel anything at all. Renyu regained consciousness, and heard screams coming from not far away. She looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a player standing about 30 meters away from her. His body kept leaning back and screaming, but he did not make any move to fight back. He was obviously in a dream. Around the player, just like when she woke up, there were monsters everywhere, attacking the player crazily. Renyu raised her hand and just pulled the bow and arrow, and saw the player fall to the ground with a plop. And his health bar was cleared. What else is there to not understand after reading this? As soon as the player enters, he will enter the illusion. There is no feeling when being attacked in the illusion state. If you are greedy for the scene in the illusion and are reluctant to come out, you will be beaten to death by the monsters. How many players can withstand such a group attack? Moreover, the illusion just now did not rebound. The ruins are much more dangerous than the chaotic secret realm. Congratulations on passing the first level of the illusion test. You will get a reward of 5,000 experience points. Get basic material package 1. Get a 30 square meter territory. Please arrive at the territory as soon as possible and complete the construction task. The health value of the territory is closely connected with the health value of the player. When the territory is attacked, the health value of the player will decrease together. Conversely, when the player is attacked, the health value of the territory will also decrease. Once the health value reaches 0, the territory disappears, and the player dies. The coordinates of the UU territory. Renyu is not panicking. She now has nearly 50,000 blood, and is still in full blood. I just don't know if her territory will be triggered to rebound when attacked. Renyu looked down at the drops on the ground. Wet firewood 3, scrapped lighter 2, tattered plastic sheet 1. A dozen monsters, only these few things dropped. The name is clear at a glance. If the things she brought can't be used, her survival will be a problem. However, Renyu was not busy with the experiment. She put the things into the bag and looked at the monsters in the distance. Pets and Trojans should work, right? She tried to use the Trojan. Fortunately, the Trojan can be used. Pets can also be used. She released the shark butler and rode a horse to close the distance with a catapult. The shark butler started fighting, killing these monsters. Renyu looked at the drops. 1 tattered rag, 1 moldy rice, 2 spoiled drinking water. The drops are very, very rare, and all of them are garbage. It's not as good as the things dropped by the player who just died. A full set of equipment, 52 steamed buns, 35 portions of rice, 60 roasted sweet potatoes, 22 boiled potatoes, 30 large buckets of water, 13 portions of barbecue, 17 portions of grilled fish, 10 portions of beef noodles, 8 portions of egg fried rice, 3 portions of cold noodles, a tent, and various blood recovery, mana recovery potions, fruit tea, and a lot of silver coins, copper coins, etc. This is the drop from a real death, all exploded. Renyu put the things into her bag. I don't know if the drop from the monsters can be used, so I'll collect it first. Then I tried to open the channel and chat system, but as expected, none of them could be opened. Renyu shook her head, and checked the map again, wanting to see where her territory was, but the map couldn't be opened either. The small icon was dark. She remembered the fragment of the map in her bag, opened the bag, and looked at the grid where the fragment of the map was placed. Previously, it was an unknown map fragment. Now it has become a fragment of the ancient Xia Kingdom map. There is also an use operation next to it. Renyu has 4 map fragments in her hand. She clicked use 4 times in a row. The fragments disappeared from the package. Now she looked at the map. The small icon lit up on the corresponding name area. It was not known whether it was a coincidence or she enjoyed a special bonus. 2 of them were actually maps of the land under her feet. And her territory was marked with a red balloon. Renyu was not in City A at this time, but was pointed to a coastal city in a certain province. Her territory was at the intersection of a main street in the city center. At this time, she was not far from the territory, about 3 or 4 miles away. Renyu did not stay around and rode away. She ran slowly, killing monsters while walking, and looking for resources to collect on the roadside. Although there were many monsters besieging her and other players just now, she could hardly find any monsters to kill when she really wanted to find them. Instead, she saw a lot of fallen monsters scattered on the ground in front of her from a distance. I don't know which player died there. Renyu was about to rush over to pick it up, but she watched the drops disappear out of thin air and were refreshed. Renyu. She stopped strolling, but instead increased her speed because she couldn't find any monsters or she could find some drops from dead players. I don't know if it was because the game refreshed too quickly or if there were not many players teleported nearby, or if everyone passed the illusion test and left. She didn't get any bargains even after rushing to the territory. You use territory. Floating subtitles, very conspicuous. There was a faint halo on the ground, circling her territory. Renyu rode in, and a reminder popped up in front of her. You have entered your own territory. Please add 3 buildings within 7 days if the task is successful. You can proceed to the next level. If the task fails, you will die. Note, for each building added, the territory will increase by 10 square meters. Territory defense plus 1,000. Current defense is 0. Renyu dismounted, put the wooden horse into the bag. She took out a wooden house and tried to place it. Placement successful. Subtitles popped up in the void and slowly disappeared. Building plus 1. Area increased by 10 square meters. Defense plus 1,000. Personal experience plus 1,000. That's a lot of experience. Renyu realized belatedly that she didn't seem to get any experience from killing the monsters just now. She was used to not getting experience from killing monsters with different levels, but she could get experience from monsters of level 24 and 25. That is, there is no experience from killing monsters in the ruins, and it can only be obtained by completing these tasks. She waved her hand and set up another tent. No hint. Tents are not allowed. Tents are not considered buildings. Put away the tent, take out the mosquito net and place it. There is no hint either. It seems that it is impossible to take shortcuts. These are not considered buildings. What about the second wooden house? There is more than one wooden house in her package. In addition to the first level wooden house that was just placed, there are also primary wooden houses and simple wooden houses. Renyu threw out 2 of them, and 2 reminders popped up one after another. Building plus 1, area increased by 10 square meters, defense plus 1,000, personal experience plus 1,000. Building plus 1, area increased by 10 square meters, defense plus 1,000, personal experience plus 1,000. Renyu nodded with satisfaction. She still got the chance and the trick. Contribution. You have completed the territory construction task. You get 5,000 experience points, get 1 campfire, get 1 beast repelling incense, get 1 basic supplies package. Next, please survive in the territory for 24 hours. If the task is successful, you can proceed to the next level. If the task fails, you will die. Is it successful as long as you survive for 24 hours? Why does she feel that these 24 hours will not be very peaceful? I originally wanted to go out for a walk and see the city. I have discovered along the way before, the current state of this city is the state before the end of the world. It has not been transformed by the game. I don't know if the shops along the street and the Ginzao Mall across the street can be entered in the non-illusion state. I still want to go in and reminisce about the past. As this thought was rolling in my mind, a subtitle suddenly popped up in the void. Poisonous fog invasion. Please take precautions. As the subtitle appeared, the light dimmed instantly. Renyu looked around and saw large patches of gray fog appearing out of thin air, surrounding the territory. She guessed that these 24 hours would not be too peaceful, but she didn't expect it to come so quickly. Renyu opened the package and threw the safety shield out. The protective shield was automatically placed, no more, no less, just right at the edge of her territory. Safety shield. Energy value 30,000/30,000. Renyu also entered the first level wooden house and looked out through the window. The thick fog came quickly, and it was approaching the territory at this moment, trying to invade. But the protective shield was still powerful, isolating the thick fog outside. At the same time, the words -1, -1, -1 popped up above the light shield. The energy value of the protective shield was depleting. Renew frowned. How can the energy value of the shield be increased? I don't know if it will repair itself. It can't be a one-time thing. But she feels that it should be no problem to last for 24 hours. Because of the increase of the shield, the territory's main body was not affected, and Renew's health value was not affected for the time being. Safe. Renew closed the doors and windows, opened the package, and checked the rewards. 2 basic material packages. 1 package contained 3 breads, 3 bottles of mineral water. It was really basic. There is no satiety value mark for the game attributes. But there is a shelf life. Bread is 7 days, and mineral water is 7 days to 12 months. This is obviously the ordinary food before the end of the world. 3 meals a day means a basic material gift package for a day's diet. The shelf life of mineral water is roughly the state of being opened and unopened. Other rewards are a fire, and a beast-repelling incense. Renew tried to set up the fire, but was prompted that the scene was wrong, and that forcibly setting it up might cause a fire. Surprisingly quite rigorous. The fire is not permanent. After being successfully placed, it will only exist for 24 hours. You should try to use it wisely. Put the things in the bag. Renew walked to the window, and opened a crack to look outside. The poisonous fog was still besieging the protective shield. And at this moment, the protective shield had lost nearly 100 HP. I hope it can last 24 hours. I also hope that the protective shield can repair itself after the end. Close the window again. Renew took out the round stool and sat down, checking the secret treasures. Unknown secret treasure open. This time, when I pressed the open button, something flew out of the grid and landed in the empty grid next to it. You get dry firewood, add it to the fire, which can extend the burning time of the fire, increasing it by 15 minutes. Renew was about to complain. That's it? But after seeing the instructions, she swallowed her complaints. The fire has a duration, and dry firewood can extend it. Thinking about the shabby things that dropped when she killed more than 20 monsters, Renew became serious. Keep opening. You get a piece of bread, one with 2 days left in its shelf life. Please eat it as soon as possible. This is worth a little complaint. You can actually open a piece of bread that is about to expire. Just as the thought of complaining turned over, she suddenly felt a strong sense of hunger in her stomach, making a clear gurgling sound. Not only hungry, but also very thirsty. The subtitles in the void popped up again. You have entered a hungry state, a state of lack of water. Please eat and replenish water as soon as possible, otherwise the territory's defense will decline. Renew had no choice but to take out the bread that was about to expire and wolf it down, and drank a whole bottle of mineral water to relieve the feeling of hunger and thirst. Conquer it. She was convinced by the mechanism of the ruins. 24 hours, in addition to the threats from outside, there is also the physical state. And it is a state that cannot rebound. I wonder if I insist on not eating. Will it be a negative state? Negative state should rebound. Right? The state will rebound, but the hunger is not comfortable. Just the sudden hunger just now, Renew felt like she hadn't eaten or drunk water for 3 days, which was simply unbearable, so she had to accept her fate. The crisis was temporarily resolved. She continued to dismantle the secret treasure light spot. You get a biscuit with a longer shelf life one. You get fresh meat with a shelf life of only 3 days. Please process and eat it as soon as possible. You get a 3 square meter plastic shed when it rains. Cover it over the fire to prevent the fire from being extinguished by the rain. You get a fan. Turn it on to dispel some of the thick fog. Renew's eyes suddenly lit up. This is the real secret treasure. Chapter 103, the first day of the ruins. The poisonous fog outside is also fog. Should it be dispelled? Renew opened the door and walked into the yard. Well, it's not really a yard. There's not even a wall. It's just 3 wooden houses on the street corner. Because of the protective shield, the poisonous fog did not penetrate in. Renew didn't know whether to put the fan outside the protective shield. Try it inside the protective shield first. She walked to the edge of the protective shield, took out the fan and turned it on. Whoosh, the fan started to spin at high speed. The thick fog gathered in this direction disappeared instantly, revealing the street scene behind. The wind released by the prop can penetrate the protective shield, but the fog outside cannot get in. It is smart. Very smart. And this fan can also swing its head. Renew placed it on the ground and set the swing mode. At least the thick fog on the three sides was blown away by the wind, and could no longer get close to the protective shield. The blood loss rate of the protective shield was greatly reduced. Rinyu breathed a sigh of relief. However, the fan can only be used for 5 hours. If the poisonous fog does not dissipate after 5 hours, we will have to endure it. It will help relieve some pressure on the protective shield. Rinyu turned back to the house, and continued to fiddle with things. He took out a storage box, took out a bed, a table and chairs, and then took out a piece of bread and a game food prop steamed bun from the pre-apocalyptic supplies, a small bamboo tube of water, and put it on the table for experiment to see if it would deteriorate. Then he continued to open the secret treasure. You get 1 unlit firewood. You need to light it yourself when using it. You get 1 portion of high-quality rice. Cook it and eat it. You get 2 damp firewood. Remember to dry it in time when it is sunny. If you forget to expose it to the sun, the firewood will rot completely. I have picked up damp firewood before, but there was no reminder. I didn't expect it to be usable after drying it. So is there a chance to save the moldy rice and spoiled drinking water? Rinyu opened the package and checked the weather forecast stone, wanting to see which day would be sunny. Weather forecast results. Due to the unpredictable weather conditions, it is impossible to make an accurate forecast. Please follow the changes in time. Rinyu. Next, she experienced what the unpredictable weather is. Half an hour later, the poisonous fog dissipated, and the extreme cold arrived. The temperature instantly dropped to -20 to 30 degrees Celsius, and after more than 10 minutes, it reached -40 to 50 degrees Celsius, and it continued to drop. At this time, the fire came in handy. The game props are really useful. Rinyu put away the fan, and placed the fire on the open space outside the house. No matter how low the temperature outside the territory was, the temperature inside the territory was pulled back to around 0 degrees. It was still cold, but I could still bear it. Rinyu remembered the cotton she had collected before, took out the cotton and cotton cloth, cotton thread, and tremblingly opened the homemade equipment column on the sewing panel to make the quilt. There was no blueprint, and she had never made a quilt before, but her sewing skills had reached the designer level, so she had the pattern in her mind. Operating the homemade equipment was like making a set of quilts. The mattress was laid out, and the quilt was covered. It was warm in an instant. She also took the time to look at the protective shield, and she felt much more at ease. After the protective shield stopped defending, the energy value began to recover at a very slow rate. It can repair itself, but the speed is not fast. It's fine as long as it can be repaired. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to recharge the shield. Not long after getting into bed, snowflakes began to fall outside, and a reminder popped up in front of her. Heavy snow is falling. Please protect the fire. Oh my god! Just after warming up a little, Rinyu had to lift the quilt and get out of bed, and put the plastic shed over the fire. By the way, she took a look outside the territory, and almost laughed. It turned out that only her small place had snowed, and the ground outside was clean and refreshing. And there was nothing. No wonder even the weather forecast stone couldn't predict the weather changes here, and it was local, micro-local. The fire was saved, but the plastic shed had disadvantages. It blocked the heat from escaping. Rinyu had to wrap himself tightly with a quilt, sitting in the plastic shed to warm himself. The protective cover could block the invading poisonous fog, but it was unscientific that it couldn't block the falling snow, and soon a thick layer of it fell. The plastic shed is about to collapse due to excessive pressure. Please clear the snow in time. It was just getting up again after accumulating some heat. After clearing the snow on the roof, he went back inside. A moment later, there was a click outside the shed, and the simple wooden house collapsed. Territory buildings were destroyed. Building number -1, player health and territory health were reduced by 500 points at the same time. Please complete the buildings within 24 hours, otherwise the previous rewards will be taken back, and you will be punished accordingly. A bright red subtitle of -500 exploded above Rinyu's head, and she said speechlessly, "You reminded the plastic shed, why didn't you remind the wooden house as well?" Her brain was frozen. Why didn't she clear the snow on the roof of the wooden house when she went out just now? But she didn't expect that. The destruction of the territory buildings was actually a disguised attack, and both she and the territory lost blood. Fortunately, this amount of health won't cause any serious damage. Rinyu raised her hand and rubbed her face. Since the start of the game, this was probably her most embarrassing day. Fortunately, it was 24 hours. Fortunately, she was not asked to make up for it immediately. She could wait until the snow stopped. Rinyu got up and went out to clean the snow from the other 2 wooden houses. As soon as she left the shed, she couldn't help shivering. In her breath, she sprayed out clouds of white mist. Before she finished cleaning one house, a negative state appeared in front of her due to freezing. Her movement speed was reduced, and she began to lose blood. As she lost blood, the territory also began to lose blood again. Fortunately, the raincoat balanced back the negative state after only 2 numerical rebounds, and the action returned to normal. After clearing the snow, she walked to the side of the simple wooden house and collected the collapsed wood blocks. She originally wanted to release the carpenter puppet and use these materials to build a simple wooden house. But she didn't know what test she would face next. So she gave up for the time being and went back to the shed to continue to stay. Besides, she still had a ready-made wooden house in her bag, so there was no rush to set it up. Waiting is boring. Continue to open the secret treasure. You get a multi-purpose iron pot 1. Seeing the iron pot, and thinking of the supplies before the end of the world, Renyu's heart moved, and hurriedly took out the iron pot, and put it on the wooden rack of the fire, and poured half a pot of water into it. You can use the life skills in the game in the ruins, and you can also use conventional cooking methods. Renyu was eager to try. Although cooking with game skills is very convenient, and it doesn't take too long to cook complex dishes, she still wants to review the conventional cooking methods. When the water boiled, Renyu drank a few sips of hot water first, and a wave of warmth suddenly surged through her limbs, because Renyu had proper defense, and the raincoat could rebound. She was not in a negative state. If she had a negative situation at this time, she would have received a prompt that she had successfully resisted the cold and her negative state had been alleviated. She took out a bamboo tube of hot water and put it in the package to keep it warm. Renyu took out a bag of spicy instant noodles, opened it, and put it in to cook. It was not that she was hungry, but she was just greedy. Although she didn't have a short mouth after the doomsday, the food props she made tasted perfect. No matter the taste or the presentation, they were all top-notch. But it was precisely because they were too perfect that she always felt that something was missing. There is an indescribable floating feeling. I wonder if the eggs obtained in the game can be put in. There were no eggs in the pre-apocalyptic supplies, but there were unprocessed eggs in her ingredients. Renyu tried to take them out, and gently tapped the edge of the pot. Looking at the cracks and the egg white that was about to flow out, Renyu raised his eyebrows. Yes, it actually works. The game still has some conscience. Pa! After beating an egg in, a thin layer of white film suddenly floated on the water surface. Renyu stirred it with a fork, and stared at it with shining eyes. Gradually, the aroma of instant noodles seasoning slowly drifted out, and Renyu swallowed her saliva reluctantly. It was this smell which made her miss it. She liked to eat instant noodles that were softer, a little sticky. When she saw that the fire was almost done, she took an empty bucket and fork to scoop out the noodles. She was unpacking the noodles in a bucket, so she used the empty bucket as a bowl. Yes, the god of cooking did not achieve tableware freedom. The rice, sauerkraut noodles, and knife-cut noodles in the game props food came with bowls. But the bowls would disappear after the food was eaten. Apart from the pot she had just opened, she didn't have any utensils that she could really hold in her hands. That's why she always felt floating and empty, without a sense of groundedness. She took 3 more sausages and put them in, and opened a bottle of chili sauce. Although it was spicy instant noodles, it didn't affect the eating of the chili sauce. She picked up a strand of instant noodles and slurped it into her mouth. The spicy taste mixed with the fragrance of the noodles made Renyu narrow her eyes happily. It was a long-lost, familiar taste. She scooped a spoonful of chili sauce and stirred it twice, which increased the spiciness. A mouthful of noodles, a mouthful of sausage, and then a bite of egg. However, when eating the egg, a line of text popped up in front of him. Your special ingredients for today have been used up. You will not be able to eat special ingredients before midnight. Renyu looked down at the bitten egg and felt angry and amused. The game ingredients can be used, but they can only be used once a day. Right? That's really a loss. An egg takes up a day's quota. Okay. It's a bully clause, and you have the final say. Renyu ignored it, ate it up with a slurp, and even drank up the soup. A thin layer of sweat appeared on the tip of his nose. Comfortable. He loosened the blanket and went out to grab some snow to clean the used pot, bucket and fork, and prepared to put them into the package for later use. The pot was put in, but the bucket and fork failed to be put in. Without the food, an empty used bucket and a plastic fork could not be put into the package. Ryu had no choice but to enter the wooden house with a puff of white air, put the empty bucket on the table, and took a look at the supplies that had been placed here before. They were not refreshed, and there was no reminder of shortened shelf life. Put it aside for now, and continue the experiment. The snow is still falling. While I was cooking and eating noodles, a thick layer of snow fell on the roof. I cleaned it again, and also cleaned the snow on the top of the shed. I went back and continued to hide. What if I stay here for the next night? Do I have to hide in the shed for the whole night? Sitting on the round stool and looking at the fire, I thought of my teammates. I don't know what happened to Shinkong and the others. At that time, each person was given 10 secret treasures. I don't know if I can get this kind of props after opening these 10. There was no need to worry about supplies. She also gave them a supply box, which contained a lot of supplies, so they could survive for a while. However, this level was filled with poisonous fog and extreme cold. I wondered if their territory could withstand it. Thinking of this, Renyu laughed. She didn't know if they could withstand the test of the illusion. The friend list could not be opened, and their current status could not be seen. The snow stopped. Renyu removed the shed, put away the fire that still had a time limit, and stood in the open space of the territory, watching the thick snow disappear from her sight bit by bit. It didn't melt. It was refreshed. Renyu walked to the location of the collapsed shack, waved his hand, and a level 1 shack was built. The number of buildings was completed, but no more rewards were obtained, even though the level of the level 1 shack was higher than the shack. The extreme cold is coming. Will the next one be the extreme heat? Back in the house, she continued to open the secret treasure. You get a sharp kitchen knife 1. You get fresh beef with a shelf life of only 3 days. Please process and eat it as soon as possible. You get drinking water 1. You get a map fragment, which can activate a map. Renyu activated the map, like a puzzle, and each piece will light up. Before she was about to close the map, Renyu's eyes suddenly paused. She quickly swiped the map, and then laughed. Shinkong's territory. She saw Shinkong's territory, and she didn't expect it was just 3 blocks away from her. She could go and have a look after the 24-hour mission was over. She slowly searched on the map, and found several more territories on the lit map blocks, but none of them were names she was familiar with. It would be good to have a general understanding of how many territories there were around. Jiang Shujia and the others didn't know where they were teleported to. Among the territories on several blocks, Shinkong was the only familiar person, and she didn't see the names of other teammates. On the other side, since there was no lighted map in the starry sky, there was no way to get the route, and he searched for a long time before finding his territory. Although the coordinates were given, the coordinate prompt flashed in the air and then slowly disappeared. Unless the channel can be opened, you can click on the coordinates to automatically travel, or you can view the map. But the fact is that the channel function cannot be turned on. The map function cannot be turned on. You can only find it slowly by yourself. After arriving at the territory and accepting the task, he released the wooden house in the package. Building +1, area increased by 10 square meters, defense +1,000, personal experience +1,000. 2 buildings are missing. Shinkong didn't get all the game girls, but he also had too many skill slots, so he installed gathering, pharmacist, carpenter, fishing like Swain and the others. Only the chef was left. Learning gathering, pharmacist, carpenter, is for gathering resources when fighting monsters in the wild or entering the chaotic secret realm. Learning fishing is for the swimming skill that comes with it. The chef has not been learned yet, because it is not needed for the time being. There was enough food in hand, and he had no time to process the food, so he put it aside for the time being. After looking at the territory, Shinkong turned around and left, took out the wooden horse, and headed out of the city. There were still 2 buildings missing. Let's see if we can find some wood to cut, and come back to build a wall, or a shed. He didn't have the blueprints for the wooden house, and his carpenter skill level was not high. Even if he had the blueprints, he couldn't process them. He could only take the primitive method. He hadn't tried this method to see if it would work. He just guessed that some primitive life skills should be used in the ruins based on the types of items dropped by the monsters. He picked up the dying fire, a broken iron pot, a chipped axe, and several foods that were about to go bad or had already gone bad water. Shinkong carried the chipped axe and rode on horseback to speed up. While running, he memorized the roadside signs to prevent getting lost on the way back. Renyu faced another wave of challenges, a super heavy rain. She was worried that the wooden house would float up if the water was too deep, or that there would be damage again, so she simply packed it up, set up a tent on the open ground, and hid from the rain. It's okay to not use a tent. Her bamboo hat and raincoat are more durable than a tent. But in the tent, at least there is a small space. Standing in the rain, it's rained all over 360 degrees. When she was collecting the wooden house, as expected, she was prompted to restore the building within 24 hours. There was only a prompt, no blood loss. It shows that the dog game is not completely conscienceless. The heavy rain poured down, and it fell on the tent with crackling sounds, which made Renew rub her ears. The protective cover was the same as when it snowed just now, because it didn't block it, so there was no damage either. She packed up the cabin and hid in the tent, so the rainstorm would not cause any harm to the territory and her. Just get through it. She thought so. But she still underestimated the challenge of the mission. First, she felt as if she was floating. Before she could react, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of her, saying that because of the heavy rain, a part of her territory collapsed, and she was asked to repair it as soon as possible. Then she and the territory lost 500 HP. Renew opened the tent and went out. When she went out, she found that the water was too deep. Her tent had indeed floated up. It was not an illusion. She simply packed the tent into her bag. At critical moments, she still had to rely on her hat and raincoat. Renew looked towards a certain location. What a huge hole! How could she repair it? She was not a mason. She would go out and dig some soil to fill it after 24 hours. Next, Renew survived the heavy rain and was besieged by monsters again. All of them were level 31, the same level as Renew. For a level 31 monster, the attack power was not low. The energy value of the protective shield dropped rapidly. Renew used a chaotic rain on the left, a drunken smell on the right, and a gust of wind in front and behind. She let the sharks attack the low-health monsters in front and behind, and she went to clean up the small monsters on the left. She only kept the wool on the right. Then she kept repeating the above steps. Don't say it. The wool can really be pulled. Not only can it be pulled, but the amount pulled is more than the dropped items. And the quality is also better than the dropped items. All the drops are either incomplete or missing. You can't find a complete thing. But the wool given is good. You get 1 packaged instant noodles with a long shelf life. You get 1 pickled mustard tuber with a long shelf life. You get salt, mineral water, some condiments such as peppercorns, firewood, axe. Renew changed her mind. She was no longer in a hurry to kill monsters, although the monsters outside were so dense that it seemed that there was no end in sight. The long-range monsters could be killed in 1 second. The small monsters that rushed in front could be controlled by the smell of alcohol. The drunken state would not cause any damage to the protective shield. She began to stand on the edge of the protective shield and shoot, using the deadly pursuit shot. Then she would go around and drink alcohol from time to time to get some wool. In the evening, Shinkung returned from outside the city. When he passed a certain crossroads, he seemed to see a street corner in the distance full of monsters. He had already run over there, but he turned his horse back and ran over there for a while. Why are there so many monsters? Is that a certain player's territory? There were too many monsters, and he couldn't see the situation in front of him at all. If he could see the familiar swaying posture, he wouldn't be so curious. Shinkung urged his horse to get closer. The monsters on the periphery found him and ran towards him in 2s and 3s. Shinkung cut out his staff and used fire rain. His magic power was not high, and even with a critical hit, he could not kill the monsters with more than 3,000 HP in a group. Then he ricocheted and pulled closer, and the big knife he cut back flew up and down. Soon, a lot of people fell around him. He went over to pick up the few drops, and continued to release the rain of fire to pull the monsters. And then he killed them at a very fast speed. But no matter how he killed, the monsters here seemed endless, and he could not kill them all. His fatigue value was almost exhausted. During this period, Shinkung did not use any special skills. He did not understand the specific situation of the position surrounded by so many monsters, so he did not rashly use the big move. After killing another wave, Shinkung left the combat state, entered stealth mode, and prepared to fly up to see if the place besieged by monsters was a territory, or something else. He took out the modified kite and flew off. Then, he finally saw the introduction of the territory that was not too high, Yoyu's territory. Shinkung smiled slightly, and flew the kite over, and hit the protective shield, and landed in the group of monsters. Fortunately, he was still in stealth mode. He put away the kite and shouted, "Yoyu!" Yoyu was not in the territory. In addition to the things that the golden mink sent to her feet in exchange for wine, there were also a few drops from the monsters that needed to be picked up after they died. She went around in the monster pile to pick up things. Although the number of dropped items was small and they were incomplete, she had to pick them up first, just in case they were of great use. Surviving in the territory for 24 hours did not mean that she was completely prohibited from leaving the territory. There were distance and time limits. Rinyu did not violate the rules. While she was picking up things, she received a prompt that another player had entered the territory. Just when she was about to find where this player was, she heard a familiar voice again. She searched in the monster pile and saw the starry sky in stealth mode. She hurriedly greeted him, studied the operating permissions of the shield and the territory, and let Shinkong enter the territory. Seeing the familiar state of shaking his head and tail, Shinkong stopped helping to kill monsters and took out a round stool to sit down and recover his strength. Rinyu smiled and said, "I saw your territory on the map, but I couldn't leave too far during the mission. I was just planning to visit you after the mission, but I didn't expect you to come first." Shinkong was a little curious about Rinyu's ability to use the map. Rinyu briefly explained, and replenished the group of monsters on the left with a drunken smell, and said, "The map needs fragments to activate, and there is a chance that the secret treasure will open fragments. Apart from this, I don't know if there are any other ways to obtain it." Shinkong, "I haven't opened the secret treasure yet." He saw that the two people's task progress was different, and they communicated with each other. Rinyu heard that he was short of buildings, and wanted to give him 2 more sets of wooden houses. Shinkong refused and said, "I will try to build it in a conventional way. If it doesn't work, I will ask you for help." "Okay. Anyway, our territories are not far away. If you have any problems, just come to me directly." Shinkong smiled and said, "Okay." When his physical strength was half restored, the monsters outside the protective shield retreated like a tide, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chapter 104 continued to build the territory. Shinkong didn't stay for long. He talked about his experience of going out to chop wood. He said, "You can use the game skills, but you can only assist in chopping twice, and you can't use the tools that come with the carpenter skill. You must use the axe dropped in the ruins. Most of the time, you still use the primitive method, which is more laborious. You don't harvest pieces of wood, but a whole tree. Fortunately, the package can be used, otherwise transportation is also a problem." Rinyu nodded, remembering it in his heart. "Let's not talk about whether it can be used or not. First understand the method." Shinkong talked about the rewards dropped by monsters. It was the same as what Rinyu encountered. The items that dropped were either broken or incomplete. You couldn't get a complete item. She wanted to give Shinkong some free stuff, but Shinkong declined. With a faint smile in her eyes, she said, "According to your experience in opening secret treasures, there should be ways to restore these things. If I really encounter difficulties, I will come to you for help." During the exchange, Rinyu talked about his own findings, but except for wood, there was no hint on how to restore other items. So Golden Sable for wine is really a godlike help. Activating this function, she benefited a lot. Of course, luck is also a part of strength. After hearing what Shinkong said, she didn't insist, said, "Okay, our territories are not far away anyway, you can come directly if you have anything." "Okay." He looked at the big hole on the ground, said, "You should need a shovel to dig the soil. Did you get this tool?" Rinyu didn't know either. She pursued speed when picking up the dropped items, and she subconsciously picked up the things that fell at her feet when the golden mink exchanged for wine. Because she was busy cleaning up the long-range monsters, she didn't look closely at what she took. After hearing that, she opened the package to check the harvest. Only then did she realize that her package was almost full. The same props were not completely overlapped. There were shovels. For example, if a package contained a rusty shovel, if the shovels that came out were shovels with curved blades and shovels with notches, they would not overlap. Not to mention new and sharp shovels, they would not overlap with other shovels at all. She got 2 new and sharp shovels. She threw one on the ground and said, "Take this one. If you have a chance to help me dig some soil when you go out tomorrow, even if I can't use it, according to my experience, you will have a chance to use it." So, Shinkong did not refuse again. She also gave him a kitchen knife with a notch. This time, it wasn't that she didn't want to give him a new one, because there was only one new one. "Just consider it as helping me make some space, and you can throw away the new one when you find it." Rinyu smiled. Tools with different damage methods can't be overlapped. This takes up too much space. Shinkong laughed. These things can be taken out and placed in the wooden house, or in the storage box. She doesn't lack boxes. The reason why she said that is to help herself, so she didn't pretend anymore, thanked her and put it away. Shinkong left and returned to the territory to start chopping wood and building a fence. There were not many trees that could be chopped outside, and he spent the whole afternoon finding 2 trees, one thicker and one thinner, and chopped them into boards. He wondered if he could use them to fence off the entire territory. Click, click, click. Halfway through the chopping, with a clang, the axe with a notch fell off. Shinkong shook his head with a smile, stepped forward to reinstall it, and found a suitable piece of wood from the ground to wedge it in. After making sure the axe was firm, he continued chopping. He used his carpenter skills from time to time, but the number of times he could use them was limited. So until the night mode came, he had not completely split the 2 trees into usable planks. He stopped chopping wood, felt a little hungry, took out the supply box, found bread, ham and mineral water, ate and drank, and started to build a fence in the dark. There were no torches or other props in the starry sky, and he didn't want to waste the time of the fire, so he could only work in the dark. This was another physical job. Fortunately, after he finished building one side, he received a reminder of building +1, and got the reward of the second building. Rinyu was quiet for a while, and then she was faced with extreme cold and hunger. She ate a piece of bread that was about to expire, drank a bottle of juice, and prepared to process the raw beef that had a shelf life of only 3 days. She tried the chef's skills in the game first. The skills can be used, but only the items dropped outside the ruins can be used. The items in the ruins cannot be brought into the panel. Rinyu was not disappointed. She originally went there to avoid wasting the burning time of the fire. She tried the skills just to master one more possibility. Dry burning of the fire is also burning. It does not affect heating when used for cooking. Let it play its maximum value. Rinyu began to process the beef. Rinyu's cooking skills were not very good before, but now, I don't know if it was because of the bonus of the god of cooking. Even if she used primitive methods to cook, she was much more familiar with it than before, as if she was originally a top chef. If the apocalypse ends, and the game does not take back this benefit, I think I can open a small restaurant. Just now, Jean Dia exchanged wine for some spices, which was not complete, and she could only use a few of them. She began to process in an orderly manner. When the extreme cold ended, the beef was still stewing. The night mode of the ruins was ushered in outside. All the players who survived and found their own territory closed their eyes in fear. Most people could not look directly at this dark black without any light. They curled up in the open space in the middle of their respective territories, and chose to close their eyes, not to look directly at this darkness that seemed to swallow everything. There were also players who did not find their own territories. With the rewards of the night mode, countless screams sounded, one after another, and soon fell into silence. Rinyu, who was on a mission, did not receive any prompts. The dark black outside seemed to bypass the Yu territory and spread to the entire land. She was besieged by monsters again. The flaws of the protective shield were revealed again, and a monster came out from the collapsed position in the middle of the territory. Rinyu had to watch the pot while fighting monsters, and was too busy. The beef was out of the pot, and the fire was also exhausted, and became a pile of ruins. Finally, the monsters faded away, but unexpectedly, another big guy came. A white giant ape with 100,000 HP suddenly appeared outside the protective shield with a giant axe, raised the axe and chopped it down fiercely. At this time, Rinyu stepped into the wooden house, and was about to use the dining table as a chopping board to cut the braised beef. Boom! The whole territory shook violently. The energy value of the protective shield dropped by 1,500 in an instant. The kitchen knife in Rinyu's hand almost flew out. You can't take a break? Rinyu went out with a dark face. And a little ghost was haunted and wanted to seal the opponent's skills, but failed to seal it. The giant ape raised the axe in his hand again. Rinyu hit him with a drunken smell. Dang! The axe in the giant ape's hand fell to the ground, and the huge body shook awkwardly. After waiting for a minute, the golden mink exchanged for wine was not triggered, and after 2 minutes, it still did not trigger. When Rinyu ran out of patience, the hammer that fell at its feet suddenly flew into the protective shield, and fell on the open space in front of Rinyu. Mountain-splitting axe. Rinyu put it in the bag without hesitation. After using it 3 times in a row, he was drunk, but he only got an axe. Rinyu was sure that the giant ape was a poor guy, so he used the floating impact, and then began to stack the prints until he sent the opponent away. A big guy with 100,000 HP, he only got an axe, and it only dropped a complete animal skin, which was shabby. Rinyu put it in the bag, touched the protective shield, and felt a little distressed. One axe killed 1,500 energy points. I don't know if it can be restored to full by dawn. I went back to the house to continue processing the braised beef. I cut it into slices and tasted a piece. It tasted good. And maybe because of the salt. The shelf life was 7 days. The territory was temporarily quiet. And Rinyu began to organize things. He took out 2 high-end storage boxes and put the broken tools and expired and spoiled food in them. After that, while there were no new challenges, he changed into pajamas and rested. I felt that I had just fallen asleep, but I was awakened by the wolf howling around the territory. I opened my eyes and looked around. I had only slept for about an hour. Rinyu was very sleepy and was too lazy to work the night shift. She took out the beast-repelling incense, lit it with a torch, and stuck it in the open space in the middle of the territory. The mutant wolves that rushed to the edge of the protective shield retreated like a tide, staring at them covetously at a distance of 40 to 50 meters around them, with cold eyes full of unwillingness. Rinyu went back to the house to continue sleeping. When she woke up again, she was shaken awake. There was a strong wind outside, and the wooden house was swaying left and right. She reacted very quickly, changed clothes with one click, and the red feather clothes were back on her body. Ichin rushed out of the wooden house and put it into the space. This protective shield is a bit weak. It can protect against poisonous fog and small monsters, but it's not comprehensive. It can't protect against the pit on the ground, and it can't stop the wind, rain, and snow. At this moment, the other 2 rooms have been overturned to the ground, and half of them have fallen outside the territory. When Rinyu waited for a tornado to roar into the territory, she subconsciously used the Ifong gust to fight against it. The tornado stopped for a moment, and its forward movement stagnated. It worked. Rinyu released the red-headed eagle, and the man and the pet used wind skills to fight against the tornado together. 3 tornadoes swirled towards the territory from different directions. Rinyu responded in an orderly manner, using wind escape to change positions from time to time. However, the territory was invaded, and she lost blood with it. Fortunately, her blood was thick, so it did not affect the root. The tornado dissipated, and Rinyu breathed a sigh of relief, threw out the wooden house again, put away the red-headed eagle, and hurried back to rest and catch up on sleep. At dawn, Rinyu woke up hungry, and she took out a portion of mutton soup bun and ate it with the braised beef she made yesterday. Today's game food props quota is used up. In the ruins, the fullness time of game props food is invalid, and other properties remain the same. Shinkong went out not early today. He consumed a lot of energy yesterday. After waking up, he rested for a while before getting up to continue chopping wood. He split the remaining tree trunks into boards and inserted half of the fence. The wood is still not enough. He still has to go out to find trees today. When passing by Yoyu's territory, he went over to take a look and saw that she was sitting on a round stool in a daze. Is the mission almost over? Rinyu, it's not quite time yet. It will probably take about half an hour. She smiled and said, You go and get busy. The 2 people's task progress is different. No one knows the next arrangement of the game. They can't combine the itinerary. Shinkong nodded, gave a few instructions, and urged the horse to leave. Half an hour later, the subtitle popped up in the void. Congratulations on completing the 24-hour survival task of the territory. You get 5,000 experience points, 1 stove, 1 enhanced protective shield, 1 gift pack with more abundant supplies, and you can continue to build the territory. No new tasks were given. This made people feel uneasy. Rinyu first checked the reward she got. The stove was a bit like the earthen stove in the past, so she would not put it there for the time being, since the game reminded her to continue building the territory. It must have its purpose. She might as well consolidate the territory before issuing new tasks. Although she succeeded in taking advantage of the wooden house, it was too fragile. Snow could collapse it, and wind could blow it away. The game was obviously dissatisfied with her taking advantage of the house. What could she do? Build a stone house, or lay the foundation and build a house? Anyway, she had to build a house to live in as soon as possible. A proper kitchen, and then install a clay stove. The third thing was the wall. Isn't this going around in circles again? If she had known earlier, she might as well have built the territory honestly. Then I opened the gift package with more abundant supplies to see how rich it was. 2 caddies of flour, 3 onions, half a kg of cooking oil, a large bucket of purified water, and a bundle of rapeseed. It was indeed rich. Rinyu removed the protective cover that always broke down and replaced it with the enhanced version. The texture was really different. It looked thick, like a large glass cover, with an energy value of 100,000. However, just in case, Rinyu still put the wooden house into the package, in case the game went wrong, and there was another snow or tornado, destroying her wooden house. Then he rode away to look for trees. On the way, he encountered a few monsters, but there were still not many of them. He killed them casually, and a half-rotten tomato and a bundle of wet firewood exploded. There were trees on both sides of the road, but there were not many trees that could be chopped down, and there would be no special effects. He needed to pick up the axe and try one by one. If the axe could chop out a gap, he could continue. Otherwise, if the axe chopped down, there would be no trace on the bark, which was the background vegetation. Rinyu picked up the rusty axe and searched one by one. On the empty street, there were occasional clicking sounds. Since the game started, I had become accustomed to using game skills. With the attribute blessing, I could hardly feel tired unless my fatigue value dropped a lot, and I almost didn't feel the soreness and weakness in my body as before. But it was different now. Before I even reached the end of the road, Rinyu's forehead was covered with sweat. She felt the physical condition before the end of the world. Heavy! Her arms felt sore from swinging the axe too much. This sense of reality made Rinyu excited, his eyes brighter than stars. Crack! Another axe fell. Rinyu was delighted. After searching for more than an hour, I don't know how many times I swung the axe, I finally caught a tree. This is a poplar tree with a bowl-sized thickness and a straight trunk. Rinyu shook his arms, changed to a new axe, and used the carpenter's skill first. In the past, when chopping trees, after activating the skill, he would not stop as long as he was not interrupted, and he would chop all the way to the end. About 10 times, the tree's health bar was exhausted, and 1 or 2 bundles of wood floated next to it. Now, after 2 hits, she was out of the skill state. Rinyu could only swing the axe by herself. The 2 assisting hits almost cut about 1/3 of the area. Swinging the axe by herself was not as efficient. More than a dozen hits with the axe did not cut as much as the 2 hits with the skill. After a while, Rinyu stopped to rest. The long-lost physical exertion made her feel hungry. When she opened the package to take the bread, she saw the axe she had taken from the giant ape. I wonder if this one will work. But she was still hungry. She ate a piece of bread and 2 sausages first, then put the axe in her hand into the package, and took out the axe. This axe has been taken out from the beginning. After it was taken, the size was reduced to the size of a regular axe, but the axe head is bigger than the previous one, the handle is longer, and the weight is heavier. If it is not sharp enough, it will consume more energy. Rinyu held the long axe handle with both hands, and chopped down at the gap. Crack! There was only half of the thick tree left, and with this axe, she actually cut the remaining half directly like cutting tofu. The axe missed the tree, and she used the force to turn half a circle before stopping. Crash! The poplar tree fell onto the road next to it. Rinyu looked at the axe in her hand with shining eyes. What a magical tool! She took the axe and walked forward, and cut the branches of the poplar tree neatly like cutting melons and vegetables. She put the whole tree into the bag, and did not let go of the branches and leaves that were cut off, and put them all into the bag. The straighter branches were used to stick into a fence or something. The thinner branches and leaves could be used as ropes, and they might be used to tie the fence. With this discovery, Rinyu was full of energy, and his fatigue was swept away. He changed back to the rusty axe, and continued to search. Trees were hard to find, and soil to dig was also hard to find. He dug a shovel and saw the soft soil, which turned out to be harder than cement. Rinyu knew it was not going to work. After working for a whole morning, he did not give much. Not only did his arms start to tremble, but he also got hungry very quickly. He simply started a fire in the wild and cooked. He took out the fire and lit it with a torch, and put an iron pot on it to cook. I cooked 2 bags of instant noodles, with chili sauce, pickled mustard and braised beef, using the pot as a bowl, and ate the hot food. I continued to work in the afternoon. Around 2:30, the temperature suddenly began to rise, and the sun burned my skin. Rinyu felt something was wrong, and walked to the shade of the tree next to him to cool off, and took out a piece of ice, and threw it into the water cup, and took a big sip. How can it be high temperature all of a sudden? There was no sign at all. But it can be used to dry firewood. Renyu spread out the damp wood, thought about it, and threw all the moldy rice and spoiled drinking water under the sun to see if there was any change. The temperature was getting higher and higher. The dead leaves on the ground seemed to be able to catch fire at any time. Renyu simply took out a wooden house and placed it under the shade of the tree. He went in and turned on the fan to cool down. It was past 4 o'clock. Seeing that the sun outside was not so strong, Renyu left the house and went to see the supplies on the ground first. Very good. The damp firewood was all dried up. The moldy rice became edible rice. It is recommended to eat it in small quantities. I think it should be an unqualified food. Eating too much may affect your physical condition. The spoiled drinking water became drinkable water. And it is also recommended to consume it in small quantities. Put the things into the bag. The temperature was still high, but not as high as before. She held an ice cube in her mouth and continued to test the soil on the ground with a shovel. After most of the day, she found 2 trees. But she didn't dig any soil with a shovel. She shoveled all the way. And finally, the shovel didn't have the texture of cement this time. The shovel was inserted 2 fingers in. There is a way. Renyu's eyes lit up. And he started digging quickly. Dig a little. Put a little into the bag. Dig for about half an hour. Don't know how much there is in total. The soft soil at the bottom of the pit and around can no longer be dug. Renyu put away the shovel and walked around here for another hour. Killed 3 or 5 monsters. Exploded some scraps. Put away the things. And rode back to the territory. Shinkong was standing outside the territory waiting. Seeing Renyu coming, he said, I dug some soil. Renyu knew that the soil in his bag could not fill the pit in the territory. And he didn't say anything polite to him, but gave him the protective shield he replaced. I got an enhanced version. This one has some drawbacks. She gave a brief explanation, and Shinkong accepted it without hesitation. Do you need help? He looked at the big pit in the territory and asked. Renyu, no, I'll do it myself. Shinkong's construction task was not completed yet. Okay. He left. Renyu walked into the territory, poured all the soil into the big pit, and leveled it with a shovel. If it was her own share, it might not be completely filled. Shinkong dug no less than her, and the 2 portions of soil finally leveled the big pit. After that, she looked at the territory, made some plans in her mind, and started to deal with the 2 trees. The axe was very sharp, and it was very easy to chop wood with it. She was busy until about 8 o'clock in the evening. The 2 big trees were chopped into wooden boards of similar length, width and width, and the branches as thick as arms were also chopped into the same length. If there were not enough wooden boards, she would use these sticks. At this time, she entered the night mode, reminding her that the territory was full of unknown dangers, and asked her to try not to leave the territory. Yesterday, she was on a mission and was isolated by the environment. This was her first experience. The night was as dark as thick ink. There were no stars in the sky. It was like entering an endless darkness. You couldn't see your hand in front of you. Renyu took out the torch and stuck it in the open space in the middle of the territory. Finally there was a little light. But this little light was worse than nothing, because not long after the light came on, Renyu saw countless pairs of eyes crowded together outside the territory, coming from all directions, from the air towards her. Please extinguish the torch as soon as possible, otherwise you will be attacked by the mutant multi-eyed moth. Renyu waved his hand and put the torch into the bag. The approaching multi-eyed moths stopped moving for a moment, and slowly dispersed. These mutant multi-eyed moths might not be her opponents. But Renyu was tired after a day of work, and her muscles ached. Although she was a little excited about this familiar fatigue, she was too lazy to fight another battle. A scream came from a distance, which was particularly shrill under the night sky. Renyu slowly floated in the air with the help of the kite, and looked around. In the southeast corner, about 200 meters away from her, a skill special effect light flashed in the air, and never appeared again. She returned to the house, and laid down on the bed to rest. Continued to open the secret treasures. After distributing them to her teammates, she still had more than 70 secret treasures in her hand. Not even half of those opened yesterday. You get 1 double-layer steamer. Another pot. You get 1 refined salt. You get 1 portion of high-quality rice, cook and eat. You get 1 eggplant, please cook before eating. You get 1 burning fire. You get 1 pound of eggs, please cook and eat. While opening, Renyu fell asleep, affected by the carved bed. She woke up at 1 a.m. And yesterday's fatigue was swept away, and she was full of energy again. Rinyu got up and walked around, and it was still pitch black. There was not even a star in the sky. The territory was quiet, and there was nothing unusual. After she recovered her spirit, she couldn't sit still. She took out the number 1 carpenter puppet, reset the range of activities, asked her to make a high-level storage box, and walked to the edge of the territory to start building the wall. After working until dawn, Rinyu felt that the physical strength she had recovered after a night's rest had gone down again. Hurry up and cook. Take out the flour obtained yesterday, make 2 large bowls of hand-rolled noodles, make a portion of fried onion and eggs, and stir-fry rapeseed. Sprinkle 2 large spoonfuls of chili sauce into the noodles and mix well. Eat a large bowl of fried onion and eggs, and even drink up the noodle soup. Put the rapeseed in the bag, and eat it at noon. After eating and drinking, return to the bedroom and lie on the bed to rest for a while, and write out. Chapter 105 Construction Art. Rinyu went to the Ginza Mall across the street first. The door of the mall was wide open. She released the shark butler to follow, and rode in directly. The ground was in a mess. This was the first impression after entering the door. This was clearly an empty city with no one, but the mall seemed to have experienced a catastrophe. The counters were lying on the ground in all directions. The items that had been displayed before were scattered all over the ground. There was almost no place to stand. It was inconvenient to ride a horse. Rinyu put away the wooden horse and followed the usual layout of the mall, and went to the supermarket on the basement level along the escalator. Due to the limitation of the venue, the light in the underground level is dim. Rinyu stood at the entrance to adjust to the light. From this position, a rotten smell can be smelled coming from inside. The rotten smell of fruits, vegetables and other foods, as well as the stench of spoiled meat. But it is not strong. So she judged that the things in this supermarket should have been transferred first. And most of the things were taken out. Only a small number of things that were left behind slowly began to deteriorate over time. Is this also a special effect of the game? Or, before becoming an empty city, what kind of changes did this place experience? For example, the extreme heat, heavy rain, and zombie-type doomsday in the novel swept the city, and people frantically looted all kinds of supplies. In a hurry, no one would be patient to look carefully, which led to some fish that slipped through the net being left in a corner and slowly rotting. She could only guess like this. No one knew what happened. Rinyu shook her head and continued to walk forward. The light in the supermarket became darker. She did not dare to take out the torch to illuminate. She adjusted to the light and continued to walk in. The shark butler did not show any abnormality and followed quietly. Obviously, there were no monsters in the ruins. The monsters in the ruins are really amazing. When there are many, there are as many as cattle hairs. When there are few, you can't see a single one for a long time. Rinyu walked into the supermarket and saw the collapsed shelves, which were also in a mess. As she guessed, there were no usable supplies on the ground, but some small electrical appliances were scattered among the collapsed shelves. She just didn't understand whether the game's special effects created such a scene, or whether this place really experienced a catastrophe. Rinyu stared with wide eyes, and slowly walked around the supermarket, seeing that there were unbroken plates, bowls and other tableware. She tried to pick them up from the package, but she didn't expect to be able to pick them up successfully. This means that supplies can be obtained from these channels. You get 3 6-inch ceramic bowls. You get 8-inch ceramic bowls. You get 10-inch moonlight disc. There are several pots under the shelf. You get non-stick pan 1. You get iron pan 2. You get frying pan. Finally, I was lucky enough to find several small flashlights in a certain area. Click. She subconsciously pressed the switch of one of them. A dazzling light suddenly lit up. When you squinted her eyes, she also saw the subtitles that popped up in the air. You get flashlight 4. It's not enough to just find a flashlight. It would be better to find some batteries. With the help of the flashlight, Rinyu searched the supermarket again. Found the batteries. You get number 5 batteries 18. You get number 7 batteries 26. They were all pressed under the collapsed shelves. It would be hard to find them if you didn't look carefully. Next, you get a mop 4. You get a folding umbrella 6. I saw the mop when I passed by here before, but I didn't think it was a necessity at the time, so I didn't pick it up. Now I saw it again, so I put it in the package. What if I need it someday? All I found were daily necessities, not many in number or variety, and no food at all. Rinyu was very satisfied. I also found a few solid wood chopping boards, frying spoons, shovels, chopsticks, spoon. I didn't find any kitchen knives or fruit knives. If it was a game special effect, then this special effect is too realistic. After all, kitchen knives can be used as weapons in the apocalypse. Renyu left the basement and walked upstairs. The upstairs was basically the clothing area. Every floor was in a mess, and the ground was covered with large and small footprints, and most of the stores had been cleaned out, and only a few casual clothes with obvious wrinkles were found in the corners. I didn't find any winter clothing to keep warm. I found a few pairs of shoes, but none of them fit Renyu. When he found a large appliance area on a certain floor, Renyu hesitated for a moment. After all, there was no power supply equipment, and these appliances would just take up space. But after thinking about it, he decided to collect some of each appliance and put them in the storage box. Even if they were never used, they would be kept as a souvenir. After a round, he collected a lot of miscellaneous items. Renyu returned to the territory and dumped these things into the storage box, and then put the box into the package. Just as he was about to urge his horse to leave, the temperature suddenly rose again. The sun was stinging on the skin. Renyu took out a parasol from the package and opened it. The burning sensation was immediately reduced a lot. It really works. These things before the end of the world can still play their role, which made Renyu very happy. It's just not very convenient to ride a horse. When the speed is fast, the parasol will flip over. Renyu is at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You don't have to completely copy the functions before the end of the world, you can add some attributes. Unfortunately, the game will not take her advice, and the parasol can't understand her words. Renyu had no choice but to give up the wooden horse and take out the delta wing. The protective cover of the delta wing can also block some of the high temperature. Renyu put away the parachute and flew the delta wing to the position of yesterday. There was a large green area there. The distance between each tree was like measured with a ruler. It was a small forest planted by humans. First, find all the trees and soil here, and then move to another place. Although the pit in the yard was filled, who knew when the dog game would come to her again? Besides, the starry sky should also be used. Prepare some in advance, it's better than looking for it again when needed. Click, click, click. Renyu held the umbrella in one hand, and the rusty axe in the other hand to check the trees that can be cut down. Clang! The axe fell. She put it in the package, and changed to a notched one to continue cutting. After searching all the trees in this forest, she found a tree that can be cut down. Renyu observed the shade of the tree, found a suitable angle, put the parasol into the space, held the axe in both hands and chopped it down, and the tree thicker than the mouth of a bowl was broken with a sound. Renyu didn't rush to put the package away, let it lay in the hot sun for a while. She put away the axe and replaced it with a shovel, and started looking for soil. At almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the parasol had lost its effect, the temperature was too high. Renyu went back to put away the trees, went into the densest shade in the middle of the forest, took out a tent and placed it on the ground, went in to rest, and made herself a cup of ice cola, which sizzled and felt refreshed. She had never expected that the ice cubes she collected would be used in the ruins. Outside the ruins. Not everyone has entered the ruins. Many players were frightened by the fact that death in the ruins is real death and stopped. Especially those players who knew they were not strong, decisively gave up this option, and stayed outside the ruins to kill monsters and level up every day to get more equipment. Some people think those who enter the ruins are all strong players. Many will die on this trip. When they are resurrected, their strength will definitely be lower than ours. When they become high-level players, those people will become little Karami. It's cool to think about it. This statement inspired many weaker players, who worked hard every day, hoping to gain a time difference and trample those guys who were always showing off on the channel. It was Friday again, and the Chaos Secret Realm was opened. With so many fewer players, the corresponding resources became more abundant. The players who came in were very happy when they saw the resources that could be easily obtained. The elite monsters that no one would come to grab even if they fought for a long time. And the situation that they could not see other players after completing the trading tasks. Everything was fine. But when it came to fighting the provincial boss, everyone was grinning. Without high-output players, they couldn't even bite the skin of the provincial boss. After a few rounds of hard fighting, the few players on the field were sent away one by one, and the remaining ones couldn't survive the boss's fury and all died. An hour later, the dead players were resurrected one after another, and they checked the drops on their bodies and were overjoyed. Although there were drops, they still gained more overall. Some players also felt that it was not worthwhile. The few materials they collected were not as valuable as the equipment that dropped from their bodies. They beat their chests and stamped their feet in pain. In the ruins, feeling that the temperature was not so hot anymore, Rinyu put up her parasol again and walked out, starting to look for usable soil. After digging for about an hour, she dug a little soil, but it was obviously not as much as yesterday. She did unexpectedly pick up a bunch of bluestones that could be put into her bag. The overall harvest was good. In the evening, she went home and went directly to the territory of the Starry Sky. The wall of the Starry Sky territory has been built. The wooden boards are spaced at certain intervals and are not densely inserted. A simple wooden door was also built. It looked crooked and it felt like it could collapse at any time without any external force. There was only a first-level wooden house inside, and no other buildings for the time being. After waiting for about half an hour, Starry Sky came back and saw Rinyu from a distance. He shot closer and came to her. He said, "Have you been waiting for a long time?" Rinyu smiled and said, "No." She told her story of looting the Ginza Mall and said, "After the building is completed, you might as well look around the city. You might find some useful resources." Starry Sky was surprised that there was such a resource acquisition channel. Rinyu smiled and said, "I just stumbled upon it by accident. After all, it's just across the street. I went in for a walk on my way out." She gave Shinkong a flashlight, a few batteries, and some duplicate tableware. Shinkong didn't refuse, and smiled. "Thank you." At the same time, he asked, "Have you finished building the wall?" Rinyu, "Not yet. I just found a tree today and dug some soil. It shouldn't be enough." Shinkong hurriedly said, "I have." Rinyu just refused. "No. You haven't built everything here yet. I'll do it slowly by myself." Shinkong smiled gently. "Listen to me. You won't refuse." Rinyu tilted his head and smiled at him, waiting for his next words. "Shinkong, new skills are available. After building the wall, you can activate the construction technique. Using the construction technique to build a building will make it twice as effective with half the effort. You don't need to use an axe to find materials one by one." Rinyu really wouldn't refuse. He said with a smile, "Hand over your wood." Shinkong smiled. His eyes were like stars. He had a good harvest today. He found 6 pieces of wood. Rinyu estimated that, with the area of her territory, 3 more pieces would be enough to build a wall sparsely. Shinkong didn't take shortcuts after all. Currently, there are only 2 buildings, the wall and the wooden house, so the area is not as large as Rinyu's. Taking the wood home, Rinyu was full of energy. He worked hard with the axe in his hand until night fell. After night fell, he continued to work in the dark. When he was tired, he sat down to rest for a while, ate a piece of egg tart, drank a bottle of sports drink to replenish energy, and got up to continue working. So, sometimes it is not good to take shortcuts. In the second half of the night, clearly visible words popped up in the dark void. "Congratulations to the player for building the wall. You have successfully activated the construction technique. Please keep up the good work. Use your own hands to create a unique territory." Construction technique, got it. Rinyu moved his sore shoulders and arms, and sat on the round stool without wanting to move. Why does this text message feel like it's pointing at her? Rinyu took a breath, dragged her tired steps back to the cabin, didn't even change into her pajamas, and fell asleep. In the morning, she woke up from the cold. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the extreme cold again. This time it wasn't aimed at her territory, but the entire secret realm was greeted by the extreme cold weather. She took out the fire and lit it, and cooked by the fire. She cooked rice porridge, and a pot of ginger soup, took out a portion of the game prop food, chopped pepper fish head, and ate a big bowl of the hand-rolled noodles she made yesterday, which was hot and spicy, and felt warm all over, and indescribably comfortable. Then I clicked on the tailoring page, using my own equipment, made a set of bedding, and 2 sets of cotton clothes. Luckily, I collected some cotton in the Chaos Secret Realm before, and now I have used all of it. The cotton clothes cannot be stacked, so I can only replace the equipment on my body, and my health bar dropped sharply. Luckily, the battle robe, cloak, raincoat and bamboo hat can be stacked, so I still have some equipment on my body. I flew to the Starry Sky territory in the Delta Wing. As soon as I left the territory, I felt the bone-chilling cold, which the protective shield of the Delta Wing could not block. Even when Rinyu was wearing a cotton coat, he felt the coldness drilling into his neck, and he hurriedly drank a few sips of hot ginger soup. There was also a fire in Shinkong's territory. Seeing Rinyu coming over, she said worriedly, It's dangerous to go out in this weather. After saying that, she saw the cotton pants and cotton jacket she was wearing. Rinyu nodded. Don't waste time. I'll leave after putting down my things. She left porridge, ginger soup, bedding and cotton clothes for Shinkong. She drank ginger soup to resist the cold and returned to her territory in the blink of an eye. Shinkong held the things Rinyu left behind, looking at the disappearing Delta Wing, with a gentle smile in her eyes. Rinyu stayed outside for a while and found that although it was still cold, after adapting for a while, she seemed to be able to bear it. She flew the Delta Wing to find resources. She mainly wanted to try the construction technique. She didn't go outside the city this time. Which road in the city didn't have trees on both sides? No green belt? Such a big city. There are some to find. Just as Shinkong said, with the construction technique, it is more accurate to find resources. It's not the special effects of the game, but the magical feeling. For example, when she stood in the green belt, she glanced at the hard soil on the ground and immediately felt which piece could be dug and which piece could not be dug. Although the soil that can be dug in the extremely cold weather has become hard, it can't withstand the axe. Crack after crack, collect again, and continue to search. This efficiency is about right. Rinyu is very satisfied with this construction technique. If it's really cold, drink a cup of ginger soup. Warm up and continue to search. Take a look at the trees planted on both sides of the street. Lock the target with one glance. Use the wind escape to flash close. And with one axe, the tree falls down. Collect it and continue to search. Found some big stones that can be collected. And the harvest is full at the end of the day. Shinkong was not idle either. After changing into a cotton coat, he put away the fire and adapted to the temperature. He felt that he could bear it, so he rode out of the territory. In the evening, Rinyu noticed that the temperature dropped again, and he started to walk back. He accidentally passed by another player's territory, Chi-Ran's territory. Player Chi-Ran was a level 26 healer, a player from another province. The opening of the ruins included players from all over the country, not just the province where Rinyu was. At this time, Chi-Ran was huddled in the tent of the territory with his arms folded, with a wooden face. From time to time, he would cast a purification spell on himself, and then a treatment spell. He would purify the negative effects caused by the cold, and heal the blood loss caused by the negative effects. He successfully passed the illusion level, and because he couldn't open the map, he couldn't find his territory. He relied on the tent in the wild to survive the extreme heat during the day and the night mode, and finally found his territory. As a result, before he could figure it out, he encountered extreme cold. His equipment was not cold resistant, and he was always in a negative state. Fortunately, he had a lot of medicine on him, and he was a healer, so he was still safe. But it was uncomfortable. It's too difficult. If I had known it was so difficult, I would have not come in. When Chi-Ran was about to cry, a message popped up in front of him saying that a visitor had arrived. Visitor? How dare someone come out in such a cold weather? Chi-Ran himself didn't want to move at all, but he was also curious about who would come to visit other players in such weather. Could it be that they couldn't find a territory and came to ask for shelter? Rinyu was not a nosy person. She urged her horse to go over and then turned back. Rinyu thought of the provincial boss in the Chaos Secret Realm. In the Chaos Secret Realm, at other times, players compete fiercely, fighting to the death, but when the provincial boss appears, everyone becomes a temporary comrade in arms, working together to fight the boss. A single tree cannot make a forest. At present, the development direction of the ruins is still unknown, but Rinyu thinks that players should not be allowed to play standalone games. Thinking again and again, he stood in front of Chi-Ran's territory. Chi-Ran was in a negative state, moving slowly. He hurriedly gave himself a purification, and the situation eased a lot. But he still trembled when he spoke. Looking at the female player sitting on the wooden horse outside the territory, he said, Are you okay? Rinyu, is there a fire? Chi-Ran continued to stutter. Yes, but there is no fire. In the past 2 days, he had exploded several damp fires for monsters, fires that were about to fail. Although he did not get the clue to restore the damp fires, he was smart. When it was extremely hot during the day, he tried to take the damp firewood out of the fire, and he found a way by accident. Rinyu, 1 fire for 1 fire, do you want to trade? Yes. Chi-Ran nodded hurriedly. But can a fire dispel the cold? Forget it, It's okay to boil some hot water to drink. Because he also got water, and a broken iron pot, he also figured out how to use it, and always wanted to try it, but because he had no fire, the experiment could not be carried out. Rinyu took a fire that was only half as long as his, took out a torch to help him light another fire, and turned and left. Since it can be traded, it's better to help by trading. Shiran didn't expect that the fire could really dispel the cold. And his hands and feet immediately stretched out, although the temperature was still a little low, compared to the state of being frozen like a grandson just now. He was so happy now. Next, he boiled some water, drank a mouthful of hot water, and immediately a prompt popped up to relieve the negative state. Great! This is no better than consuming mana. Although he brought enough pills, he couldn't afford such consumption. This is all out and no in. Next, he had to think about the issue of territory construction. Night fell again, and a contradiction came. Using a fire, it would easily attract monsters to attack. But without a fire, the temperature would be unbearable. Shiran thought about it, and put away the unburned fire, relying on shaking to bear it, because if the monsters attacked, he might not be able to bear it for an hour. Fortunately, he took a nap before the night mode, so he was not tired, so he could bear it. Rinyu also put away the fire, although he had a protective shield, but he really didn't want to work in such a cold weather. Wearing cotton pants and cotton jacket, covered with a thick quilt, he fell asleep. At night, it drizzled. It was not heavy, and it had no special impact on the base. It stopped before dawn, but it was not a good thing to have rain at this temperature. The next morning, there was a layer of ice more than 10 centimeters thick outside. The wooden horse's hooves slipped on it. Rinyu had no choice but to fly out on a delta wing. She could use a kite, but the wind would be too sour on her body, and she felt that her claws might not be able to withstand it. Although the delta wing was not cold-proof, it was better than the kite, and it was windproof. She had to go out to work even when it was cold. There were only 30 days in the ruins. It was almost a week. There was not even a proper building in the base. The wooden house was not counted. I just took advantage of it to gain some experience. It was not really recognized. Otherwise, I would have mastered the construction skills long ago. Rinyu flew slowly at a low altitude, observing the trees on both sides of the road below, the green belts on both sides, and the available large rocks. When he saw a tree that could be cut down, he would land nearby, get off the delta wing, walk in and out, slip over to knock down the tree, and then put it away and leave. A few days later, Rinyu couldn't help but praise his hard work. He spent 2 or 3 days looking for resources in the biting temperature, and built 2 stone houses, one large and one small, and a wooden house with a foundation. Using the construction technique, he experienced the convenience of life skills such as carpenter and chef. He also laid a wooden boardwalk in the yard of the territory, which finally looked more decent. The remaining materials were sent to Shinkong. He was not idle these 2 days, but because he didn't have a delta wing, it was inconvenient to fly the kite. So he tied the rags he got from killing monsters to the horse's hooves to prevent slipping. As long as the speed was not particularly fast, there was no problem in hurrying. He also found a lot of resources. He accepted the materials given by Rinyu, and built a stone house and a wooden house. At the same time, he had a task to survive for 24 hours. He knew there would be a siege by small monsters, but no one knew when it would come. Shinkong's group moves were not as rich as Rinyu's. He arranged a circle of mechanical props on the periphery and guarded the territory. On this day, Rinyu woke up and ate something. He was ready to go out again. He planned to have a good stroll in the city and find a few shopping malls. As soon as he walked out of the wooden house, he saw the green plants that covered the sky. Those sycamore trees standing on the street corners, the background holly trees on the street, grew wildly to an exaggerated degree overnight. It was different from the mutant plants outside the ruins. The scene in front of him gave Rinyu the feeling of the beginning of the disaster in a doomsday novel. Chapter 106 New Mission. The extreme cold has passed, the temperature has risen, the ice on the ground has melted, and it is full of water. But I didn't expect the plants to mutate. Rinyu changed back to her previous equipment, took the axe and stepped out of the territory, and a branch came from the side. She waved her hand to cut it off, and then released the red-headed eagle, wanting it to use the 3-leaf wind blade to cut off some branches of the mutated green plants that were closer to the territory, but the result was an invalid attack. Just like using skills to hit the branches covering the trap when attacking the number 4 vortex, they could only sway in the wind, but would not cause any damage. The axe can be used. She just used the axe, without any skills. But you can't just use the axe. Rinyu thought of the mechanical props, took out a plum blossom missile, and threw it out. The missile exploded in the air. Several plum blossom darts flew, and hit the waving branches and leaves. Several branches immediately retracted, and several branches were broken. The mechanical props can be used. Why can't the game's skills be used? Rinyu frowned. It's not clear whether it's only ineffective against these mutant plants, or against the monsters as well. Rinyu was worried about going out like this. So she turned around and set a circle of traps around the territory. Then she let out the delta wing and took off, avoiding the mutant plants that were pulling back and forth, and went to Shinkong's territory. Shinkong had completed the 24-hour survival mission, and was waving an axe to clean up the mutant green plants that drooped into his territory. That protective shield really had too many shortcomings, and it couldn't protect these green plants. Let's go out together today. Shinkong smiled. Use the mechanical prop kite. Plants suddenly grew wildly and mutated, and riding a horse was not a wise choice. Rinyu made a new mechanical prop kite. The advantages of the kite modified by advanced mechanical techniques are more obvious. The initial kite needs to take off with the help of height. The kite modified by advanced mechanical techniques needs to take off with a run-up. Now the mechanical prop kite of Hongming quality makes up for this shortcoming. No need to take off from the ground, and the operation is more flexible. Whether it is to increase the height to avoid these tall mutant plants, or to shuttle among these mutant plants, it is very useful. Short distance gliding and shuttling can also be assisted by a shield. Rinyu, okay. She told him about the process of cleaning up the mutant plants. And Shinkong frowned. The skills are ineffective against these plants? What about the monsters? There are monsters in the 24-hour survival mission, but they cannot be used as a standard. There are no experimental subjects at present, and we will know when we encounter monsters. After he finished cleaning up, the two of them set the direction and operated the kite to take off. On the way, they encountered many branches and leaves whipping them, and they both controlled the kite to flexibly dodge. After flying for a while, Rinyu suddenly said, I overlooked one thing. These mutant plants have no skills, and no health bars. These plants have not evolved into plant monsters in the game. If there is a level division, then they should be in the early stage of mutation. It is hard to say whether they will awaken any skills in the later stage and evolve into monsters. The previous discovery can be overturned. It's not that they can't use skills, but it's ineffective against mutant species without skills. When Rinyu saw the huge change in the exterior scene, he thought a lot for a while, but overlooked some key information. I'll try to see if there will be counterattack. When another branch hit her, Rinyu took the initiative to step forward to be hit, and the stone shield appeared to protect her body and triggered the dead Taoist friends. Not dead poor Taoist, the green plant that attacked Rinyu instantly turned from lush green to withered and yellow. Starry Sky, they have health points, but it is not displayed in the form of a health bar. After all, it is different from the green plants above the trap at the initial point of the fourth vortex. No skills, no health bar, their skill attacks are ineffective, but being hit will trigger a rebound, and using mechanical props can also counterattack. It's unclear what this setting is. Fortunately, physical attacks can still be used. After dodging, the two found a large shopping mall and controlled the kite to land. Whoosh! A vine wrapped around Rinyu's ankle, and she threw a hidden flying needle, hitting it accurately. The vine retracted like lightning. After entering the mall, the two released their pets, with flashlights, divided the work and cooperated, and quickly swept the mall. Just like in Ginza Mall, only a few non-food items were found. Shinkong gave Rinyu 2 large flashlights, a headlamp, a sharp shovel, a few batteries, and a pair of thick hiking boots. Rinyu also found some usable tableware, 2 or 3 squeezed and deformed down jackets, cotton hats, thick gloves, and lighters. The two flew for a day without encountering any monsters. The material harvest was not rich, but it was better than nothing. No more usable wood, stone, or soil resources were found in the city. It is not clear whether this type of resource is time-limited or divided into acquisition areas. I can only look for it outside the city when I have time. Before returning, Rinyu asked Shinkong to help in her territory. She planned to make a turret, but it would take a long time to make a turret, which would take 7 hours. With a protective shield, she was not afraid of monsters attacking, but she was worried that the extreme cold would occur again. In that case, if she did not take timely warming measures, even if her raincoat could rebound negative status, she was still worried that she would be frozen, but it would be too hot to wear a cotton coat directly in a non-extremely cold state. The puppets were smart enough, but they had authority after all. They could not deal with such emergencies. After thinking about it, she decided to let Shinkong stay in her territory for one night. It would be best if nothing happened, but he could also help in special circumstances. Shinkong, no problem. He had to go back to the territory first to see if there was anything unusual there, and then return. Renyu went home first, and checked the peripheral mechanical props before entering the territory. There were no signs of triggering, and there should be no creatures approaching. Hurry up and cook. Take out the fire and light it. Renyu boiled water, cooked a big pot of instant noodles, cut a lot of ham sausage into it, and beat several eggs. When Shinkong came over, each person had a big bowl, and started eating with chili sauce. After eating and drinking, Shinkong went to the small stone house next to him to rest. Renyu entered the production mode. In the second half of the night, a turret was completed. After the production mode ended, Renyu adapted to the dark light, fumbled out, and took a look. There was nothing unusual in the territory. As soon as she came out, the door of the small stone house opened, and Shinkong walked out. Renyu turned her head, and could only see an outline. But this outline was familiar. She smiled and said, "Didn't you sleep?" Shinkong, "I slept for a while." "And you're done?" Renyu nodded. I didn't expect Shinkong to be so responsible and so alert. She smiled and said, "Didn't sleep well?" Shinkong, "Not bad. You should go to rest." Renyu nodded. "I'll sleep for 3 hours. And make another one when I wake up. And place it at your side." Shinkong didn't say politely to her, "Thank you." He didn't have the turret blueprint. And besides, his level was not high enough. Renyu went back to his room, changed into pajamas and rested. When he woke up, it was just dawn. He ate 2 pieces of bread, drank some water, and continued to make it. At noon, the second turret was completed, and Renyu traded it to Shinkong. At this time, the high temperature mode appeared outside again, and the sun was scorching, so he couldn't go out to find resources, and could only stay in the territory. Shinkong said, "Do you want to continue?" Renyu, "I'll make a few scattered flower missiles. An advanced version of the plum blossom missile. Make a few more other advanced mechanical props, and give some to Shinkong. After all, this is an unfamiliar place, and everything is unpredictable. So is Shinkong here? She can concentrate on making it. Oh, if only the puppet could make mechanical props." She tried to set it up, but the puppet couldn't help. Neither of them went out today. Renyu worked until the evening. When he came out of the house, he gave a few of the mechanical props to Shinkong. Shinkong had already taken out his fire, and the iron pot and food were ready. He took apart a few self-heating rice and self-heating hot pots, and used a small half of the rice to make porridge, and stewed the other half. He also heated up the side dishes he brought. The 2 of them ate the side dishes and the ingredients in the self-heating hot pot, and then each had a bowl of rice porridge, and they were very satisfied. Shinkong left, and Renyu chose a location to install the turret. The turret looked small in the packing box, but once it was erected, it was really big, as tall as a 2-story building, and it was worth her 7 hours of hard work. The next day, just after dawn, Shinkong came over. The 2 flew outside the city for a day today. Shinkong was responsible for finding soil and stones, and Renyu was responsible for finding trees that could be cut down. These resources were not completely cut off, and they were divided into regions. I didn't find anything in the city, but I got a lot outside the city. In the evening, they returned to the territory, divided the resources equally, and went back to continue construction. Although there were no specific territory construction tasks, adding them would increase the territory area. As the territory expanded, the background buildings on the street gradually disappeared, becoming flat land and being enclosed within the territory. In the following time, the 2 of them searched for resources during the day and built the territory at night. With abundant resources, Renyu destroyed the stone house he had lived in before, reused the materials, and built a set of 5 stone houses, divided into bedrooms, living rooms, and production rooms. The puppets also started to work, making equipment. After the ruins were closed, they were put up for sale in the trading hall outside. Of course, Renyu did not intend to use up all of them. He had to keep some materials in case the situation outside changed. On this day, just as the two were about to go out to find resources, they received a long-awaited mission. Looking for survivors after the disaster. Some people were lucky enough to survive. But disasters are still happening. And it is becoming increasingly difficult for humans to survive. Some survivors accidentally obtained resident permits for various territories, and may go there to seek refuge. It's just that some survivors got lost while searching for their territories. Please find the survivors in your own territories as soon as possible and bring them back for resettlement. Note, for every survivor you take in, territory defense plus 100, territory advancement plus 100. When the number of residents in a territory reaches a certain level, the territory mode will be advanced. There is no bonus for taking in exclusive survivors from other territories. Rinyu, a new mission is coming. Resident permits are not universal. You belong to the territory you get the permit from. Shinkong looked at the words slowly disappearing in the void, and said, act separately. Rinyu nodded. The two of them each chose a direction, and took off. Squeak. The vehicle stopped with a harsh friction sound. Shit, no gas. Kubakwon angrily slapped the steering wheel and swore in a low voice. On the back seat, his wife Lucia said in a hoarse voice, don't be impatient, if there is no gas. We will get out and walk. We are already very lucky. They were indeed lucky. After such a long time since the disaster, they could still find a car that could start. Although they stopped working after driving less than 20 kilometers, it would take several hours to walk this nearly 20 kilometers on foot. Time is running out. This is not the time to complain. Kubakwon nodded, turned his head to look at the little girl sleeping in his wife's arms, said, is Hyoyu still feverish? Lucia nodded, and gently patted her daughter, who was almost weightless in her arms with her dry and skinny hands, and her white lips were full of cuts. Get off the car, we will rush to Huangshe as soon as possible, and hope we can find our territory smoothly. I hope there are medicine, food, water in the territory, and I hope it is safe there. A few days ago, my husband Kubakwon accidentally found a glowing box when he went out to look for supplies. After opening it, he found a thing called Territory Resident Permit inside. There is a detailed description on the back. The permit can be bound. If the binding is successful, you will officially become a resident of the corresponding territory. You can go to the city marked on the permit, find the corresponding territory, and be protected by the territory. Once bound, it cannot be changed. If it is not bound, it will not take effect. There is a 24-hour protection period after binding the permit. During the protection period, you will not be attacked by zombies and mutant plants and animals. If you fail to find the territory within 24 hours, you can only pray for the best. For a while, the survivors in their city were excited, because it was not only Kubakwon who found the box. Many survivors found such boxes, but one license can only be used by one person. So Kubakwon risked his life and ran around outside for a day, and finally helped his wife and daughter find a box each. But the name of the territory on the license was random, and if the family did not want to separate, they could only find someone to exchange. For this, he sped 2 hard steamed breads mixed with some mutant bark. This was the food for their family of 3 for 2 days. After the catastrophe, various natural disasters continued, zombies appeared, mutant plants and animals appeared, and some humans awakened their superpowers. In order to protect the humans who had not awakened their superpowers, the superpowers began to fight against zombies, mutant plants and animals, and natural disasters. In this process, countless superpowers died. But the natural disasters continued, one after another, leaving almost no time for humans to breathe. But no one expected that a bigger disaster would come. A few months ago, all the superpowers evaporated at the same time overnight, disappeared, leaving only humans like Kubakwon who had not awakened any superpowers. Human survival became more difficult. The mutant elm trees that could be destroyed by 2 or 3 superpowers. They couldn't kill even with more than 10 or 20 people in half a day. They could still try to kill the mutant trees, but some edible mutant animals, humans without superpowers didn't even have the ability to chase and intercept them. And when facing mutant animals, humans could only be food. This treasure chest might be a turning point, Kubakwon said to his wife when he found the license. So, the family of 3 exchanged 2 days of rations for the license of the same territory, and bound them together, and luckily found this car that could still be started in the corner of a parking building. Kubakwon pushed the door down, opened the back door, and carefully took over his daughter, who had a fever, and waited for his wife to come down, and the family of 3 walked forward. Yuyu territory. They had to find Yuyu territory as soon as possible. That was their hope. Chapter 107 Territory Residents. No one knew which direction the survivors would come from, so Renyu and Xing Kong's search route was random. Renyu flew the kite at low altitude, dodging the mutant plants, while searching for other humans. During this time, she saw a strange player, running fast with a heavy sword, obviously also doing a mission. The swordsman noticed the movement above, looked up, and was a little surprised. The kite could dodge left and right at will, and fly up and down, and the speed was very sensitive. He also has a kite. Why is his kite not as flexible as the kite of the female player above? Hey! Just when he wanted to shout to say hello and ask, he saw that the female player had already flown far away. Outside the city, Renyu accelerated and flew out along the road extending from the city. I don't know how long he flew, except for seeing a few players, not a single survivor. Is the route wrong? She couldn't be sure whether the survivors would be refreshed from Huang City, or would come from other cities. The tall mutant plants blocked her vision, and she couldn't fly high to investigate. She could only fly low under the treetops, keeping an eye on the road, to avoid missing the target. Renyu flew for a while, but still didn't find any survivors. She did pick up a lot of stones by accident. She turned back and circled outside the city, but still didn't find anything. She chose another road and flew away. After flying dozens of miles in one breath, her eyes suddenly paused, and she dived down at an accelerated speed, landing in front of two skinny survivors. At the same time, the subtitles popped up in the void. You found a resident of the territory. Please bring him back to the territory as soon as possible. It turned out to be a resident of her territory. However, there were obviously two survivors, but only one was mentioned, so the other should be a resident of another territory. Kai Chong and Mu Hui walked for most of the day, exhausted, thirsty, and were sitting under a tree to rest, when they suddenly saw someone flying towards them. Superpower. It's a superpower. Kai Chong's voice was hoarse. He was obviously shouting excitedly, but the words he said were as weak as the hum of a mosquito. She had to lean on the mutant tree next to her to get up. There was hope in her eyes, but she was also a little nervous. Renyu was also a little surprised, because she found that the mutant poplar tree next to her only hit her, and would not attack the two survivors. She raised her hand to cut off the branches that were hitting her, and looked at the two survivors, and said, "Who is the resident of Yoyu territory?" My name is Kai Chong, and I am a resident of Yoyu territory. Are you from Yoyu territory? The person who spoke was the one who just stood up. Renyu nodded, looking at Kai Chong. His heart was slightly shaken. He was in tattered clothes, skinny, with untidy beard on his dark yellow face, and some scabby scars, and his lips were pale, covered with dry cracks. These can all be produced with game special effects. But the despair in the eyes of these two people who could not see the end of the disaster environment, and the flashes of surprise and nervousness when she first appeared, made Renyu feel that they were not the products of game special effects, but real human survivors. At this time, the other person also stood up with difficulty on his knees, with cracks on his pale lips, and his voice was hoarse, saying, "Hello, I am a resident of the Watcher territory." Renyu opened the map to check the activated map blocks, and soon found the Watcher territory somewhere in the southeast corner of the city, which was a bit far from her territory, but she didn't mind giving this person a ride. She took out the wooden horse, and threw out a carriage from the package. Just as she was about to operate it, she heard two people beside her exclaiming in a low voice, "Space power user." The two of them were breathing a little fast, and their eyes were red. You are back, right? But the girl's clothes were too gorgeous, and the style was like the clothes in the ancient costume TV series. She was different from those disappeared power users, and she seemed to be from a different world. Renyu had already assembled the carriage, and turned around to meet the two people's expectant eyes. "Space power user?" The two nodded. You are not a power user?" Renyu had a little more doubt in his heart, and did not answer his question, but said, "Get in the car." The two of them realized that the horse was a wooden horse, and the car was the kind of carriage that only existed in ancient times. They also climbed up carefully with doubts. Renyu mounted the horse with one click, and urged the carriage to hurry on. There were still mutant plants on both sides to cause trouble, but Renyu chopped them back with his axe. In the carriage, Mu Hui swallowed hard, nudged Kai Chong with his elbow, and said silently, "Can I ask her to borrow some supplies first?" Kai Chong shook his head. This psychic was not the one they were familiar with, and the horse and carriage he used were strange. The situation was unknown, so it was better to be cautious. He took out a slightly deformed thermos cup from his backpack, opened it, tilted his head back, and poured it out. 2 drops of water fell, which more or less moistened his dry throat. A few drops of water did not relieve much, but made the mouth taste more disinfectant. Moo-wee could only gather a little saliva with difficulty, and swallowed with difficulty. The carriage entered the city. Rinyu opened the map and looked at the route, and accelerated to the territory of the Watcher player. After parking, she observed that the construction of the territory was not perfect. There was only a triangular wooden house, and there was no fence. Retracting her sight, she said, "We have arrived at the Watcher territory." Moo-wee got off the carriage, looking at the territory in front of him, was disappointed. "This supernatural person, can I ask how to get to your territory?" Moo-wee said. "I am a good friend of Kai-chung, and I hope to visit him if I have a chance." Rinyu opened the map and reported a few routes before urging the carriage to leave. Kai-chung saw the situation of the lookout's territory from the window, and felt a little uneasy, but things had come to this point, and there seemed to be no better choice, so he waved goodbye to Moo-wee. "Take care, I will come to see you if I have a chance." "Moo-wee, take care." After that, he tried to step into the territory anxiously, but was told that the Lord was too far away, and he could not enter the territory for the time being, so he had to walk to the street and find a shade under a tree to sit down, and wait anxiously. On the other side, the noise of the cars made Kai-chung a little impatient. This kind of unknown seemed to be waiting for the judgment of fate, which made people feel irritated. He mustered up the courage to talk. "My friend, what's your name?" "Yo-yu." Kai-chung said, "Are you the owner of Yo-yu's territory?" The territory model is currently unknown. He didn't know what kind of personnel structure the territory had. He didn't expect that the person in charge would come out to pick them up in person. "Hello, person in charge." Kai-chung tried to relax himself. After entering the territory, "Will we not be attacked by zombies and mutant plants and animals?" "Just call me Yo-yu." After Rinyu finished speaking, she thought of her previous doubts and asked, "Are there zombies and mutant animals? I saw that these mutant plants will not attack you. What's going on?" Kai-chung was surprised that she didn't know about zombies and mutant animals. He answered the person in charge's question first, saying, "Once you get a territory resident permit, there is a 24-hour protection period. It's hard to say after 24 hours. There have been zombies and mutant plants and animals since the Great Disaster. They are very powerful. Unless humans awaken their superpowers, they are no match for them." The Great Disaster. And the person just now said that she was a space superpower. So, are there other supernatural beings in this ruins? Rinyu took out a bamboo tube from the package, which contained water from the baobab tree, and put it in with his backhand, saying, "Try and see if it is drinkable." Kai-chung was immediately panicked. Is it because the water source is polluted? Did the territory take them in to help these people in charge test poison? The hand that received the water cup trembled slightly, but when he held it in front of his eyes suddenly widened. "There is such clear water?" He sniffed it, and there was no peculiar smell. "This is not polluted water source. This is definitely not. Such clean water. How long has it been since he last saw it?" Thank you. He put the bucket to his mouth and took a small sip. The sweet and refreshing taste filled his mouth, passed through his throat, which was a little hoarse and sore due to long-term thirst, and the burning pain in his throat was instantly relieved by half, and it seemed that even the physical fatigue and the weakness caused by long-term lack of food and water were relieved a little. Hallucination? This should be an illusion brought about by spiritual healing. After all, it has been a long time since I tasted such clean water. Can I drink it? The voice of the person in charge came from outside. Kai-chung's eyes were sore with excitement, and he said quickly, "Yes, it's drinkable, there is no pollution, and it's not poisonous." Rinyu was surprised, and then smiled. "I'm not asking you to test the poison, it's that the water comes from a special source. I can drink it, but I can't guarantee that you can drink it." You can drink it. I don't know if it was the desire of the body, or he wanted to confirm it again. Kai-chung drank another big mouthful. The fatigue in his body was relieved again. This time he tasted it clearly. It seemed not an illusion. Could it be the energy water extracted from mutant animals and plants? But that is exclusive to people with superpowers. You can't drink it without superpowers. And it was not tasteless. I had heard from those superpowers before that some of it was bitter. Some smelled fishy. And it didn't taste good. The bodies of ordinary people couldn't bear that kind of energy either. And they would explode and die if they drank it. But at this moment, except for the comfort of having his fatigue relieved, he didn't feel any discomfort. He accepted the discomfort, as if it was worth dying to taste such a clean water source before dying. Leader, thank you. Kai-Chong thanked him in a low voice. Rinyu said again, just call me Yo-Yu. She didn't know what responsibilities she had to take in residence, let alone how many residents belonged to her territory. If the game props, food, and water source were unusable, and the number of residents was too large, her pre-apocalyptic resources would not be enough for about half a month's consumption. But what if these survivors were not refreshed by the game? Then it is better to teach people how to fish than to give them fish. Besides, even if it is only for a short period of half a month, she does not want to raise a bunch of masters. When arriving at the territory, Kai-Chong got off the carriage, and when he scanned the interior of the territory, there was some surprise and joy in his eyes. He had lived in a high-rise building, lived in the lobby of a shopping mall, and later lived in a safe camp built by a superpower. The conditions were good and bad. The environment of the territory in front of him was not the best, but it was much better than the territory of the lookout. But why are the buildings at the back of the territory so incomplete? It's like someone dug a piece out of thin air. Although it's incomplete, it's still standing. Strange, from the moment I saw the fish until now, everything is strange. No, to be exact. It's not normal since the treasure chest fell from the sky. He has confirmed that. This should not be the group of missing superpowers, but where this person came from, he can't guess, and he doesn't dare to ask. Come in. Rinyu put away the carriage and wooden horse, and walked into the territory. Kai-Chong also wanted to follow in, but was blocked by the protective shield. A prompt popped up in front of him. Please wait for the Lord's confirmation. Rinyu also received a message. Do you want to enable the entry and exit rights of your territory resident Kai-Chong? Pressed yes. And Kai-Chong followed in. Territory resident +1, territory defense increased by 100, territory advancement +100. Do you want to set the resident activity rights? Of course. I have to set it. Rinyu raised his hand and pointed at the void, and then led Kai-Chong into the small stone house next to him, saying, there are no beds for the time being, so let's make do with it for now. He also said, there may be other residents coming, but the house is limited, so more people will have to live together in the later stage. Kai-Chong nodded, everything is up to you. Rinyu nodded, not too many people, it's relatively worry-free. The authority she gave Kai-Chong allowed him to move freely in the territory yard, and to freely enter and exit the territory and this stone house. But he had no access to other buildings. Gurgle. Kai-Chong's stomach was rumbling with hunger, and his face was a little embarrassed, but there was really no food. At present, the only things he could take out of his bag to exchange for supplies were a dagger and a boning knife. Rinyu paused. The baobab tree is a product of the game. Kai-Chong can drink the water in it, so he should be able to eat the game food props. She did not take out any particularly rich props, but took out a piece of compressed biscuits bought from the game store, and said, let me be frank. I will support a small amount of supplies, but it will not be a long-term supply. You must use your labor to exchange resources from me in the future. Kai-Chong can still see clean food like compressed biscuits. When he took it, his hands were shaking with excitement. Hearing this, he said repeatedly, it's my duty. It's my duty. In the past, no one ate for free with those superpowers. They all had to work to exchange for resources. Rinyu stared at him and said, try to see if it's edible? Then he added, it's not a poison test. He wanted to test whether he could eat the game props. Okay. Kai-Chong hurriedly tore open the package, but he didn't know if he was too nervous or too excited. His hand slipped, and the compressed biscuit fell to the ground. He hurriedly bent down to pick it up, ignoring the golden stars in front of his eyes when he stood up. And he didn't even bother to pat the dust on the biscuit, and brought it to his mouth and took a bite. The long-lost, familiar aroma of grain filled his entire mouth. Kai-Chong's eyes were red again, and he nodded repeatedly, it's edible. Very fragrant. Thank you. Even if Rinyu guessed wrong, this might really be a task participant created by the game. This scene also made Rinyu feel very uncomfortable. He said softly, don't worry. You eat slowly, and have a good rest after eating. I have to go out again to look for survivors. Okay. You be careful. The compressed biscuits were too dry, and Kai-Chong covered his mouth while speaking, fearing that the crumbs would be sprayed out and food would be wasted. And he said vaguely. Rinyu nodded, and turned to leave. The survivors didn't know which direction they came from, so Rinyu could only randomly choose a road leading to the city. Fly low, and search slowly. after flying all the way. Just as Rinyu was about to cross a large deserted area to change to a main road, she caught a glimpse of two black spots in the distance moving towards this side, with difficulty. Rinyu accelerated to meet them. And soon a reminder popped up in front of her: you found 3 residents of the territory. Please bring him back to the territory as soon as possible. 3? When she got closer, she found that one of the male survivors had an unconscious little girl lying on his back. Seeing Rinyu landing, Kubaoquan and Lucia became alert. Their bodies tensed, subconsciously taking a defensive posture, and nervously looked at the man with a huge kite on his head. Are you residents of Yoyu territory? Rinyu asked as she put away the kite. Seeing the kite in her hand disappear out of thin air, Kubaoquan expressed the same surprise as Kai-Chong and the others. A space-based mutant? Lucia answered Rinyu's question. We are all residents of Yoyu territory. May I ask who you are? After hearing other people's misunderstandings once, Rinyu has become much calmer. She threw out the wooden horse and carriage and said, I am Yoyu. I am here to pick you up. Get in the car. Lucia did not completely let down her guard. It was really because the girl's dress was too weird, and she looked a little unreal, just like a fairy. Kubaoquan knew that the couple's physical strength had reached its limit, and they had no choice at this time. Besides, their daughter was still running a high fever, and she had just had a convulsion. At this time, he was desperate to find a cure. He said, Hello, Ms. Yoyu. Do you have any medicine for fever? My daughter's high fever won't go away, and she just had a convulsion. Lucia also came to her senses. They were in this situation. Even if the girl in front of him was weird, did he have any other choice? He also looked at her expectantly. Rinyu had fruit tea that restored health and mana, potions, and drugs to remove negative effects. Yes, being sick is considered a negative state, right? She took out a lowest level pill from the package and said, The pill melts in your mouth, so you don't have to worry about swallowing. Rinyu was not exaggerating. The pills in the game really melt in your mouth. Otherwise, you would have to chew them slowly during a battle or when your life was at stake, or swallow them with water. Wouldn't that be very laborious? A pill that melts in your mouth? A pill? Lucia didn't know whether to take it or not. Pills, and they melt in your mouth? In the past, those superpowers couldn't make pills that melt in your mouth. They only developed energy liquid, but it's not something that people who haven't awakened superpowers can take. Lucia worriedly said, We haven't awakened superpowers. Can we eat this? This sentence carries a certain amount of information. Rinyu couldn't let a little girl do the experiment. She put away the pills, clicked on the panel to check her temporary skills. Luckily, there was a purification. At this time, the girl on Capuchin's back twitched again, and the couple was scared. Xiaoyu. Rinyu took off the pistol-shaped gourd on his back, and performed the purification technique. The couple saw a gun in her hand from the corner of their eyes, and they were shocked. They thought that Rinyu thought they were a burden with the patient and wanted to kill their daughter. But before they could react, a faint light enveloped their daughter. The twitching daughter stopped twitching instantly, and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the couple, Xiaoyu said, Dad? Mom. Xiaoyu. Are you okay? Lucia put her daughter's forehead on her, and the shock in her eyes was beyond words. Then she turned around and knelt down, and kowtowed before Rinyu could react. Thank you, respected psychic, for saving my daughter. Before psychics disappeared, they rarely used their precious healing skills on ordinary people, because the energy in their bodies is limited. If they use too much on ordinary people, they can no longer heal their psychic teammates when they are injured. Compared to ordinary people, the safety of psychics is more important. At first, ordinary humans still had complaints, but later, as disasters continued to occur, zombies and mutant plants and animals became more and more rampant. Only psychics could deal with them, and ordinary humans could not fight against them at all. Everyone gradually realized this reality. The superpowers were their protectors, and their lives were more important than their own. But the superpower who had only met them once actually used his healing powers on her daughter without hesitation. How could the couple not be grateful? After being grateful, they were a little scared, fearing that she would use up all her powers and be unable to protect herself after being injured. Rinyu hurriedly helped the person up, and said awkwardly, Don't kowtow at every turn in the future. I'm here to save you. Get in the car. This time, the couple was no longer nervous, and got on the carriage. Along the way, Rinyu also asked them a few questions, and found that they would not trigger any game or mission taboos. So she asked more and more questions. For example, the great disaster they talked about, and the disappearance of the superpowers. In the couple's description, Rinyu seemed to see an originally peaceful world undergoing incredible changes after an extreme heat wave. Zombies appeared on the streets. Animals and plants began to mutate. Humans gradually awakened their superpowers. And there were endless natural disasters. Just like the doomsday novels she had read before. But reality is crueler and weirder than fiction. All the superpowers disappeared overnight. This situation is more like a refresh operation in the game. Rinyu was confused again. She thought these things were real, but she felt as if they were fictional. Rinyu shook her head and stopped struggling. No matter whether they were real or fictional, she would save them if she met them. She would save as many as she could. The carriage arrived at the territory, and Rinyu set their access rights. Territory residence plus 3. Territory defense increased by 300. Territory advancement plus 300. Please tell me whether you should set the activity rights of residence? Rinyu temporarily arranged them in the room next to Kai-chong. Set the activity rights, and explained to Kubaoquan that he and his wife and daughter could only stay temporarily. When the number of residents increased, they would be divided into male and female dormitories. He would have to live with other male residents at that time, and they will have to work from tomorrow. Although she has not yet decided what to arrange for them to do, she knows that the residents must be moved, even if it is just to tidy up the yard or to help chop firewood. As usual, each person was given a piece of compressed biscuit and a small bamboo tube of water, which are considered basic supplies for rescue. Fortunately, she is used to taking advantage of others after the game mall is officially opened. Even though she has abundant food resources, she doesn't need to eat tasteless compressed biscuits anymore, but for the cheapness, she will buy that portion every day. Otherwise, she would not be able to provide such basic supplies at this time. The couple thanked him profusely, and Xiaoyu also thanked him politely. Kai-chong knew that there were new residents, and came out to greet Kubaoquan. The two men stood in the yard and chatted, telling each other where they came from, the current situation of the city where they lived. And the topic that was talked about most recently was the disappearance of all the superpowers. Rinyu turned around and left the territory again. Chapter 108 Hardworking Residents. Just as she was about to release the kite after leaving the territory, she saw two people coming over there. It was the player Chi Ran. He was followed by a skinny middle-aged man. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of her, reminding her that she had found a resident of the territory. During the extreme cold a few days ago, she accepted a fire from Chi Ran as a reward, and helped him light a fire. Chi Ran saw Rinyu, recognized her mask, and said with a smile, "So your name is Yoyu. I passed by your territory yesterday, and I happen to know where your territory is. I just went out to look for survivors, and I met a resident of your territory, and brought him to you." Rinyu, "Thank you." Chi Ran smiled, "You're welcome. You helped me that day too." Rinyu, "Let's put it one way. You paid me." Chi Ran smiled bitterly. "If I met another player in that situation, let alone paying me to help me, it would be good if you didn't take advantage of me. Thank you so much." Rinyu smiled and shook his head, and stopped talking about it. She looked at the new residents. They were obviously surprised. "I just met a young man, and now I met a young girl." They all looked ruddy and energetic. The supernatural people who disappeared before didn't look as good as these two. And their clothes were also very strange. One wore the armor-like clothes in ancient costume dramas, and the other wore like a fairy in ancient costume myth dramas. And they just said two words. "What is called player? What does it mean? Are ordinary people like me their playthings?" "Hello, I am Yoyu, welcome to Yoyu territory." Rinyu saw that the new residents were in a daze, and took the initiative to greet them. "What's your name?" In fact, she would know the other person's name when she entered the territory, but she still had to say hello out of politeness. "My name is Bao Jiangnan." Bao Jiangnan asked, "Can you guarantee our safety? Can you provide us with food resources?" Rinyu frowned at the other party's matter-of-fact tone. She said, "There is no 100% answer to this kind of thing." "Not necessarily." Bao Jiangnan didn't expect that this little girl had a temper. He was very unhappy. But when he thought about how he had walked for 8 or 9 hours to get here, and that he was indeed protected by the resident permit, and that he had not been harassed by mutant animals and plants along the way, and had not even encountered a zombie, he still had some hope in his heart. But the protection only lasts for 24 hours. After 24 hours, he will face those dangerous things again. He didn't want to risk his life, so he had to suppress his unhappy expression and prepare to enter the territory. But a reminder popped up in front of him that required the Lord's confirmation. He was in a state of panic again. What does it mean? This broken certificate actually has such a trick. You need the consent of others to enter the territory. Rinyu watched Chi Ran leave, opened the permission for this resident named Bao Jiangyan, pushed open the wooden door that was built when the wall was built, took him in, took him to Kai Chong's stone house, explained the rules here, and gave him a basic gift package. Although she disliked him, this person was also her resident, and he had added a population to her, as well as defense and advancement. Therefore, the benefits that other residents had should not be left behind by Bao Jiangyan. Seeing the water and compressed biscuits, Bao Jiangnan's eyes lit up. He took a big sip and the sweet and clear water refreshed him. He stared greedily at Rinyu's masked face and said, "Little girl, I've been hungry for 3 days. Can you give me another portion?" "Thank you." "Rinyu, you don't have to thank me. I won't give you more. Take a day off and start working for resources tomorrow." Bao Jiangnan shouted. "You still need to work? Little girl, you don't know." Rinyu had already turned around and left. Bao Jiangnan rolled his eyes and started talking to Kai Chong next to him, saying, "Where did these half-grown children come from? Could they be from the big families in the capital? Otherwise, the resources would not be so abundant. Look at their complexions. Each of them has such a rosy complexion. And it is obvious that they have not experienced our hardships. But they still exploit us. They can hardly even eat tree bark. But they can still take out compressed biscuits and such clean water. They must be from a great family." Kai Chong drooped his eyelids and was silent for a few seconds before saying, "In the past, we also had to get paid for our labor." "That's different." "But how is it different?" Bao Jiangnan couldn't tell. He just felt that the world was unfair. They are all experiencing the end of the world. Why can't all humans awaken their superpowers? If they also awaken their superpowers, why would they need to live under the noses of others? But there is no place to complain about this injustice. He can only vent his dissatisfaction on people with superpowers. Since God has given them such abilities, they should serve the weak wholeheartedly, instead of asking them to exchange labor for resources. They are so weak. Why should they be exploited? Bao Jiangnan was so angry that he ate a whole piece of compressed biscuits and drank all the water in the bamboo tube. It was rare to have a full meal. His spirit and physical strength were mostly restored, and he began to find fault again. "Why don't you even have a bed?" "I won't say anything about the lack of a bed. They can fight against mutant plants. Why don't they bring back some dry leaves and hay to help us lay a layer? Just let us sleep on this hard ground." Kai Chong couldn't stand listening to his nagging, and got up and went to the yard. Seeing his attitude, Bao Jiangnan spat, "Bah, you were born to be a slave. But it's hard to make a difference alone. No matter how dissatisfied he is, he can't make any waves." Bao Jiangnan thought about it, and got up and walked out. He had discovered that there was more than one house in the territory. There was also a bigger stone house. He knew without asking that it was where the capitalist girl lived. He approached and pushed the door, wanting to go in and see if there were any supplies. However, a text message popped up in front of him, saying that he did not have permission to enter. What the hell? He actually needed permission to visit the facilities in the territory. This world is getting more and more mysterious. Zombies appeared. Plants and animals mutated. Treasure chests suddenly appeared. And he had to open permissions to visit the facilities. Is this the new technology developed by those big families? Soon, Bao Jiangnan found that, except for the courtyard and the bedroom and hall of the stone house where he lived, he could not enter anywhere. He could not even enter the other bedroom next to the hall of the stone house. Bao Jiangnan finally had a little bit of awe, returned to the bedroom, and lay on the ground to rest. In the courtyard, Kai Chong watched Bao Jiangnan's actions, shaking his head, and looked at the wall of the territory with Bao. He said, "The wall is not very solid, it should be a little tighter." But there was no extra wood, so they could not help with processing. Bao looked at the rough wooden door. The boards on it were tilted here and there, as if they could fall off at any time, and said, "Let's fix the wooden door." Kai Chong nodded, and then thought of something. "I wonder if I need permission." The two walked closer, looked at the wooden door carefully, and had already had the idea of renovation. "Try it. If not, wait until Yoyu comes back," Kai Chong said. Bao, "Okay." The two reached out to touch it, and there was no text reminder to stop them. So they continued to test it, squatted down and began to reinforce the wooden door. On the other side, Rinyu received a reminder. Territory residents Kaichong and Kabakwan want to repair and reinforce the territory's wooden door. Do you agree? Rinyu raised her eyebrows, and without hesitation raised her hand and pressed yes. The wooden door was made when she built the territory wall. At that time, the construction technique had not been activated, and it was purely manual, and it was not delicate, since the residents had their eyes on work. She, as the Lord, must give support. Although there are people like Bao Jiangnan who take rescue for granted, there are also people like Kaichong and Kabakwan who can't sit still. Yes, such residents have great prospects. She continued to fly at low altitude, and soon found another survivor. The difference between the survivors in the ruins and the game players is very obvious. In addition to the difference between those with equipment and those without equipment, there is also the difference between healthy and skinny, which is clear at a glance. After landing and asking, she met a resident of the Starry Sky territory by chance, so she said, "If you are not in a hurry, wait under the shade of the tree for about an hour. After an hour, regardless of whether I can find other survivors or not, I will come to pick you up and take you back to the city and send you to the Starry Sky territory." The survivor was a middle-aged woman named Lu Chengfeng. She was ragged, her skin was dark yellow and cracked, her hair was gray, and her lips were full of cuts due to long-term lack of water. After thinking for 2 seconds, she nodded. She really couldn't walk anymore. She said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you. I'll wait here." If Rinyu met the residents of other territories, she would give them a ride, but she would not give them special treatment. As for the residents of Starry Sky territory, she would be slightly biased, but she would not provide too much support. She only gave them a small bamboo tube of water to quench their thirst. After all, she didn't know how Starry Sky would manage the residents of his territory, so she couldn't be too generous, so as not to cause him unnecessary trouble. But Lu Chengfeng was already in tears of gratitude, and her hands holding the bamboo tube were shaking slightly. She was a little nervous when facing Rinyu, who was dressed like a fairy. She agreed to wait because she was exhausted. She didn't expect that she would be so sincere in helping her, and even gave her such clean water. Even the bamboo tube was very delicate. It had been a long time since she had seen such a clean container. "Thank you. Thank you." Lu Chengfeng thanked her repeatedly. Rinyu waved her hand and flew away with the kite. Seeing her way of traveling, Lu Chengfeng was shocked and stunned, and felt that she had opened her eyes. Are there new superpowers? She could even transform into a kite. No! She suddenly opened her eyes wide, and her body trembled again because of excessive excitement. The superpowers are back? Rinyu had already flown away. 40 minutes later, she drove the carriage back and picked up Lu Chengfeng, including Lu Chengfeng. There were 4 rescuers in the carriage, but none of them were her residents. So she couldn't say whether her gains from this trip were big or small. But she couldn't just ignore them coldly. So she simply sent them to their territories first, and then came out to look for them, including Lu Chengfeng. There were 2 residents in the Starry Sky territory, but the latter was with other survivors, so she didn't provide water resources. Then, there was 1 in Chi-Ran's territory, and 1 in the zoned out territory. She didn't expect that Chi-Ran had just helped her send a resident not long ago, and she turned around and returned the favor. Zongda was also a player that Rinyu was not familiar with, but they were in the same city, and she could open the map more conveniently, and could accurately find the other party's address. So she lent a hand. First send Lu Chengfeng to Shinkong territory. There are already 2 residents in the territory. Shinkong happened to be there too. Seeing Rinyu, he came out and said, "I met a resident of your territory. I have sent him over." Rinyu, "Okay, I will go back to check later." Lu Chengfeng and another survivor looked at the man in front of them, a little nervous and a little curious. They also found that, whether it was Rinyu or Shinkong, they did not look like humans who had experienced a catastrophe. At the same time, they denied their own guesses. They were not the group of superpowers that disappeared. But who are they? Why are they dressed so strangely? Several people were still a little reserved and didn't dare to ask. Rinyu drove the carriage away. Chi-Ran was lucky. He had left Yoyu before, and when he was about to leave the city, he met another resident of his territory. He had just brought him back and settled him down. When he was about to leave, he saw Rinyu coming. Carriage? Chi-Ran was not curious about the wooden horse, but he was very curious about her carriage, and said, "Yoyu, was this carriage brought from outside the ruins? It can actually carry people, which is really convenient." He also had a wooden horse. but it was not rideable. So he could only walk back with the survivors he found, which was very inefficient. It would be much better if he had a carriage. Renyu nodded. But she still had a survivor to send, and she had to go back to settle the new residents that Shinkong had helped to send over. She did not talk in detail, and hurriedly said, "If you have more than 1,000 pieces of wood, I can help make it." "Okay. The people have been sent, and I still have to go to the territory of Zhongdao." Chi Ran also slumped his shoulders. Where did he get so much wood? He only brought potions, food and water when he entered the ruins. He thought the other basic materials took up space, so he did not put them in the package at all. However, will the wood in the ruins work? After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. The buildings in his territory were shabby. Some residents who had arrived had already complained. He had to hurry up and build a few houses. On the other side, Renyu was on his way to the longitudinal territory. A prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. "Congratulations, your residents Kai Chong and Kabao Quan accidentally activated carpentry and weaving skills. As a lord, you get 1 cubic meter of concrete, 2,000 stones, the territory defense increased by 600, the territory advancement increased by 600, you get 10,000 experience points." Renyu was surprised and delighted. There is such an unexpected gain? I didn't expect Kai Chong and Kabao Quan to have such an opportunity. It can be seen that diligent people will always be blessed by God. Renyu took 1 step and looked 3 steps ahead. Through this accident, she officially confirmed that these residents were not created by the game, but were real survivors living in the ruins. But why does an independent space like the ruins exist? Or is this actually a parallel world? Renyu pondered so, her heart was pounding. Is there such a possibility? This is the original world, and the game is a parallel world? This thought could no longer be stopped. Renyu decided to have a good chat with them after finding the survivors, to learn more about this world. Kai Chong and Kabao Quan were also shocked. The two had just worked together to reassemble and fix the crooked fence gate, and they felt a flash of inexplicable strangeness in their brains. Then, a reminder popped up in front of each of them. The reminder Kai Chong received was that he had awakened the carpenter's skill. Kabao Quan awakened the weaving skill. The two of them were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. "Brother Kai." Kai Chong hurriedly asked, "Did you also awaken the carpenter?" "Carpenter?" Kabao Quan shook his head. "It reminds me that I have awakened the weaving technique." Kai Chong was curious. "Weaving? What can it do?" Kabao Quan carefully felt the changes in his body, and a happy smile appeared on his face after a while. "If I weave a fish basket to catch fish, I can catch edible and safe fish." Weaving. Thus, like straw clothes that can be worn on the body can block the punch of zombies. And if I weave a whip, I can use it to beat zombies. What about you? Kabao Quan also sorted out his so-called carpentry skills, and couldn't help but smile, said, "I plan to make a wooden hammer to hit zombies, and I can also build a wooden house, which can withstand the siege of zombies." The two of them couldn't hide their excitement, and they didn't know what to do for a while. "The territory is really a magical place. I didn't expect that I would awaken my superpowers by helping to rebuild the wooden door." Yes, they are more accustomed to using superpowers to describe their changes. Renyu arrived at Zhongdao's territory. Zhongdao was a great gunner, with a heavy cannon on his back. His eyes lit up when he saw Renyu's carriage. He asked about the source and price of the carriage. He did have wood in his package, but only about 600. Moreover, he didn't have a horse, so he discussed with Renyu 500 game wood plus a bag of cement found in the ruins, to exchange for a blue quality wooden horse. A blue quality wooden horse consumes more than 200 wood, but Renyu couldn't help but make some money. Cement is a good material. She and Shinkong have been looking for cement for so many days, but haven't found any. "Okay, delivery tomorrow morning," Zone said. "No problem. By the way, thank you for helping to send my residents here. Where do you live? I am preparing to go out to look for survivors. If I meet your territory residents, it will be convenient to show the way." He has no means of transportation, and the survivors are still in the protection period, so there is no need to escort them, but you can show the way. Renyu reported the address of her territory, turned around to put away the wooden horse and car, operated the kite to take off and leave. When she was about to reach the territory, she saw the brand new wooden door. "I just did it casually before, and it was crooked, but now it is much straighter." Renyu retracted her gaze and looked at the survivors waiting outside the territory. There was more than one survivor, in addition to the one Shinkong brought back for her. There was another survivor who came here by himself. A girl in her 20s, named Sunway, and a middle-aged man, Yanli. Hello. Renyu put away the kite and greeted the two. Sunway had seen Shinkong take things out of thin air, and guessed that he might be a space ability user. Unexpectedly, the girl who came here was also a space ability user. You are? Seeing that she was dressed differently from herself, Sunway guessed roughly, but still needed to confirm. I am Yoyu. You can apply to enter the territory. I will approve it. Yongli also hurriedly greeted. Hello Yoyu. My name is Yongli. I come to seek refuge. Renyu nodded, raised her hand in the air to approve their permission to enter the territory. As soon as she entered, Kaichong and Kabakwan rushed over excitedly. The two were so excited that they couldn't speak, but the light in their eyes was very bright. Renyu smiled and nodded. Congratulations. I already know. She took out 2 steamed buns, gave one to each person, and said, This is a reward for you. The two took it with both hands and thanked him repeatedly. Bao Jiangnan saw all this from the window of the stone house, and hurried out, with a smile on his face. He stretched out his hand to Renyu, and said, Sister Yoyu, are you going to distribute new supplies? I know you are a good person. Renyu said coldly, Don't give me a good person card. I am not a good person. And this is not a distribution of supplies. Kaichong and Kabakwan helped me reprocess the wooden door. This is their reward for their work. Bao Jiangnan rolled his eyes and said, Sister Yoyu, I also worked. I swept the floor. If you don't believe me, ask them. He didn't believe that. As people in trouble, Kaichong and Kabakwan would not be on their side. Renyu did not intend to test the hearts of Kaichong and Kabakwan. He said coldly, I didn't receive a reminder, which means that your work was ineffective. But I received a reminder of their work. Then her face turned cold, and she threw her hand to release a random rain skill on the empty space next to her. She said in a cold tone, Don't try to take shortcuts. And don't test my patience. An arrow was shot out, and countless arrows' special effects appeared out of thin air, with colorful special effects light blooming like fireworks, but more dazzling than fireworks. This move completely stunned Bao Jiangnan. His face turned pale, and his legs felt a little sore. I didn't expect this little girl to be so difficult to deal with. And what kind of superpower is this? It looks even more powerful than the attack method of the superpower user. After establishing his authority, Renyu turned around and smiled, and explained the rules of the territory to Sunway and Yongli. The two new residents faced such a scene as soon as they arrived. They were worried and wondered if they had entered a fire pit. As a result, after listening to Renyu's explanation of the rules, they found it so plain and not as strict as the rules that the superpower user had set for them before. Moreover, they were even given basic supplies. The two men's panicked expressions gradually calmed down. Renyu reset Kabuchuan's activity permissions, so he could no longer enter the room where his wife and daughter were, and arranged Sunway to stay in, dividing the dormitory into male and female dormitories. You guys adapt, and have a good rest. I still have to go out to find people. She went to the workshop first, and arranged work for the 3 carpenter puppets, making wooden horses, carriages, and low-level wooden beds, and then left the territory. Yongli was very good at reading people's expressions, and he had also seen many sinister human hearts after the disaster, so he could tell at a glance that Bao Jiangnan was not someone he could make friends with. And he went straight to talk to Kaichong and the others. Sunway went to the house to talk to Lucia and her daughter. Renyu happened to run into Shinkong, who chose a route at random. When she went out this time, she told him about Kaichong and Kabuchuan's activation of their skills, and her own guess. Shinkong was slightly surprised. If so, your judgment is correct. They may be real humans. Renyu nodded. So we must rescue people as soon as possible. Try to bring back more survivors, and send them to a safe place even if they are not residents of our territory. Chapter 109 Territory Upgrade. The two walked side by side for a while. Shinkong thought of something, and said, You must have heard the survivors mention the term superpowers. They had superpowers to protect them before, but all the superpowers suddenly disappeared overnight, which is like the refresh operation of the game. Now the game allows us to settle in. Your residents have activated their skills. I think the next step is to make this place gamified. Let the game attributes replace superpowers, and let these ordinary humans, who have not awakened superpowers, become game players. But where were those superpowers taken? He couldn't guess. I hope it's not wiped out. Renyu didn't have the ability to see into the future, and couldn't figure out this direction. But for some reason, she felt a little disappointed when she heard Shinkung say that. Compared to this development trend, she hoped that the doomsday would end, the game would disappear, and humans would return to their previous lives. She sighed softly. Who knows? The two separated at a fork in the road outside the city, and flew away separately. The sun was about to set. As time went by, the number of survivors rushing here gradually increased. Renyu did not spend much effort to find 5 more survivors, one of whom was her resident, and the other 4 were from other territories. When she led the people back, the carriage drove into the city. Renyu immediately saw a skinny person lying in the middle of the road ahead. She hurriedly urged the horse to get closer, and dismounted to check. Several vines entangled her, and Renyu threw a few flying needles to repel them. She lowered her head to look at the person on the ground. This was a female survivor in her 30s. There were 2 unnatural blushes on her yellow paper-like face, and her breathing was heavy. It was obvious that she had a high fever. Hey, wake up. Are you okay? Renyu gently patted her shoulder, trying to wake her up. The curtain on the carriage was lifted from the inside, and a middle-aged man poked his head out and said anxiously, Don't move. Don't touch her. She may be infected with the zombie virus. The first step of being infected with the zombie virus is a persistent high fever, and then it starts to become a puppet from the inside, loses its mind, and starts to attack humans after it is completely mutated. They have witnessed too many such situations, and everyone is afraid of high fever. So it's no wonder he is nervous. Renyu threw another flying needle to repel a branch that was coming over, and waved his hand to the back, signaling that the man should not worry. A whisper came from the carriage. Hasn't this girl seen that kind of situation? They believed the instructions on the license, and were willing to give it a try, for the sake of safety, but no one expected that this girl was so innocent. Thinking about Renyu's rosy complexion, it was obvious that she had never experienced a major disaster. Could they really be the experience of the children of those legendary big families? What high-tech things have the big families developed, and are being deployed everywhere? Letting these people play with them? Several people suddenly felt a little more uneasy. Let's see. After all, we really didn't encounter zombies and mutant animals after binding the license, someone whispered. The discussion paused, and several people stared at the gap in the hollow carvings of the carriage nervously. In the middle of the road, Renyu first looked at her temporary skills. There was no purification, but there was a blood-adding skill. But blood-adding was not suitable for the current situation, and it could only be dispelled with props. But she didn't dare to use the elixir directly on this person, so she had to take out a steamed mutton bun, tear a little hole, and squeeze some of the soup in the filling into the unconscious woman's mouth. Roasted lamb or lamb stuffing, vegetarian steamed buns, dumplings all have the effect of dispelling negative influence. She suddenly laughed while operating. Is her brain muddled? The food items have such an effect because they have game attributes, and the pills made by the pharmacist also have game attributes. Food and pills are just different types, and the difference in the severity of the effect. Ordinary humans can use food items with attributes. Why can't pills be used? But the steamed buns have been broken open. The unconscious survivor also tried to swallow a little of the filling soup, and his breathing quickly began to stabilize. After waiting for a few more seconds, the woman on the ground slowly opened her eyes. Was she dead? Or was she hallucinating before she died? Otherwise, why would she have the taste of mutton in her mouth? Then her eyes moved slightly, and she saw Renyu wearing a mask and the clothes on her body. The woman closed her eyes again. She was really going to die. Otherwise, why would she see someone wearing ancient clothes and a strange mask? This must be someone from hell who came to take souls away. But how could the ox-headed and horse-faced demon be a delicate woman? Renyu saw her open her eyes and close them again, and couldn't help but say, Wake up. How are you? If you can move, eat this bun? Bun? Kaiyun smiled bitterly. Even if she didn't die, she must be dreaming. But this dream was so good. There was actually a bun. But since it was a dream, let's finish this dream. At least let her eat the bun before waking up. She suddenly opened her eyes, snatched the bun from Renyu's hand, stuffed it into her mouth in a few bites, and chewed it vigorously, as if she was venting something. Kaiyun was anxious because she was afraid that she would wake up before she finished eating, and would not be able to eat even an imaginary bun. Renyu did not think much about it, just thinking that she was extremely hungry, and said, Eat slowly, and observed her situation. The game props took effect quickly, and the flush on the survivor's face faded instantly, and her face was no longer sallow, but dry and dark from being exposed to the wind and sun. Kai-yun's chewing slowed down, and her eyes began to glaze over. How could the buns smell so good? They didn't smell fake. The mutton flavor was strong, and the bun skin had a strong floury flavor. The fillings weren't dry at all. She chewed it twice more, and swallowed it down with a gulp. It wasn't hard to swallow. The satisfaction of a slightly full stomach made Kai-yun blink rapidly, and she felt more and more that this was not a dream. Am I not in a dream? Finally, she met Renyu's gaze, and asked in confusion. Renyu smiled and said, "It's not a dream, I'm glad you woke up. By the way, which territory are you from?" "Territory resident." Oh, Kai-yun remembered, she found a box, got a permit, and came here according to the instructions, wanted to find a territory, and hurriedly said, "I'm here to find the Yoyu territory. Isn't this a coincidence?" Renyu helped her up, and said, "Get in the car." The people in the car were full of vigilance, and they were resisting. Several pairs of eyes looked at Renyu, who was stubborn and hesitated to speak. But the carriage belonged to someone else, and most of them were given a ride out of kindness. So it was hard to say much. They just watched Renyu and the woman getting closer and closer, and they became more and more panicked. The man who had previously spoken out to stop Renyu said, Renyu, she is a healthy person. She fainted on the road because of excessive fatigue. You don't have to worry." Several people looked at each other. Although they were at a certain distance, they also saw that the woman was clearly fainted due to a high fever. Renyu did not explain any more, but said, "Besides, aren't you still in the protection period? If she showed signs of infection, with the protection provided by the license, you should not be able to see her, right?" Several people thought about it, and it seemed to be the truth. After binding the license, the zombies disappeared from their sight. The reason why they said they disappeared from their sight was not that they disappeared from this world, because when they left their original station, those who did not bind the license were still panicking because of the appearance of zombies, and fled privately. They realized that the zombies had not disappeared, but they were protected. They were still a little worried at the time, but after walking for a while, they found that they really did not encounter zombies and mutant animals. The mutant plants on the street also became quiet in their eyes, as quiet as before the mutation. Along the way, they even stopped under the tree more than once, and still did not receive any attacks. So when they heard Renyu say this, they were completely relieved, and then looked at the woman who was helped into the carriage by Renyu, and it seemed that she really did not have a fever. Several people were confused again. Did they see it wrong? They were puzzled, but they still moved their seats, let Kai-yun come in and sit down, and chatted quietly. "Big sister, where are you from? How long did it take to walk? Which territory did you get the card from?" Renyu got on the horse again, and sent the other people to their territories first, except for a female player named Jelly. The other lords were not there. Jelly recognized Renyu and shouted in surprise, "Master!" Renyu looked at her in confusion. "Jelly is also an archer," she said happily. "I am a player from S City. I stood next to you twice when fighting Provincial Boss in Chaos Secret Realm. I didn't expect that we were actually teleported to the same city." The survivors next to him were all stunned. What? Players from S City? Could they really be the children of a big family who came out to train? Are they really just playing with you? But what is Chaos Secret Realm? What is a Provincial Boss? Advanced mutant animal? Or advanced zombie? Also, the little girl wearing armor mentioned a word, teleport. Oh my god, what is this world going to become? Why don't they know anything? Renyu is not aloof, she is just very focused when killing monsters, and does not pay much attention to which players have appeared around her. She smiled and said, "Hello, next time we meet in the Chaos Secret Realm, let's add each other as friends. The friend system in the ruins is still down, and there is no way to add." Jelly nodded repeatedly. "Okay. Master, by the way, where is your territory? If I meet the residents of your territory, I can show them the way." Renyu reported the name of the street in her territory, greeted with Jelly, drove away in the carriage, and headed towards the location of her territory. On the way, the carriage curtain was opened again, and another middle-aged survivor named Su Shinkai asked cautiously, "Girl, where are you from?" Su Shinkai laughed and said, "Why do I feel like I can't understand what you are saying? This is another resident of her territory besides Kai-yun. If this topic is opened, it will take a few words to explain." Renyu waved his hand to cut off a branch that bounced over, and did not mention the game. but reported the name of the previous city. Su Shunkai suddenly realized and was surprised. Didn't 5 or 6 high-level zombies unite to massacre the city over there? How did you escape? The dress is so strange. Rinyu turned around. Massacre? Su Shunkai didn't know what he was thinking of. He looked at Rinyu with a hint of fear, his face was slightly pale, and he nodded. It is said that no human was spared, and all the superpowers in your city died in that incident. This girl is from City A, how could she not know about this? Could she be a ghost, and forget her past lives? Rinyu turned around, and continued to look at the road ahead, and her heart was filled with turmoil. After a long while, she said again, do you believe that there are parallel universes in this world? The carriage was suddenly quiet. Su Shunkai felt even more horrified. Rinyu was also silent. She had to fly to City A before the ruins mission was almost over. When she was about to arrive at the territory, Rinyu saw from a distance another survivor waiting outside the territory, a thin boy who looked only 17 or 18 years old. It was unknown whether he was shown the way by someone, or whether he came here on his own. Yuan Ziyu looked at the approaching carriage, nervous and curious. Years of dangerous encounters made him instinctively want to hide, but there was no place to hide nearby. The territory behind him was safe, but he needed the Lord to grant permission to enter. So he didn't know where to go. The Lord is back. The uncle named Kai Chong who had talked to him in the territory before came out and said with a smile, is it the Lord who came? Yuan Ziyu looked at the dark and thin uncle next to him, and felt a little relieved. Uncle Kai was a resident of Yoyu territory. When he came over, he came out to chat with him. There were also a few other residents who didn't come out, but also greeted him through the fence. They all seemed very gentle. Rinyu's carriage stopped, and he said we're here to the 2 people in the carriage, and then he looked at the boy. Hello, I'm Yoyu. It turned out that the territories were named after names. Yuan Ziyu smiled, and said, hello. Lord, my name is Yuan Ziyu. Welcome. Kai Yun and Su Shunkai also got off the carriage, and looked at the territory curiously. Come in. Rinyu put away the wooden horse and the carriage, opened the permissions for the 3 people, and led them in. Yuan Ziyu had seen the reminder popped up in the void. Kai Yun and Su Shunkai saw it for the first time, and were curious and confused. Afterwards, Rinyu received a reminder. Territory residence plus 3, territory defense increased by 300, territory advancement plus 300. Would you like to set the resident activity permissions? Rinyu was about to set the activity permissions, when a text message popped up in front of him again. Congratulations on completing the Finding Survivors mission. Received 3 cubic meters of concrete, 5,000 stones, 3 bonfires, 5 beast-repelling incense, increased territory defense by 1,000, increased territory advancement by 1,000, you gain 10,000 experience points, increased shield energy by 50,000. Mission completed? Rinyu was stunned. 10 people are full? The number of residents in the territory has reached 10, deducted 2,000 advancement points. The territory has been upgraded to a large territory. The territory size has increased by 5 times. The upper limit of the number of residents is 50. The Lord is no longer restricted by whether he has a license to take in residence. Added points for placing territory protection animals. Players can place their own pets. Players without pets can choose not to place them. Activated the team mode between the Lord and residents of this territory. Next, you can continue to build your own territory. The territory suddenly began to change, melting. The towering buildings outside the territory were expanded outwards. The protective shield was smart enough to grow larger, but the wall was not so smart. It became half-covered and looked a little funny. 10 residents looked at this scene in surprise. Earth-related ability? It doesn't seem like it. I've never seen anyone with Earth-related ability that can swallow street buildings. After the territory was expanded, Rinyu walked forward with satisfaction and replanned it. First, she waved her hand, and a row of new stone houses built with concrete and neat stones appeared. She changed the previous design, no longer divided the living room and bedroom, and directly made it into dormitories with partitions. Each dormitory had its own independent doors and windows. But the room she lived in was slightly larger, and there was a production room next to it. After all, her puppets had to work. The previous stone house was demolished again. Before demolition, the puppets that were still working inside were collected. Storage boxes and furniture. After replanning the location, it was rebuilt, and it was also directly built into a dormitory mode. The turret was also put away and relocated. The residents were stunned by her move again, which was also a skill they had never seen in a superpower. This is not a supernatural power, this is simply magic. The residents felt relieved. Even if they were really the children of a big family, what would it matter? With such a capable person leading them, would they still have trouble getting along? Bao Jiangnan did not dare to find fault anymore, and when Renyu turned around, he quickly showed a flattering smile on his face. Renyu did not look at him much. She reset the permissions for several people, temporarily changing the dormitory from a multi-person dormitory to a double room, and there were still several rooms left after the arrangement. She said, the double room may be temporary or permanent, and there will be new residents moving in the future. If the house cannot be built in time due to lack of materials, we can only add people to your dormitory. The residents naturally had no objection. This place belongs to others, and he just showed off his skills. Who can have any objection? Next, everyone was enlightened again. Renyu released the puppet as the territory's guardian beast. What kind of mutant is this? Lucia exclaimed. Her daughter Xiaoyu was timid and hid behind her mother. Renyu smiled and said, this is my pet shark butler. When I go out, it will stay in the territory to protect your safety. Lord, will it attack us when you are not here? Yangli asked nervously. Renyu, I have set it up. It will only attack people or mutants that threaten the territory. As long as you do not maliciously destroy the territory or harm other residents of the territory, the shark butler will not attack you. Everyone nodded, still with a trace of doubt in their hearts. But this shark seemed to be very quiet, standing there like a pillar. Without blinking, Renyu went to the side to do an experiment. The shark butler was placed in the territory as a protective animal. Could she release other pets? After testing it, it was feasible. She successfully released the red-headed eagle. The residents were already numb with shock from her successive operations, and they seemed to be getting used to it. The sky gradually darkened. Renyu took out a bonfire and placed it in the middle of the yard. There is a certain difference between a bonfire and a fire. It can cook food, and there is no time limit. But when extreme cold comes, a bonfire can only warm the space around it, and you need to get close to it to keep warm. The fire has a time limit, but in extreme cold weather, it can warm the entire territory like a central air conditioner, and it is constant temperature. Renyu greeted the residents and asked everyone to go back to their houses to rest. She was going to go out again to see if there were any survivors. But Kai Chong and Kabaoquan came to ask her if she had any wood, as they were going to expand the fence. Renyu originally wanted to use the construction skill, but considering that the residents had the opportunity to activate their skills while working, and the labor intensity of building a fence was not high, but he still said, you can take a break, and do it tomorrow. There is no need to rush. Kai Chong smiled and said, I'm not tired. I'm full of energy now. Renyu knew that it was because of the game props that they ate, which helped them recover their physical strength. It is also possible that the two people were too excited to activate their skills just now, and they had ignored their physical fatigue. She said, okay, take it easy. If you feel tired, don't force yourself. She took the wood from the ruins and put it on the open space next to it. She said, there is not much wood. It is unlikely that the wall can be built. Let's go out to find materials tomorrow. Okay. Renyu went to the new workshop, released the puppets to continue working, closed the doors and windows, left the territory, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The other residents did not rest as she wished. They ate the compressed biscuits sent by Renyu and drank the water she sent. I don't know if there was something in their stomachs, or if the things given by Yoyu had such a miraculous effect. The fatigue from the journey almost disappeared. Under the leadership of Kai Chong, they began to help repair the wall. Kai Chong and Kabaoquan did not hide the fact that they had awakened their special abilities, and told everyone about the opportunity for awakening. So even Bao Jiangnan was very active in this spontaneous labor. If he could really awaken special abilities, like Kai Chong and the others, it would be worth it even if the Lord did not give him material rewards. Special abilities. That is special abilities. He just hoped that he would be luckier than Kai Chong and the others. The special abilities that the two awakened were not combat special abilities. He hoped that he could awaken combat special abilities. If he really got his wish, he would not even have to stay in the territory. He could still do well even if he left the territory. Renyu ate dinner while rushing on the road. She consumed today's game props, grilled fish. The number of game food props seemed to be limited only to her, and there was no limit for residents. During this period, she received reminders from residents to repair the fence, including Kabuchuan's daughter Xiaoyu, who passed all of them. But she couldn't guarantee whether she could awaken the skills. until the night mode officially arrived. Rinyu found a total of 7 or 8 survivors, all of whom were residents of other territories. She felt that there should be no more residents exclusive to her. Were only 10 licenses issued to each territory? Isn't this number too small? But think about it, it's not just Huangshe that has territories, there are probably players who have established territories in other urban areas. And because the ruins have experienced countless natural disasters, and their superpowers suddenly disappeared, there must be humans who died for one reason or another, so the number of survivors cannot be judged by the normal population of each city. Their number may be much smaller than Rinyu imagined. However, despite this speculation, Rinyu did not intend to rob other territories of their residents. A single tree does not make a forest. Her own territory alone is not strong enough. Everyone's territory must be developed. So she came out purely to volunteer. 2 of the people she found were from the Starry Sky territory. After she sent them there, the Starry Sky mission was completed. Some of the other territories completed their missions, while some had less than 10 people. Several Lord players no longer went out to look for survivors, and returned to their territories early to avoid the night mode. Chapter 110 Mutated Elm Tree. Rinyu helped to send people over, and the few players who stayed in the territory came out to thank her, and took the people in. When Rinyu sent people over before, as long as she could meet the Lord, she would tell her guests and let them pay attention to this rescue mission. But if she couldn't meet the Lord himself, her message couldn't be delivered. But even if a few player lords heard what Rinyu said, not all of them agreed. They thought that these survivors were the product of the game. Rinyu couldn't influence everyone, and her ability was limited. She just did her best. Besides, the night mode was coming, and it was even more impossible for players to step out of the territory to search. After sending the last survivor, Rinyu drove the Delta Wing back to the territory in seconds. The moment she stepped into the territory, the night mode was officially turned on. Everyone was still busy. But while they were busy, Siyu suddenly exclaimed. The exclamation was not sharp. The child was trying to restrain her fear. Monsters are coming. The mutant animals that had been hiding somewhere during the day appeared. The fire attracted them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the others looked over to Xiaoyu, the turrets and shark butlers started attacking automatically, and a large crowd of people were lying outside. Don't panic, the monsters can't get in, Rinyu comforted. It's night mode, everyone go back to the house and rest, and we'll do it tomorrow. Night mode? Kaiyun asked. They knew that the mutants were particularly active after dark, but they had never used the term night mode to describe it. The mutants can be seen now, because some people's protection time has expired. Kubao Quan and his wife also saw the mutant animals again. But Su Shunkai and Yanli had not finished their time limit yet, and they could not see the green eyes outside. Rinyu explained, it is especially dangerous at night. The fire will attract monsters, and there may be other changes. So she did not dare to risk staying outside. She asked everyone to put down the wood in their hands and return to their dormitories. Rinyu also put away the bonfire, and the whole territory fell into darkness. The monsters outside retreated like a tide. Rinyu stood outside for a while, and then returned to the house. First, he went to the workshop to pack the low-grade wooden beds made by the carpenter puppet, and then knocked on the doors to place them. Everyone had seen Rinyu wave her hand to open a row of houses, so it didn't seem strange to see her suddenly take out a row of wooden beds. Today is too busy, and preparations are not in time. You guys make do with it first. Tomorrow, see if you can find some leaves of mutant plants, dry them, and spread them on the beds, Rinyu said. Bao Jiangnan was a little uneasy. I hope the Lord didn't hear his complaints during the day. The territory is certainly not that smart. Rinyu just thinks this is basic operation. The first night, when the residents were full, was relatively stable. But other territories were not stable. The Lookout territory. In order to cope with the initial task, the player Lookout built 3 triangular wooden houses with limited wood. The space was too small. Only one person could live in one wooden house. The other residents could only lie on the open space outside to rest. The sky is the blanket. The ground is the bed. The materials in the ruins are too scarce. Before he finished the construction, he received a rescue mission. And just now, he actually received a 24-hour survival mission. He was not given any time to breathe. Surviving for 24 hours. It should be easy. Next, the Lookout experienced a cruel reality. Rinyu woke up in the morning and ate a mutton soup bun first, which consumed the props for today. After breakfast, she prepared to go to Zongao's territory to trade Trojans with him. When she walked out of the stone house, She subconsciously glanced outside the territory and was stunned. She actually saw a few wandering zombies at the street corner more than 20 meters away. Is it because the survivors appeared when they first came in? This place should have been deliberately processed by the game, so there were no mutant plants and zombies. Later, mutant plants appeared first, but the number of mutant monsters was very small. Unexpectedly, the rescue mission brought all the survivors to the territory, and some of the original changes here also gradually appeared. Renew left the territory, rode on the wooden horse. First waved her hand to cut off a few strips of paper of mutant plants attacking her, then cut out a bow and arrow, aimed at a zombie in the distance, and shot it. The zombie fell down. Skills. Renew was relieved. Then she tried the skills on a mutant tree next to her, but it was still ineffective. Could it be that because zombies have evolved superpowers, they can use skills to attack? She killed zombies while rushing on the road. Soon, she encountered a zombie that did not eat skills, and her attack was ineffective. The zombie roared and ran towards her. Renew had no choice but to use a crossbow, and killed it accurately. When they arrived at Zhong Dao's territory, Zhong Dao was standing at the edge of the territory, looking outside, frowning. He also discovered the mutant species of zombies after waking up. His territory didn't even have a wall, although the zombies didn't rush in. Who knew what the game would do next? What if he fell asleep one day, and the zombies rushed in again? Seeing Renew coming over, he said, "Are those zombies easy to kill?" Renew, easy to kill. But some zombies are affected by skills, and some zombies are not. Zhong Dao didn't understand. What do you mean? Renew told him his inference, and Zhong Dao immediately cursed him as a dog game. It's fine to use ordinary tools to cut mutant plants, but you actually have to use them to fight zombies. Renew had a crossbow in his hand, and he shot it at a zombie not far away, killing it. He smiled and said, "I made this mechanical prop myself, which can attack all zombies that rely on skills, and those that don't. Do you want it? But there is a limit on how many times it can be used." "Yes. Yes. Yes," Zhong Dao said hurriedly. "But can we only trade with game materials?" He also lacked materials in the ruins. Zhong Dao's territory was not full, and the buildings were not so complete. But it was better than the territory of the lookout. A simple stone house, a row of wooden sheds with only 3 walls. But he spread a thick layer of dead leaves on the ground, and the survivors slept on the dead leaves in the shed. These can be done slowly, and the most important thing at present is to quickly build the wall, so he can only trade with game materials. Yes, wood, minerals or food materials are all fine. The two completed the transaction, and Renew turned and left. Zhong Dao immediately rode the wooden horse back and forth in the territory, testing the skills of the wooden horse, and was happy and regretful. If there was a means of transportation yesterday, I should have found a few more survivors. I don't know if I can find other survivors today. At this time, the residents of his territory also woke up one after another. They were confused at first, and then realized that they had arrived in the territory. Although the territory was simple, it seemed safe at the moment. But this kind of safety did not make people feel at ease. After all, who would fully trust a territory that was open on all sides and had no walls? This kind of insecurity reached its peak when someone saw zombies wandering outside. Ah, zombies. Will the zombies rush in? Everyone gathered together and looked at the vertical path nervously. Zhong Dao decided to show them his skills. He used a skill first, and instantly killed several zombies. As for the few zombies that were ineffective, he used the crossbow he had just obtained to kill them instantly. Seeing how powerful he was, the residents were slightly relieved, but they still urged him to build the wall quickly. Zhong Dao was overwhelmed by the noise. Here, Renew returned to the territory. Her residents were relatively stable. Shark Deacon can kill zombies that approach the territory, but some zombies are not affected by its skills. The turret is a mechanical prop. It can attack all mutants that are affected by skills or not, and can help the Shark Butler finish off the enemy, no matter what kind. It will kill instantly. This makes the residents feel safe. But when Renew formed a team and invited them to join the team to go out to get supplies, everyone became nervous again. Can they fight zombies? We don't have superpowers. Some zombies have awakened superpowers and can kill people without getting close. No residents activated their skills during the construction of the wall last night, and Bao Jiangnan was a little disappointed. But due to Renew's strength, he was a little afraid again. He didn't find faults like he did yesterday. but just asked normal questions. Renew released the red-headed eagle and said, "My pet can kill mutants with superpowers. It can also attack remotely. I can kill mutants without superpowers. But I only have 2 hands after all. I have no time to find resources to deal with these mutants. Without resources, the territory cannot be expanded. Without expansion, the territory defense cannot be increased. When we encounter advanced mutants, we will not be able to resist." She killed more than 1 zombie on the way to the territory of the vertical road. But nothing was dropped. And the mutants that could explode things a few days ago were not easily encountered. She couldn't stay in the territory without going out, or she would be unable to do anything except killing zombies and other mutants. The Lord is right, we have to go out. Kai Chong and Kabaoquan were eager to try. Kabaoquan wanted to find some vines to make a few whips and a few vests. Kai Chong wanted to find wood to make a wooden hammer, so that he could test the power of the hammer when he encountered zombies again. Then, he would make some for others, so that everyone could have the ability to kill zombies. They couldn't always count on Renew. What if they disappeared like the superpowers one day? Others also realized this reality, and stopped resisting. "Let's have breakfast first, and then we'll set off." Renew took out a few boiled potatoes, and distributed them to everyone, indicating that they were rewards for their efforts in building the wall last night. Although the intensity of the work last night was not great, they still needed to be encouraged appropriately. After all, she didn't have any worse supplies. But the boiled potatoes made all the residents' eyes red with excitement. "Potatoes, it's actually potatoes. I didn't expect the Lord to actually take out potatoes." "Thank you, Lord," everyone said. Renew said again, "Just call me Yu." Others ate in small bites. Bao Jiangnan swallowed the potatoes in 2 or 3 bites, smacked his lips and said, "Fragrant, too fragrant." His eyes rolled around. At this moment, he changed his mind again. "I felt that staying in this territory before awakening the superpowers didn't seem so bad. As long as you put in a little work, you can get food. The disaster has been going on for so long. And the little girl can still take out rare food like potatoes. I wonder what other good things she has in her space." Although he is greedy, Bao Jiangnan dare not show his greed. Instead, he is quietly calculating how to exchange food with the least labor performance. The zombies near the territory have been cleared. But when they walked to the street corner, there were more zombies on the road. A zombie discovered them, and was about to launch an attack. But the red-headed eagle's skill had already passed. In terms of attack speed, these zombies are not as good as the red-headed eagle. If there are 1 or 2 that are not down, Renew will finish them off. If there are mutant plants that are causing trouble, Renew will throw flying needles to repel them. The residents are completely relieved. Kabaoquan saw a vine-like mutant plant and said, "Lord, can you help me kill it? I will dig it out, and try to see if it can be used as weaving material." Renew suddenly reacted. Her construction skills can directly determine the trees that can be cut, the soil and stones that can be used, but it is ineffective for weeds. "Then just dig it out, and have a look." Renew stepped forward. The vines whipping her would not cause any harm to her. She just grabbed it violently, and pulled it up by the roots. The vines that had just left the soil were not dead yet. They were still whipping and entangled. Renew ignored it, and directly took out a torch to burn its roots. The mutant plant's wrestling movements gradually stopped, and it died completely. Kabaoquan hurriedly took it over. As soon as he held it in his hand, he said happily, "It can be used. After drying it at noon, make a whip. Then dig a few more. And make a few more whips to share with others. Don't worry. I will give you a material reward." Kabaoquan wanted to say no. It's just a few whips. And the materials were dug by Renew. But he suddenly realized that they didn't have much supplies. And his wife and daughter also needed to eat. So he said embarrassedly, "Okay." Kai Chong was also excited. He also had the skills to earn materials. Others were very envious. After walking for about 2 hours, everyone left the city. No usable wood soil, etc. were found on the road. But a lot of vines were dug. Renew also officially confirmed the imperfection of the construction technique. Not only this flaw, there are other flaws. Sun Wei found a mutant elm tree in the distance at a certain intersection. The elm tree was full of elm seeds. Each elm seed was the size of a bowl and the thickness of a palm. Renew took a glance and knew that this tree could not be cut down. But the residents said that the mutant elm tree could be killed. After killing it, not only can you eat the elm seeds, but also its bark. It's just that they don't have special powers, so it's hard to kill. And it's hard to get close to. Although it seemed easy for Renyu to deal with the branches from the mutant trees, they were not easy to deal with. The mutant branches were not only very strong, but also very fast and fierce. If you were not careful, you would get cuts on your body. Once you were injured, you would be very susceptible to infection. It was very dangerous. It was okay before there were superpowers, but after they disappeared, it was very difficult for them to kill a tree. Seeing that the residents were so confident, she had to go up to the fungus first, and then use the force to float in the air and pull down some elm seeds. She asked suspiciously, "Is it really edible?" While everyone was curious about why she didn't know that the mutant elm seeds were edible, they took the elm seeds that looked like sesame cakes from her hand and took a bite, and ate them with relish. Renyu also took a bite and immediately raised her eyebrows. "It's really edible, and the taste is actually quite good. It's slightly sweet and sticky when chewed, like eating okra. Since it's edible, she won't be polite." She walked over with the axe, and with one axe, the elm tree fell down, and she waved her hand to put it in the package. Renyu immediately laughed in anger. It looked like a tree that couldn't be cut down, but it was knocked down with one axe. What a dog game, what a dog game. She went to chop down a few mutant trees next to her, but the attack was invalid again. The mutant elm tree just now was considered a hidden monster. Chapter 111 Kuyu activates the throwing technique. Following all the way to the outskirts of the city, the residents actually had a lot of doubts. In their eyes, they didn't know why Renyu didn't cut down so many trees in the city, and had to go so far to find them outside the city. Are the greening trees planted in the city of poor quality? They remembered that when Renyu cut down the elm tree before, he took an axe to knock on a mutant sycamore tree next to it, and then came back, and didn't do anything else. Later, except for finding some mutant vines, he didn't knock on the trees planted on both sides of the road. Yuanzi whispered, "The Lord may be considering the green environment of the city. Although the plants have mutated, they can't all be cut down. Have you forgotten the role these mutated trees played in the tornado before?" Everyone suddenly realized. However, cutting down a few less trees will not have a big impact. But suddenly I thought that there are not only the Yu territory, but also other territories. This Lord led people to cut down a few trees, and that Lord led people to cut down a few trees. I guess the city will be bald before I know it. It's okay to be outside the city. The Lord and her pets are with them along the way, and they didn't encounter any danger. Renyu glanced ahead and saw a few trees that could be felled, and some dirt that could be dug. She waved her hands to hit the branches and leaves that bounced back, while thinking about how to assign work to everyone. Trees must be cut by everyone, and the residents must also dig the dirt. But there were mutant plants all around, and her residents could not resist the whipping of these mutant branches. But she couldn't let them hide or do it herself. So what was the point of bringing them out? While she was thinking, Yanli had already walked to her side with a notched shovel given by Renyu, bent down and shoveled the dirt, and said as he shoveled, "Lord, let's dig from here. You help us solve the harassment of these mutant plants. We will dig the dirt first, and when we are almost done, we will go cut trees." Renyu looked down as he moved, and Yanli had successfully shoveled 2 shovels, and piled them aside. She had an idea, and tried to pick it up, and succeeded. In her opinion, the soil under Yanli's feet could not be dug, but there were several places more than 10 meters ahead that clearly indicated that it could be dug. But Yanli could dig the soil under his feet, and she could also collect the soil dug by Yanli. So, they and the rescuers actually complemented each other. The game gave these players some abilities, and set up the illusion of resource shortage in the ruins. But this illusion did not exist for the survivors. But the survivors have no ability to deal with these mutants, and need the protection of the players. Renyu let out a long breath, and turned to the other residents. Those with shovels, dig the soil. Those with axes, chop trees. And those without tools, pick up big rocks. Don't stay too far away from me. Kai Chong, Bao Quan and Bao Jiangnan walked towards the mutant poplar trees next to them. Renyu asked them to take charge of 1 tree each. Bao Jiangnan was a little disappointed with this arrangement, and his opportunistic plan failed. When the poplar saw someone approaching, it swung its branches to hit. Renyu kept moving her hands, and knocked them all away. Lucia, Sunwei, Kaiyun started digging nearby. Su Shenkai and Yuanzi were responsible for finding large rocks. Kuyu also wanted to work. She wanted to help her mother, but Renyu was not so conscienceless as to use child labor, and waved at her with a smile. "Come and help your sister fight monsters." She stuffed a low-level plum blossom dart into her hand, and asked her to find a mutant tree in a direction where no one was, and throw it for fun. Try to see if you can throw it, Rinyu taught her. If you can throw it, the plum blossom dart will fly to your hand by itself. You don't have to be afraid, and you don't have to hide, just catch it with your hand. If you can't throw it, it means that the survivors can't use the mechanical props. But the mechanical props are pure physical attacks, which can kill zombies and mutant plants without superpowers, so the possibility that the survivors can use it should be relatively high. Kuyu nodded, her face flushed with excitement. She aimed at a direction, and threw it hard at a mutant tree. The plum blossom dart flew out, and the plum blossom dart did not hit the tree, but the wooden thorn hidden in the plum blossom dart accidentally hit a flying mutant branch, and it shrunk back. The plum blossom dart flew back, and Kuyu took it in her hand without much effort, and threw it out again. Fun! The little girl's face was red with joy. Rinyu also smiled knowingly, just teasing her. Let Kuyu play by herself, she continued to protect the residents. Kai Chong and the other two were really able to chop down trees, which was a normal progress. But Rinyu could still see that Kai Chong was a little different from the other two, seemingly more professional in his movements, and the angle of his chopping was more perfect, probably because he had awakened the carpenter's skill. Rinyu only had to be responsible for not letting those branches hit them. At the same time, we must also take into account the zombies that have escaped the net, and the safety of several other residents. Suddenly, a prompt popped up in front of him. Congratulations. Your resident Kuyu accidentally activated the throwing skill. As a lord, you get 1 square of concrete, 2,000 stones, 600 more territory defense, 600 more territory advancement, and 5,000 experience points. Rinyu waved his hand to knock away several branches, and turned to look at Kuyu. The little girl was confused, and she obviously saw the text that popped up in the void. Xiaoyu, come here, Rinyu shouted, and waved her hand to throw out a bunch of flying needles. Kuyu ran over. The shock on her face had not yet dissipated, and she said, Sister, Rinyu smiled and said, You activated the throwing technique. Tell me what it will do. Kuyu was a little surprised again. She didn't expect that the Lord's sister saw the text just now. She said, I can use anything as a weapon, and I can hit the target I want to hit. But the distance cannot be too far, and I can't throw it accurately if it exceeds 15 meters. Kuyu thought of something, and began to jump excitedly, and said in a cheerful and high voice, I can fight zombies. Kubaoquan didn't know what happened to his daughter. He was chopping trees, and turned his head to follow his daughter's words, and encouraged with a smile, then grow up quickly. And when you grow up and become stronger, you can kill zombies. Lucia, who was digging the soil over there, also heard her daughter's cheers, thinking that her daughter was playing a game of house with the Lord. Just now, she heard the Lord calling her daughter to help him fight monsters. How could Xiaoyu fight monsters? The Lord just wanted to play with her, because she was young. He smiled and said, Xiaoyu, you can play, but don't disturb the Lord. Just then, a zombie that didn't rely on skills came towards them. Rinyu asked Kuyu to pick up a stone and throw it at the zombie, hit its head. The zombie was about 10 meters away from them. The skills of the red-headed eagle had no effect on it. Xiaoyu bent down, picked up a marble-sized stone, and threw it at the zombie. The stone hit the zombie's forehead accurately. A hole appeared on the zombie's forehead, and it fell to the ground and died. Good. Good, it's quite lethal. I just don't know if the zombies with superpowers can be killed in one shot. Zombies with superpowers around were killed instantly by the red-headed eagle, so we could only find another chance to try. Rinyu smiled and touched her head, and gave her a few plum blossom darts, said, Help your sister to fight those mutant branches that attack your dad and his men. After coaxing their daughter, Kubaoquan and Lucia smiled knowingly, and lowered their heads to focus on the work in their hands, and did not notice their daughter's skill. The others were the same. They all thought that the Lord was beating the mutants while playing with the children. They smiled kindly, and paid no attention. They only thought to themselves that this Lord was really good. He was so patient. Xiaoyu had just mastered the supernatural power, and she was having a lot of fun using the props that could fly back when thrown. Of course, more importantly, she had a sense of mission, seeing that the branches that originally wanted to whip her father and others were repelled by her. She felt a sense of pride. She waved her two little arms alternately, and beat back the mutant branches. The weapon given to her by the Lord's sister became unusable after a few uses. But later, the Lord's sister gave her several more beautiful props to play with, which she used more times than the plum blossom darts before. Renyu stood by to finish off the enemy. When Lucia looked up at her daughter after working for a while, she couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao you. Her daughter was actually throwing the same weapon that the Lord had used all the way here, and she was hitting the branches flying around in the air with high accuracy. Was it really not the Lord who secretly attacked? She walked quickly to her daughter's side, looked at her daughter, who was busy and chattering in surprise, and then looked at Renyu, who was standing beside her with his arms hanging down, and asked in confusion, Lord, what is this? Renyu smiled and said, Congratulations, your daughter has realized the supernatural power throwing technique. Lucia covered her mouth in disbelief. Her eyes were red. Kuya found that her mother was here, but she didn't throw herself into her mother's arms and act like a spoiled child like before, because the Lord's sister just said that. She would be rewarded with material for her meritorious service in killing monsters, and she could earn material for herself to support her parents. Therefore, although she was very happy that her mother could come and see her display her superpowers, she still said with a stern face, Mom, I'm working, so I won't talk to you. Lucia silently shed tears and silently bowed to Renyu to thank her. She knew that it was Renyu who gave her daughter the opportunity to awaken her superpowers. Kubalquan discovered it when he straightened his waist to relieve muscle soreness. He was also extremely shocked after learning that his daughter had awakened superpowers. His eyes were also red with excitement. Other residents also gradually learned about it and were very envious. The one that he envied the most was Bao Jiangyan. He just wanted to awaken an ability to attack, but he didn't awaken it when he built the wall, and he didn't awaken it after cutting trees for a while, but he didn't expect that a little girl would awaken an ability to attack. Renyu didn't let Kuya keep throwing it down, because she was afraid that the little girl would get tired, so she let her rest beside her after beating her for a while, and she took over. He didn't intend to use child labor, but ended up being a black-hearted capitalist. While beating, he was thinking about how to get other residents to activate their skills. They have the ability to make a living, and they also benefit from it. It's a win-win situation. While she was thinking, Bao Jiangnan was a little impatient. He looked at the progress of the 3 tree-cutting teams. Kaichong made the fastest progress, probably because he awakened the carpenter ability. Kubalquan was not slow either. After all, he was also a person with supernatural powers. He was the only one who made the slowest progress. Bao Jiangnan did not admit that he did not try his best. He was more dissatisfied with Renyu. He came over with anger suppressed and said, Lord, can I borrow your axe? He saw Renyu fell a tree with one axe. Rather than borrowing an axe, he actually wanted to say that Renyu could easily chop down trees by himself. Why did he have to enslave them? But he didn't have the courage, so he had to settle for the second best and asked to borrow an axe, which was actually a hint for Renyu to help. Renyu glanced at him, took out an axe from the package, and handed it over. Bao Jiangnan didn't dare to look at Renyu's gaze, and reached out to take the axe. When Renyu let go, he fell to his knees with a plop, and his face changed drastically. Others watched this scene nervously, thinking that the Lord had given Bao Jiangnan some punishment. Bao Jiangnan got up from the ground in a panic, and tried to pick up the axe on the ground in disbelief. He tried but couldn't move it. He tried his best to lift the axe with both hands. Lord, Xiaoyu, help your sister take care of your father and others. Don't let them be hit by the mutated branches. After Renyu finished speaking, she bent down and picked up the axe, walked to the tree that Bao Jiangnan was responsible for, and chopped it down. The tree didn't change at all. She stood up, stared at Bao Jiangnan coldly, and said, Did you see it? It's not that I deliberately let you work, but most of the trees didn't react after I chopped them down. Of course, she deliberately let them participate in the work before, because she didn't want to support idle people. But now that she has discovered this game setting, so yes and no have become no, and she said it with confidence. Besides, she was lucky this tree was a background decoration for her, not a hidden monster. Otherwise it would be embarrassing. Then she raised her hand and pointed at the woods in front of her with more confidence. There is another tree that I can cut down. Renyu used a wind escape, and instantly appeared in front of a mutant locust tree in the distance, chopped it down with an axe, and the locust tree fell to the ground. She raised her hand to put it away, and then harvested other trees one by one. She chopped down several background decorations with a bang, but there was no response. She teleported back confidently, and looked at Bao Jiangnan with a cold gaze. Did you see it? Teleport? The residents widened their eyes in shock. When the superpowers didn't disappear, they didn't see anyone with the superpower of teleportation. This was still full of fantasy for them, making them feel that they had opened their eyes, and they were more in awe of Renew. Bao Jiangnan was sweating profusely, and his legs were shaking like sieves, and he said with a wry smile, "Lord, I didn't mean that. I just think my axe is too blunt. I want to borrow an axe." He didn't say clearly what he really disliked, but his expression said it all. Renew wasn't stupid, and he couldn't even see that. Renew ignored Bao Jiangnan's sophistry for the time being. She first raised her hand, and threw a few flying needles, to repel a few branches that were about to hit Kubaoquan and the others. Xiaoyu was attracted by her, and forgot to attack. Then Renew tapped the ground with her toes, and continued, including the soil on the ground. "You can dig it at will." "But I can't." "I will dig away the few places that can be dug before we return." "Xiaoyu, keep fighting monsters. Don't stop." "Okay, sister." The little girl stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, thinking to herself that the Lord's sister might really know magic. Otherwise, why could she disappear in a flash? Appear somewhere else, and then come back here from a distance in an instant. She was shocked by Renyu's move and forgot her work. Renyu took out a shovel and dug twice. Everyone found it strange that although they felt that the shovel had penetrated deep into the soil, there was nothing on the shovel when the Lord pried it up, and the place where the shovel had been inserted. It seemed as if they were dazzled just now, and there was no trace. "Why is this? It's so strange." Renyu then looked at Bao Jiangnan and responded to his previous words. "You have tried the axe. Can you go back to work?" Bao Jiangnan didn't dare to say anything else, and went back to work with a sullen look. At noon, Renyu threw out a wooden house for everyone to rest. Kubaoquan and Kai Chong did not rest. Kubaoquan was drying vines in the sun outside, and Kai Chong was chopping wood. His awakened carpenter skills made him very handy, including cutting trees several times faster than the other two. Before the break, he had cut down 5 trees, and Kubaoquan and Bao Jiangnan each cut down 2. At this time, he cut the wood into different sizes according to his own ideas, and put them in the sun to dry. When they are completely dried, he can process the weapons he wants. Bao Jiangnan's arms were as soft as noodles from exhaustion, but he didn't dare to rest. After all, he had offended the Lord not long ago. He forced himself to come out to see if there was any work he could do. Of course, even if it wasn't for anything else, it had to be for the awakening of skills. Renyu was not idle either. She took out the elm money tree and picked elm money with Xiaoyu. The others discussed finding broken stones to build a stove, and the Lord said that she had a pot and water, so they could cook elm money porridge. Fortunately, although the sun was scorching today, it didn't burn my skin like those days, so I could do some work under the sun. Renyu originally wanted to take out a bonfire and set it up, but when he heard that they wanted to build a stove, he suddenly had an idea and gave them a plan. 3 people in a group use rubble to build it, another group in a pile of clay stoves, and the remaining one is responsible for cooking, to see if he can awaken the skill. Of course, I am just suggesting it. Otherwise everyone will work in vain, and will not be able to awaken. Who will build the stove? What kind of stove? You can choose by guessing the shell, and the rest depends on your luck. Sunwei said, "Lord, the clay stove needs a lot of water." Renyu, "I will provide it." "No, no, no, no." Everyone waved their hands. "It's too wasteful. Why don't we not build the clay stove first, and wait until we collect some wastewater? The water at the Lord's place is all good water." He gave them 2 cups of sweet and clear water in the morning. Such good water should be kept for drinking and cooking. How can it be used for making mud? Renyu smiled and said, "If 1 or 2 of you can activate the skill, this little water is nothing. You can save money on other things, but don't save money on this kind of thing." Everyone felt distressed and moved. I felt lucky to have met a good Lord. The 7 people who didn't awaken the skill used the guessing game to divide the type of stove, and the person who would be responsible for cooking. Lucia, Bao Jiangnan and Yang Li were drawn to the group that made the mud stove. Bao Jiangnan breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to building with stones, he felt that making a clay stove had a greater chance of awakening the skill. But he envied Su Shenkai more, because there was only 1 quota for cooking, and Su Shenkai got it. If he could activate the skill, Su Shenkai would have taken the opportunity himself, and he only had 1/3 of the chance. Kai Yun, Sun Wei, and Yuan Ziyu got the chance to build a stove with stones, and the 3 of them had no complaints, and got up to find stones. Others also started to get busy. Those who made the clay stove first dug the soil, piled up the soil, and dug a pit in the middle to prevent the water poured in from flowing out. Although it hurt, Rinyu said she would take the stove away, and it could be used in the territory. Kaiyun and the other two picked up some gravel nearby, and came back to discuss and show how to build a stove for cooking. Kuyu was young after all, and was exhausted from the busy work in the morning. Her eyelids started to droop after she had been pulling elm seeds for a while. Rinyu carried her into the wooden house to rest, and came back to continue pulling elm seeds. It was a busy scene. Chapter 112 Blacksmith and Fire Magic, Catching Insects. When Zhong Dao came out to look for resources, he encountered such a harmonious and busy scene. He was not shocked to see Yu, but he was a little surprised to see her with the residents of the territory. Rinyu also saw him, and greeted him with a smile. Zhong Dao rode over on his horse and said, "Why are there so few zombies around here? I asked you to clean them all up." He got off the horse, put the wooden horse into the bag, glanced at Bao Jiangnan and the others who were busy, and whispered to Rinyu, "Why did you bring them all out?" Rinyu was also shocked. "You came out alone?" Zhong Dao nodded. "Yes. It's so dangerous outside. Those survivors, let alone fighting zombies, may be injured or die if they are hit by mutant plants. How could I dare to bring them out?" he said. "You are really brave." Rinyu laughed. "What are your residents doing in the territory?" Zhong Dao sat down, pulled a branch over, and imitated Rinyu's movements to pick off the thick leaves. He said casually, "I'm just idle." After plucking 2 pieces, he looked down at the thing in his hand and asked, "Why does it look familiar? What kind of mutant tree is this?" "Mutated elm seeds. Elm seeds are edible." Zhong Dao looked at the elm seeds in his hand in surprise, and said, "I said it looked familiar. This is an enlarged version of elm seeds. You are not going to eat it, are you? Is it edible? If I had come across it myself, I wouldn't think it was edible. It was the residents who found the mutant elm seeds, and told me that it was edible. I tried it, and it's really edible. And it tastes good. You try it," Rinyu said. Zhong Dao always felt that this sentence contained a lot of information, but he couldn't grasp the key point for a while. He picked up a piece blankly, tried to take a bite, and chewed it twice. His expression was a little shocked. Then he grasped the key point of Rinyu's words and said, "Did the residents find it?" Rinyu smiled and nodded. "You keep the residents in the territory and don't let them help, so you can't find anything. I told you before that the survivors are not the product of the game, but the real human survivors. I don't know if you agree with this statement." Zhong Dao was a little embarrassed and avoided Rinyu's sight. Yoyu did mention this to him. He thanked Yoyu for sharing his experience in the game, but he also felt that Rinyu might have misjudged it. For this reason, he specially talked to his residents, asking about their origins, about the disasters, and about the sudden disappearance of the superpowers, in order to find evidence that they were NPCs. But there was no flaw at all. He thought that the game settings were too comprehensive, almost seamless. At this time, he still had doubts in his heart. Seeing him like this, Rinyu knew that he didn't take it seriously, and no longer had to make the other party agree with his ideas, but changed the way he said it. "Aren't you short of resources? These mutant trees, including the soil on the ground, are mostly background decorations for us. But the survivors don't have this restriction. They can be allowed to chop down trees, and the trees they chop down are the materials we can use. The same is true for digging soil and finding stones. We have restrictions, but they don't. As long as they have passed through their hands, we can use them to build our territory. In addition, they can have the opportunity to awaken their special powers through labor, and as lords, they will also receive rewards, and the rewards are very generous." Zhong Dao was surprised. "Is it true? You can go back and ask your residents to clean up the mutant trees around the territory, but don't clean up the surroundings too cleanly," Rinyu said. Zhong Dao could no longer sit still. He stood up with shining eyes, and said, "Thank you so much. Thank you for telling me this. This information is so valuable." Rinyu waved his hand, telling him not to worry. She wanted to help nod Zhong Dao. But these survivors, with one more person awakening superpowers, they would have more guarantee of survival when her team finished their mission and left. Zhong Dao said goodbye to Rinyu, got on his horse, and before leaving, he glanced at the residents of Rinyu again. 3 people were building something with stones, whispering to each other about how to do it, and had a small dispute. This dispute was just a disagreement in the process, not a quarrel. The other 3 were mixing mud. Some were chopping wood, and a man was fiddling with a mutant vine that had wilted on the ground. He found that these people were not dull. Whether it was the smile on their faces during the conversation, or the serious thinking when discussing with each other, they were all vivid. In fact, when chatting with the residents of his territory, he did not find that they were rigid. Their expressions and language were very rich, but he still thought it was because the game settings were too smart. However, these residents, their lords did not guide them. They worked on their own, but their words and deeds were so smart. Zhong Dao was shocked, and was stunned for a moment. He was wrong. He took it for granted. Youyu's judgment was correct. These were not virtual characters made by the game, but real people. Zhong Dao turned around and sincerely thanked Renyu again, more solemnly than before. Youyu, thank you. Then he urged his horse to leave, and disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. Not long after Zhong Dao left, Kai Yun, who was squatting on the ground knocking stones, suddenly froze, and then said in a lost voice, I have awakened my skills. I have awakened my skills. In the process of building the stove, the size of the stones in one position of their group was not very coordinated. Kai Yun did not think much, and pulled out the stone to knock off a piece. As soon as he finished knocking, a line of text popped up in front of him. Renyu also received the message, and was rewarded. The others congratulated her, and asked her what skills she had awakened. Kai Yun said with a smile, blacksmith. Renyu also laughed. It seems that the awakening opportunity is really just an opportunity. As for what skills can be awakened, it depends on one's luck. The remaining few who had not awakened skills were envious, although someone in their group had already awakened skills. Sun Wei and Yuanziyu still assisted conscientiously, and built the furnace. When the stove was finished, Yuanziyu, who borrowed a torch from Renyu and tried to light a piece of dry wood and put it into the stove, suddenly jumped up excitedly. Lord! Renyu smiled and said, Congratulations! Yuanziyu activated the attacking skill, Fire Magic. At this time, Sun Wei was the only one in their group who didn't activate the skill. It would be a lie to say that she didn't feel disappointed, but she quickly adjusted her mentality. On the contrary, Bao Jiangnan felt extremely uncomfortable. A mud stove is slightly more difficult than a stove made of stones. Because there were no molds, they could only shape the shapes manually. Now all three of them had clay on their hands, but nothing happened, and the two people next to them activated their superpowers. Not long ago, he was glad that he had drawn this group, thinking that the chance of awakening with a clay pan stove should be greater, but he didn't expect it to be the opposite. While Renyu was picking elm seeds, she reviewed the process of awakening the skills of several people in her mind. She didn't know about Kai Chong and Kabao Quan, but Kuyu really hit it by accident. She made an unintentional move, and the little girl threw it unintentionally, and it was successfully activated. Kai Yun also knocked the stone unintentionally. She felt that the stone was too big, so she pulled it out and knocked it subconsciously, activating the skill. Yuanziyu came to Renyu to borrow fire after the stone stove was completed, and wanted to light it to check if there were any deficiencies. When he went back to light the fire, he activated the skill. Although she deliberately guided everyone to get busy and increase some awakening opportunities, it was actually more of everyone's unintentional actions. Although Renyu discovered the trick, he couldn't tell it, so let everyone do more unintentional actions. Bao Jiangnan's group was probably stimulated by the people next door. The movements of the three people's hands were somewhat deliberate, until they finished making the stove with great difficulty. No one activated it. Su Shanghai was the same. He was responsible for cooking. After cooking a pot of elm seed porridge, he did not receive any prompts and sighed in disappointment. Those who awakened the skills were very happy, and those who did not awaken were very frustrated. Renyu encouraged them. During the meal, Yuanziyu asked Renyu and his people about their attire, why they were dressed in an ancient style. Renyu smiled and told him about their origins. Yuanziyu and the others were shocked and curious, and also had a faint yearning. They didn't expect that they were actually in some kind of ruins, and that the world where Renyu was actually ruled by games. Everyone was curious about each other's worlds and the changes in the world. But the more they talked, the more doubts they had, and the more questions they had. They were all puzzles that they couldn't solve, and they ended up talking in confusion. After dinner, they rested for a while and continued to work. After waking up, Kuyu was full of energy and worked diligently in the afternoon. He finished work at around 3 o'clock and took everyone back to the city. When he arrived near the territory, Renyu unexpectedly found 4 ragged survivors. among whom was a familiar face, Mu Hui, Kai Chong's friend. Huizi. Kai Chong took a few quick steps with a look of surprise and shouted. Mu Hui was about to cry. He responded to Kai Chong first, then looked at Ren Yu and asked, Lord Yoyu, can you take us in? Huizi. What happened? Where is your lord? Mu Hui said with a sad face, our lord died around noon. And the territory disappeared with him. Ren Yu was shocked. She hurriedly opened the map to check. Sure enough, the territory of the lookout that was originally displayed on the map had disappeared. Why did he disappear? She asked. Mu Hui said. Our lord said something about a 24-hour survival mission. He struggled for a long time, but he couldn't make it in the end and fell to the ground and died. A lot of things were exposed, but none of them could pick them up. Thinking of what the lookout had told them, saying that he came from another world or time and space. They guessed that they might not be from the same world, so they couldn't pick them up. The other three looked at Ren Yu nervously. They knew that there were several other territories, and they wanted to go there to seek refuge. But Mu Hui said that his friend was in Yoyu territory, and persuaded them to come and seek refuge together. The other few went elsewhere. After thinking about it, they decided to follow Mu Hui, not to mention the difficulties on the road. After walking a short distance, some people were almost killed by zombies, or almost swept away by mutant plants. They were all injured to varying degrees. But they were lucky. The route they chose unexpectedly met the lord of the Zhongdao territory, who treated them and escorted them all the way. At that time, the three of them were still a little hesitant, and wanted to follow this lord, but Zhongdao said that they could take refuge in Yoyu territory, and that the lord of Yoyu was also very reliable, so they didn't have to change their minds. Fortunately, they did not change their minds. When they arrived near Yoyu's territory, they found that this territory could be described as luxurious. Although there was a monster in the territory, it did not attack them. And it even had a turret that would actively attack the mutant plants that were whipping the territory. They were only outside the territory, and they felt the safety of the territory. Ren Yu said, welcome to join my territory. Come in with me. After several people applied, she opened up the permissions, and brought the new and old residents into the territory. Although the new members joined a little late, Ren Yu still reissued basic supplies. The four of them thanked him repeatedly. They were glad that they did not change their minds. They were both territories, but they did not expect that the welfare of Yoyu territory was so good. As a friend of Mu Hui, Kai Chong took the initiative to take on the reception task and arrange dormitories for them. Seeing that there was a decent dormitory, and it was a dormitory for 2 people, the 4 new members were so excited that they didn't know what to say. What shocked them was still to come, when Kai Chong told them about the awakening of superpowers of their territory members. I have awakened the art of weaving. The whip I made can be used to deal with mutants. The 4 were surprised but also a little worried. They were worried that the awakened superpowers would disappear like the previous superpowers. Kai Chong shook his head. To be precise, what we awakened is called skills. Mine is life skills, and the little girl and the little boy awakened combat skills. It is very different from the previous superpowers. I can't tell you the details, but it shouldn't disappear. Mu Hui poked the person next to him and said, the lookout said they came from the game world. They all use skills, which is different from our superpowers. Kai Chong also thought so he didn't worry too much about disappearing inexplicably. Our leader is really good. You won't make a wrong choice by coming here to seek refuge. Stay here steadily, and go out to work with us tomorrow, Kai Chong said. There are many opportunities for awakening. Anyway, you will definitely not awaken your skills if you are idle. The 4 of them nodded in unison, and were full of expectations. Kai Chong was impatient to wait for the vines to dry halfway. He couldn't wait to start processing the whip. Bao Quan did the same. He excitedly started making a hammer, and also prepared to make some wooden darts for his daughter to use as weapons. The weapon that the Lord gave his daughter was too exquisite. He looked at it, and seemed unable to understand the trick. He could not make it, so he made some simple darts. Kai Yun wanted to make iron, but she was worried because she did not have a blacksmith furnace and tools, and she did not have metal materials. Ren Yu comforted her, don't worry. You can make the furnace yourself, and you don't have to worry about tools and materials. The doors and windows of the shops on the street are all made of metal, although most of them are aluminum alloys. We should be able to find iron materials if we look carefully. We can collect them slowly. Kai Yun smiled and said, yes. How could I forget this? After comforting the residents, Ren Yu rode on his horse, cleared the mutants on the road, and went to the territory of the lookout. The things that exploded had been refreshed. Looking at the empty land, Renyu sighed and turned his horse's head to the starry sky. Chapter 113 Yu Village. When she was about to reach Shinkong's territory, she met Shinkong, who was riding towards her. Seeing Renyu, Shinkong shot closer and said, "I have a new discovery." Renyu blinked, vaguely guessed his discovery, and asked with a smile, "Tell me about it." Shinkong, "It is easier for residents to get resources than us. For them, there are even resources everywhere." He looked at Renyu and smiled. "You should know it too. Right?" Renyu came here to exchange experiences, smiled and nodded, and asked, "Are there any residents in your territory who have activated superpowers?" Shinkong, "One activated the chef's skill, and the other activated the water skill. Do you have any residents with awakened skills over there?" Renyu nodded, and told about the situation and speculation over his side, and the disappearance of the Watcher's territory. Starry Sky, not only the Watcher's territory, the Lianshan territory has also disappeared. Renyu didn't pay attention to this territory. The two exchanged their itinerary and gains for today, and each turned around and left. Back to her own territory, Renyu took a few old members to cut down 2 mutant trees closest to the territory, otherwise the branches of the mutant tree would always whip towards her. Although it didn't cause much damage, it was annoying to watch. Then the old members were paid. And Kuyu was especially rewarded with a piece of cake, which made the little girl very excited. And her eyes, like black grapes, shone brightly. Although others were India's, no one was embarrassed to compete with a child for food. As for Renyu's space, Renyu also explained that the props they used to store things were not called spaces, but packages, which had a certain preservation function. After dinner, Renyu went back to the house. First checked the work of the puppets, made some adjustments, and then she began to make and process small mechanical props. Around 10 o'clock at night, Renyu was in a break from making things. She noticed that the temperature around her dropped suddenly. She stopped working and walked out of the house. "Are you going to go into extreme cold mode again?" Renyu stood at the door and felt it for a moment. In just 2 minutes, the temperature went from being a little cold to being bone-chillingly cold. She hurriedly took out the fire and set it up. The temperature in the territory rose again. However, after the fire appeared, monsters gradually gathered around the originally empty territory. The shark butler and the turret began to work, trying to clear the monsters outside. Renyu released the red-headed eagle and let it assist in the attack. She checked the traps that had been placed around the territory before. Some of the traps had been triggered and had been used less times. She took out a few more and placed them around the previous traps. After taking a look, she found that 2 pets and a turret could handle the incoming monsters without much problem. So she left the territory in stealth and went around picking up the dropped items. That's right, in addition to mutants like zombies that don't drop items, there are also mutants that drop supplies, but they are still very stingy. Starry Sky territory. Shinkong, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from the bed, opened the door and went out, and immediately felt a biting cold. He immediately set up a fire and woke up the residents, checking if anyone was frostbitten or dead, because he was not sure how long the extreme cold had lasted when he opened his eyes. Luckily, he woke up in time, and when he knocked on the door, there were also residents who woke up from their sleep because of the cold and felt the temperature rise. Although it was not particularly warm, it was much better than the coldness he felt just now. Shinkong knocked on the door, and then he knew that it was the Lord who had set up the fire. The amazing thing was that a fire could actually warm the entire territory. Shinkong asked the resident who had awakened the water skill to help him fight monsters, and the others were free to do whatever they wanted. It was extremely cold, and because of the fire, a large number of mutants were attracted, who could sleep peacefully. They all left the house to see if there was anything they could help. Renyu called Yuanziyu up and asked him to practice his fire skills. He didn't call Kuyu, because she was just a child after all. She had been working too much during the day. The little girl slept deeply, and it was estimated that thunder in her ears would not affect her. Other residents also got up. After all, they were survivors of a great disaster and were extremely sensitive. Without Renyu shouting, they heard the special effects of the 2 pets releasing their skills. In addition to the sudden drop in temperature, the physical sensation was too obvious, and they lost their sleepiness in a shudder. Everyone came out, trying to do their part. Before entering the night mode, Kubaoquan made 3 or 4 whips and distributed them to others. Kai Chang's carpentry work was relatively complicated. He made 2 hammers in total and a half-made wooden sword. All the residents holding weapons were eager to try. But after looking around, they found that the territory's defense was too strong, and there was no place for them to use their weapons. The 2 pets and the turret had too much combat power, and they killed most of the mutants that besieged them in seconds. There were a few that slipped through the net, but as soon as they approached the territory, they suddenly stopped moving before they reached the protective shield. After a while, they walked towards the side again, but it was obvious that they moved very slowly. And then they were noticed by a pet who had freed up his hands, and the skill light flashed, killing them all. Sunway suddenly realized, it's the effect of the trap. Right? The Lord said that she had set up traps outside the territory, and asked us not to wander around the territory except for the main gate, to avoid stepping on the traps. Trap? Why didn't the monsters fall down? Zhao Yefeng, one of the new members, was surprised. Sunway smiled and said, it's not the kind of trap that is dug. The Lord said it was a mechanism in the game. I don't know either. Anyway, I think it should be different from the trap we understand. Yuanziyu fought for a short time, and returned to the territory to rest with a tired face. According to his understanding, the energy in the body has been used up, and he was somewhat disappointed to find that his fire skills were not very lethal. Not as good as the Lord's 2 pets. There was another blow, that his fighting time seemed to be even longer than Xiao Qiu's. Renyu laughed and comforted him. This is an evolved pet. I consumed a lot of rare props to improve my strength. Before I evolved, I was definitely not as good as you. Regarding his second depressed point, Renyu thought for a while and explained, Xiao Yu needs to use props. You don't need external objects, but you need to draw energy from your body, which can be understood as physical attack and spell attack. However, no matter Yuanziyu or Qiu, there was no experience bar above their heads, and the mana value was not displayed. Renyu didn't know what they consumed specifically. First, I took out a round stool for him to sit and rest. After a few minutes, I asked him how he felt. What was disappointing was that he didn't feel much, and his face was still pale. It seems that the round stool can't help Yuanzi recover his energy. Renyu didn't take out any recovery food items for him to eat. I won't stay here for long, and I can't supply it permanently, so it's better not to let Yuanzi feel this convenience, to avoid unnecessary interference. Let his body slowly adapt to some changes. Renyu asked, how did those superpower users, who disappeared before recover their superpowers? She had asked the survivors during the previous communication, whether these zombies had the crystal cores described in the novels. The answer was no. Yuanziyu said, rest, recover slowly, the duration is short at the beginning, and the recovery time is long. The more you use the superpowers, the duration will get longer and longer, and the recovery time will get shorter and shorter. An hour later, Yuanziyu's face was not so pale, and he recovered some energy, and rested for another hour and a half. He felt it was okay, and got up again to fight monsters. Renyu did not stop him. When he ran out of energy for the second time, he still did not provide any recovery items, allowing him to recover slowly on his own. The battle lasted until about 4 in the morning. Even though there were still flames in the territory, no more mutants appeared. Renyu asked everyone to rest. Around 5 in the morning, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Kai Chong and Kubao Quan looked at the entire city covered in silver after getting up in the morning, and sighed helplessly. Their materials were not completely dried yet. It was freezing outside, and no one had anything to keep warm, so Renyu asked everyone to rest in the territory. But the survivors were so sad that they wanted to cry. It was the kind of life that finally had new hope, but God dealt a fatal blow. Who wants to rest? Isn't it good to go out and work? Working can earn supplies, and there is a chance to activate superpowers, while staying in the territory can do nothing. Fortunately, Renyu was not too harsh, and still gave them basic supplies, a glass of water, and a piece of compressed biscuit, but not 3 meals a day, only 1 meal. She opened the map, and suddenly found that 3 more territories had disappeared. Let the survivors stay in the territory. She put on her cold-proof gear, took off on a delta wing, and went to the territory she had seen on the map before to look for new survivors. After just 1 round, she felt very heavy. The extreme cold last night not only killed several lords, but also many survivors. They were lying on the open ground, or in the wooden and stone houses built by the lords before their death, with a peaceful look on their faces. Fortunately, 5 or 6 survivors were found. After several trips, she brought them back to the territory. She provided materials such as ginger and asked Sunway and Lucia to help boil ginger soup. Unexpectedly, Sunway accidentally activated her chef's skill. After Sunway, Lu Jiancheng, a survivor who joined yesterday, unexpectedly activated his ice skill. He did not awaken his skill while working, but was playing with Caillou. When he dug snow and came back to build a snowman, a subtitle suddenly popped up in front of him, and he was immediately ecstatic. Bao Jiangnan was jealous and crazy, but there was nothing he could do. In the evening, the snow stopped, and the temperature began to rise. The residents kept muttering that the unpredictable changes in the weather were too weird, even weirder than they had before. Previously, this kind of natural disaster would not have ended without 2 or 3 months. A survivor named Chuiman said. Her words were echoed by others. Mu Hui said, yes, this is the first time that the extreme cold today ends the next day. Renyu knew that it must be the work of the game. But in the game, you only need to take the Lord away. The Lord has a chance to be resurrected after death, but these survivors should not have the possibility of resurrection. The temperature was normal the next day. Renyu continued to lead everyone out to work. She used the reward she received and the resources collected by everyone to continuously expand the territory. For days later, Chi-Ran brought the residents of his territory to seek refuge. Renyu was puzzled. To surrender? Chi-Ran nodded and said, yes. Surrender? I demolished the territory and brought all the materials. He looked at Renyu's territory. It was too luxurious. Several rows of neatly built stone houses, each with a single room, and even a special canteen and toilet. I knew it was a canteen because there was a wooden sign hanging at the door of a stone house, which said canteen. On the left and right of a stone house, in the corner were male and female, respectively. It was the common public toilet model before the end of the world. Chi-Ran was shocked when he saw the current size of Yoyu territory when he passed by it yesterday. He immediately lost the idea of continuing to fight. He went back and thought about it for a night. This morning, he held a meeting with the 6 residents of his territory, then waved his hand to dismantle the territory, and came to join him with materials and people. Renyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it good to have your own territory and be a lord? Chi-Ran's eyes were clear. And he said, besides getting some rewards occasionally, what else can you get? It's not enough to worry about every day. He led everyone to work during the day, and slept in fear at night. In addition to worrying about monster attacks, he was also worried about whether the extreme cold, like last time, would happen again. If a resident hadn't gotten up to pee that day, and the extreme cold had not arrived, he would have probably frozen to death. Renyu certainly didn't mind more people joining, but she still had to analyze the pros and cons for Chi-Ran, saying, have you ever thought that there might be unexpected rewards in the end of being a lord? And you are now giving up the possible rewards. Chi-Ran, I thought about this question when I decided to surrender. First of all, before entering the ruins, we only accepted a 30-day survival mission. Nothing else. And secondly, even if there was, I would accept it. These days, I have been thinking about what you said before, that the survivors might be real humans. I thought, if your judgment is true, and I am not strong enough, and the territory protection is not as good as yours, I hope they can stay in a safer place before we leave. If there is any change in the remaining days, there is strength in numbers. He is worried that the game will have a more severe test before the mission is completed. He does not want these survivors to die because of their lack of ability and the lack of territory strength. Renyu gave him a thumbs up. He didn't know if the Lord would surrender, but he let the person in first. Then he began to ask about the situation of the residents of Chi-Ran's territory, and asked if anyone had activated a skill. A middle-aged male survivor raised his hand and said, I activated the carpenter skill. Another one activated the sewing skill. The survivors who didn't activate the skill looked nervous, fearing that Renyu would not take them in. To be honest, they were a little reluctant when the Lord held a meeting in the morning, because they felt that they had finally settled down, and had also seen Chi-Ran's strength, and they thought that the construction of the territory was not bad. From the very simple beginning, to now having a square stone house, the progress was really not slow. Why go to rely on others? As a result, I was escorted by their lord all the way here. I saw the scale of Yoyu territory and was shocked. I was immediately attracted. How could Yoyu territory be so luxurious? They even built turrets. 4 turrets were placed in 4 corners. Just looking at them makes people feel at ease. I was resisted before coming here, but now I wish I could become a resident of Yoyu territory immediately. The other turrets were made by Renyu later. To be honest, she took great risks when making them. It was not because she was afraid of being disturbed by the residents. The residents could not enter her bedroom. She was worried about weather changes or attacks on the territory. But it still had to be made. One turret was not enough. Therefore, she arranged the residents who activated combat skills to be on duty, and she took the risk to process the turret. Fortunately, no accidents happened, and everything went smoothly. Renyu understood the residents' activation of superpowers just to facilitate the arrangement, and had no other thoughts. Seeing that she didn't say anything else after asking, she began to arrange dormitories for everyone, set the scope of activities and permissions, and the residents who didn't awaken skills were relieved. There was no setting for the merger of the territory, and there was no special prompt for Chi Ran's joining, and he, and the few survivors he brought with him, became residents of Yoyu territory in such an ordinary way. After Chi Ran finished looking at his dormitory, he went out to visit the territory. The area of Yoyu's territory was too large, and the various buildings were too well built. He was also wondering why Yoyu's territory developed so well, when everyone was at the same starting line. Renyu, no, not at the same starting line. After settling them, Renyu asked Chi Ran, I'm going to take the residents out to work. What about you? Chi Ran said, I'm going out too. But I won't work with you. I plan to go to other territories to see those that are developing similarly to me, or even worse than mine, and let them come to you. Renyu, this is a thankless job. Chi Ran knew what Renyu meant. If there is a reward from the Lord at the end, people will curse him behind his back. She said, I'll go. You take them out to work. Chi Ran looked at the red-headed eagle hovering above Renyu's head, waved his hand and said, Forget it. Forget it. I'll go. I don't have your strength. I'm worried that I can't protect these residents. This is also a problem. Renyu didn't insist, and gave him a blue-quality wooden horse for his noble act. Give it to me? Chi Ran was very surprised. Renyu smiled and said, I'll give it to you. Chi Ran laughed and said, Then I won't be polite. Renyu waved his hand indifferently, opened the map and pointed out the locations of several territories to him, and told him not to go to Shinkong to lobby. Chi Ran said, Okay, I've passed by Shinkong territory before, although it's not as luxurious as your territory, but the scale of construction is also good, and it also has pets to assist. Neither of them are summoners. How come they both have pets? Yoyu even has 2 pets at the same time. One guards the territory, and the other can be taken out to help fight monsters. Renyu cleared up his confusion and told him how to get the trap. Chi Ran thanked him repeatedly. This information is too valuable. Thank you, big brother. Renyu waved her hand indifferently, and then reminded, Be careful. And don't force it. She was worried that Chi Ran would be beaten by other lords. Chi Ran left, and Renyu also left with the residents, looking for resources. Soil and trees are not the most scarce, and edible resources are the main ones. In the past few days, 2 mutant elm seeds were found, and a mutant locust tree was found, and a lot of locust flowers were picked. She found a few edible mutant gray vegetables, Persilla ovata, among the herbs, but she never found any mutant crops like potatoes, wheat, etc. When she returned to the territory in the evening, she saw Chi Ran riding on a horse, and the lord named Jelly, an archer player, and 7 or 8 survivors. Great God, I'm here to join you. Jelly waved at Renyu from a distance, and said with a smile. Jelly's territory was well built, and some of the residents had awakened skills, so there was no problem in protecting themselves. She came here purely for the name of Yoyu. She even told Chi Ran about Yoyu's fighting power. Chi Ran didn't expect that he would actually join a provincial champion. Welcome. Renyu smiled and greeted, looking at the survivors saying, You are also welcome to join us. Like the residents of Chi Ran's territory, everyone was reluctant and puzzled before coming, but they were conquered by the scale of the territory after coming. This time, just after the people were settled, Renyu saw a pop-up message that the territory had reached a certain number of people, and the construction of the territory had reached a certain scale, and it could be upgraded to a village. In fact, the size of her territory had already reached the target, but the number of people had always been insufficient. Unexpectedly, the successive surrender of Chi Ran and Gui Jelly just made up for this deficiency. The territory was upgraded, and the area was expanded again under the shocked gaze of the residents. And countless towering buildings and mutant plants that were in the way were melted. The area was expanded dozens of times compared with the last time. An additional place for the territory protection beast was added, and pastoral garden was added at the same time, and a seed gift package was awarded. The floating nameplate also changed from Yuyu territory to Yuyu village. The residents cheered excitedly. And Chiran and Guijia were also a little excited. But they didn't feel regretful. Because they knew that even if they didn't come to UU, they wouldn't be able to reach the village level before the mission was completed at their current development speed. Now seeing that the territory has actually changed like this, they are glad for their choice. It is because of their joining that the territory has become a village. And personally promoting this change is another sense of accomplishment. Do you think this village will disappear after we leave? Guijia asked worriedly. Chiran said, I don't think it will disappear. No matter how bad the game is. We can't let the survivors come here after traveling through mountains and rivers and end up with nothing. Guijia thought about it and stopped worrying about it. Renyu called all the residents together and announced that they would not go out tomorrow and cultivate the fields for planting. Whether they were new residents or those who had just joined today. They all cheered. After the cheers, Kabakwan began to roll up his sleeves, his face full of excitement, and said, Lord, there is no need to wait until tomorrow. We are ready to go to work now. The others were also excited. Their faces flushed. Farming, that's the gene engraved in the bones of the Chinese people. Besides, being able to farm means there will be a steady supply of food in the future, no longer having to go hungry. When it was busy, a visitor came to the door. It was an old acquaintance. Zhongdao rode on his horse, looking at the changes in Yoyu's territory in astonishment, and was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. He didn't run into Chiran, who was acting as a lobbyist. When Chiran arrived at Zhongdao's territory, he was looking for resources outside with the residents. But his territory was not without people. 2 people who had awakened their skills stayed in the territory to process weapons. Chiran left a message for the 2 residents, saying that he was a resident of Yoyu territory, and that he had something to ask their lord. He would come tomorrow, after Zhongdao came back to tell him. Zhongdao didn't think much about it, and thought that Yoyu had something to ask him. He rode over as soon as he returned to the territory. Then he just happened to catch up with a feast. Oh my god! What's going on here? Zhongdao's face was still shocked when he saw Yoyu in person. He raised his hand and gestured around, then pointed to the Yoyu village sign above. You have become a village? The gap is too big. Chapter 114 Zombie King of City A, Catching Bugs. The gap is naturally very big. Renyu invited him to come in for a visit. He saw rows of neat tile houses, other buildings with reasonable planning, and 4 majestic turrets. Zhongdao humbly asked, I wanted to ask several times before, is this kind of drop brought from the game or found here? He has never encountered this thing. Renyu smiled and told him about the mechanism door, the mechanism art. Zhongdao was shocked. Is it the place where you need to complete the pre-tasks before making a Trojan? I thought it was just a task point like the appraisal center, the trading hall, the martial arts hall, but you can actually join a sect. He heard other players talk about the complexity of making a Trojan, which seems not easy, but no one has ever mentioned that you can join the mechanism door to learn the mechanism art. I saw several residents carrying rust, or a scalp shovel walks towards an open space. What are they going to do? Renyu laughed. After being promoted to the village, wake up the countryside can be planted. However, the fields in it are not as convenient as the farmland activated by the game home. The land in the homeland does not need to be reclaimed. This is given a wasteland. You need to reclaim to plant things first. The heart is hot. The heart is hot, low voice. The territory has developed into this model. The survivors are guaranteed. Does it mean that we can survive well after we leave? Renyu laughed. I hope it is like this. I hope too. He asked again, how do seeds get? Is the game dropped? Renyu shook his head. After being promoted to the village, the seed gift package, potato, corn, wheat and sweet potatoes, although not comprehensive, lack of vegetables, but the basic ration problem of survivors can be solved. The vertical trail is trapped. A moment later, he muttered, don't I send you the residents of my territory here? Traveling in the fishing area is prosperous. He can see that most stone houses have increased concrete. It looks strong. Not to mention the 4 turrets. And such a large area of land that can be cultivated. Renyu smiled and said, not only your territory residents. I also want to invite you to join Yoyu village. Zhongdao, can players also join other territories? It seems possible at the moment. But you may have some additional losses. Renyu made his guess. Zhongdao thought for a moment and waved his hand, saying something similar to Chiran. We only survive in the ruins for 30 days. And there is no limit on how to survive. And he also found out that there are lords who die. So even if you become a lord, it is not 100% certain that you can make it to the end. Who knows what disasters they will encounter in the remaining days. Just like fighting the boss, hitting the bottom and rebounding, the dying counterattack, the Ruins mission probably won't let them pass easily. As for the game rewards that Ryu mentioned for persisting to the end as a lord, it's just a guess. Whether there is one or not is another matter. Even if there is, can that little reward be more important than his own life? Can it be more important than the safety of these survivors? Undoubtedly, staying in Yoyu Village is safer. Zhong Dao did not wait until tomorrow to bring people here. He returned at high speed and urgently called the residents to a meeting. He said, "There is an excellent lord. She developed her territory into a village. The buildings are more solid, and the types of buildings are more comprehensive. She also built 4 turrets. If monsters approach, they will automatically attack." His residents were very puzzled. What does that have to do with us? Zhong Dao smiled and said, "Listen to me. More importantly, her village can be used for farming." Farming? Lord, you may not know that although the soil outside can be used to build houses, it cannot be used for planting. Yes, after the disaster, the soil can no longer grow crops. Others questioned, and one resident felt a little uneasy and said, "Lord, what do you mean by saying this? Do you want to drive us out and let us go to that village?" The other residents also realized this and felt a little panic. Zhong Dao smiled and pointed at himself, saying, "We are not driving you out, but we will join Yoyu Village together." The residents were naturally full of resistance. As the initial residents of this territory, although they have only been here for a few days, they have a sense of belonging. If the territory can develop, they will be the veterans, and can be incorporated into Yoyu Village. They will be the latecomers. If there are any good things or benefits there, they will definitely prefer the survivors who joined early. Zhong Dao listened to their discussion, and did not rush to interrupt. After their voices gradually faded, he said, "I haven't told you one thing. That is, all of us players will not stay here for too long. I don't have the strength to develop the territory into a village in the remaining few days." He said half-jokingly, "I just want to settle you before I leave. Yoyu Village has just been upgraded. Let's join Yoyu Village before other territories react. Get familiar with the environment in advance, and build good relationships with other survivors. It's better than waiting for everyone to join. We will be the last in line. Then we will be the only newcomers in the village. And won't we start later than others?" Some residents changed their expressions, and they thought of those mysteriously disappeared psychics, crying, "Lord, are you going to abandon us?" Zhong Dao shook his head. "It's not that I want to abandon you, but I have to leave due to force majeure." He added, "Some of us have awakened skills in the past few days. Do you know who told me this?" It was Yoyu. The residents were silent for a while. Zhong Dao joked again, "Yoyu Village is not very far from our territory. I will take you there first. You can make a decision after you have seen it. If you really don't want to join Yoyu Village, I will not force you, and will take you back." The residents felt relieved and followed Zhong Dao out of the territory. As expected, after seeing the scale of Yoyu Village and the long-lost atmosphere of life, everyone fell silent. In the silence, someone whispered, "I want to stay." This was like a start. People kept making choices, and thanked Zhong Dao shyly. The Lord helped them find a way out. But they still argued back. They really didn't know what was good for them. More importantly, the Lord named Yoyu was really easy to talk to. They said they wanted to visit first, so he let them visit freely, and didn't even interfere with their communication with other residents in the village. Zhong Dao waved his hand indifferently, took them back to pick up their few, even shabby luggage, demolished all the buildings, and merged them into Yoyu Village. In the evening, the bonfire was burning, and the residents were divided into several groups to cook together. Some cooked wild vegetables, some made elm seed porridge, and some cooked rice. The rice was provided by Renyu. It was the rice that had gone bad and was restored to an edible state after being exposed to the sun. On the farmland, the residents who were still working cheered. At least 2 people awakened the farming skill, and someone accidentally activated the blacksmith skill when hitting a shovel with a curled corner. After dinner was ready, everyone sat on the ground around the campfire, and the sound of porridge was heard everywhere. After eating and drinking, some people started weaving, some started making wooden bellows, and others lit a simple stove, dismantled the rusted, curled, and slightly broken iron farm tools, and began to resmelt and make them. The iron furnace is not a very professional tool. It was found in a residential building these days. It can be used after cleaning. In short, it has a long-lost vitality. Renyu rarely went into the stone house to work. He sat side by side with Chi-Ran, Zhongdao, and Gui Jelly on the steps of a stone house, looking at the busy residents in the open space. You three will stay in the village tomorrow. I'm going out for a while, and may not be back until the evening. Chi-Ran, I'll go out tomorrow too. I didn't run through all the territories today. Some territories are empty, and I can't leave messages. Some territories are obviously very shabby, but are unwilling to be recruited. I'll go again tomorrow. Guijie and Zhongdao wanted to say something, and it seemed that they wanted to go with Chi-Ran. Renyu shook his head and said, We have to keep someone in the village. Or take a few people who are willing to go out for a walk. But we have to keep one person. You can discuss it yourself. At night, Renyu made another turret and went back to the house to rest. At dawn the next day, he took off on a delta wing and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where did Yo-Yu go? Jelly yawned, looking up at the long-lost delta wing, and said. Zhongdao was shocked by Renyu's flying tool. He was stunned for a few seconds before saying, I don't know either. I forgot to ask last night. Then the two began to discuss today's work arrangements. Renyu was going to City A. Although the plate map of City A was not activated, she knew the general direction and distance from Huang City. More than 2 hours later, Renyu lowered the altitude and hovered to observe the situation below. The mutant plants below were too dense, and the sight was completely impenetrable. It was impossible to see the appearance of the city after it was covered. Renyu did not dare to land casually. Although the delta wing could withstand the attack, she did not know if it could withstand the dense branches and leaves. She did not want to take the risk, and kept hovering in the sky. It took a long time to find a foothold far away, although this foothold did not need to penetrate the branches and leaves of tall trees. There was also a thick layer of vines on the ground. As soon as the delta wing appeared, it rolled over. Renyu jumped out at the fastest speed, waved her hand to put away her triangular wings, and used a temporary skill. Fire Ring Continuous Carry. These were all her gains in the Chaos Secret Realm, and there were many kinds of one-time skills. After using the skills, the surroundings suddenly became empty, and the mutant plants were also afraid of fire skills, and did not dare to approach. Renyu released the little fox to follow. The little fox also had fire skills, but it was a single target attack. At this time, Renyu realized that the situation was much worse than she expected. There were mutant plants everywhere, and it was impossible to see the surroundings clearly. She landed on a hilltop, and couldn't even find the way down. She would get lost if she wasn't careful. In this situation, Renyu guessed that the nearby city was an empty city without people. Renyu stepped on the shield and slid out quickly. It only took 2 hours to get from Huang City, but when she finally saw the shadow of the city, it took more than 3 hours. But she didn't know if it was City A, because after the disaster, there were various natural disasters, and many buildings were severely damaged, and she couldn't find the familiar building signs. After all, the empty city is not just City A. But she saw a dense army of zombies. Sensing that humans were approaching, several zombies with awakened powers attacked Renyu. This was what Renyu was least afraid of. A gust of cold wind was sent over, blowing away and killing instantly, leaving a large area of empty space. Countless zombies rushed towards her. Renyu began to clear them out calmly. In the following time, she and Xiaohu kept fighting, slowly advancing towards the building complex in front. When they were tired, they left the battle and entered the stealth mode, rested on the spot, and continued to fight when their physical strength recovered. 2 or 3 hours later, a huge gap appeared in the countless zombie army. Renyu finally found a road sign lying on the ground. The familiar road name also made Renyu sure that her direction and the estimated mileage were correct. This was City A. Suddenly, the sense of danger made Renyu instinctively dodge to the side. There was a burly figure where she was standing originally, but this figure was not human, but a zombie with a thick skeleton. Renyu couldn't help but think of the advanced zombies that Su Shunkai had mentioned before. 5 or 6 high-level zombies slaughtered the city, and none of the residents of the city were spared. I just don't know if this is just one of those high-level zombies. The zombie did not stop after landing, and it bounced into the air and continued to punch Renyu. It was a close combat zombie. Renyu did not dodge this time, and raised the mechanical shield to block. With a bang, the stone shield appeared at the same time. She just shook her body, and was not knocked away by this huge force. She lost a little blood. The zombie was hit by a double counterattack. Just as it was about to jump up again, its body shook and it fell down. A prompt popped up in front of Renew, reminding her that she had killed the zombie king and gained a lot of experience rewards, as well as a piece of map fragment. Another piece of the map lit up. But it was not the map of City A, but a part of City F that had been unlocked just now, including killing so many zombies in the past few days. It was all in vain, and she didn't get any rewards. Unexpectedly, a zombie king allowed her to gain nearly 10,000 experience points, and also got a piece of map fragment. The battle did not stop. Before Renew could take a closer look at the territory in F City, her brain suddenly felt a sharp pain like a needle. A prompt popped up in front of her that her mind was under control. But the control was immediately bounced back by the raincoat. Renew stared at a collapsed building in front of her. Above the ruins, there stood a zombie with a similarly wide skeleton. Countless mutant branches were waving behind it, as if to build momentum for it. The second zombie king appeared. This zombie had a long-range attack, and it was actually a control system. However, the control zombie king was hit by his own boomerang, and was standing there in a daze. Renew would not miss this opportunity. He cut out the impact cannon and used a floating attack. The zombie king was blown away by this force and flew into the air. Renew began to overprint. After a round of overprinting, the zombie king fell to the ground and got a lot of experience and a new map fragment. A piece of the Z City map lit up. This so-called zombie king was just an elite monster of level 9 or 10 in the game. But he slaughtered the city. It's still different. Zombie kings can move freely, but elite monsters can't leave their small territory. So although the two are of the same level, the destructive power of zombie kings is far greater than that of elite monsters. Renew continued to move forward, pushing the densely packed zombies, and soon made another gap. Only by killing a large number of zombies can the zombie king be forced out. I don't know if I can meet a few more zombie kings before returning. Perhaps Renew easily killed 2 zombie kings, and the remaining zombie kings did not appear again, but Renew knew them, or one of them was nearby, because she found that the zombies that surged up were no longer counterattacking without any order, and actually began to deploy their troops. Renew was greatly shocked. She understood why 5 or 6 zombie kings could massacre a city. With this degree of mutation, their IQ was even higher than that of some humans. However, no matter how it deployed its troops, it could not stop Renew's continuous group attacks. As soon as the formation was organized, it was beaten to pieces by Renew. A zombie king hiding in the dark felt a great humiliation, and finally couldn't hold it back, and flew from a distance. Before it, there were several powerful whirlwinds, trying to roll Renew into the air. Wind Zombie King. Renew used Yin Feng to meet him. 2 different wind energies collided in the air. The zombies within the coverage of this energy were in bad luck. Dozens of zombies were swept into the air, swinging and bumping, and fell to the ground and died. Whoosh! An ice arrow shot from the right. Renew smiled and said, "You can play together. Your IQ is really not low." The ice arrow fell, Renew's figure flashed automatically, and the evasion of the provincial martial arts champion was triggered, making the ice arrow miss. She was not in a hurry. First, she sent a little ghost to the wind zombie in front of her, locking the opponent's skills, then turned around and sent out a death pursuit shot, and began to combo and overlap, taking it away in one wave. Continue to harvest rich experience rewards and map fragments. Renew was not in a hurry to pick them up. She turned around and killed the wind zombie king, who was still under control, and took the rewards into her pocket. 2 map panels lit up. Renew opened the map and took a quick look. She was immediately happy. Not only did she see I Am Not a Beast territory on the map, but she also saw Silver territory. These 2 are actually in J City next to Huang City. She decided to call it a day and fly over to take a look. It takes a long time to get back to Huangshe from here, and we have to find a suitable takeoff point. So we don't want to fight anymore. After leaving the battle, we turned invisible, turned around for a long time to find a place, and drove the Delta Wing to speed up and rushed out instantly. With the map guidance, it was much easier to find. Renew quickly found Jiang Shujia's territory. Jiang Shujia's territory was well built. Not outstanding, but not shabby. There were stone houses, wooden houses, and protective shields. But there was no one in his territory at the moment. He should have taken the residents out to find resources. Renew opened the map and took a look, then rode away, heading for Swain territory. Suiying territory and Jiangxujia's territory are not close. One is almost at the southernmost end of the city, and the other is at the northernmost end. I don't know if the two are aware of each other's existence. It was a coincidence that Suiying had just returned from outside with the residents, and suddenly saw Renyu appearing outside the territory. He didn't react for a while, and was stunned for a while before shouting in surprise, "Boss!" Renyu smiled and said, "Long time no see." Suiying's eyes were hot. "It's not a long time no see. It's almost a month. Boss, how are you? Come in. Come in." He opened the authority to Renyu, and Renyu entered the territory, meeting several pairs of curious eyes. Suiying introduced to the residents of his territory, "This is the boss in my game. You all go about your own business. I will talk to the boss for a while." Renyu greeted several residents, watched them leave, and turned around and asked, "Do you know the territory of the beast?" Suiying shook his head, "I don't know." "Where is the beast?" Renyu was not surprised. A city is neither big nor small, but without clear guidance, the north and south of the city seem to be thousands of miles apart, and it is normal that we can't meet. Renyu reported the location of Jiangxujia's territory. "Damn. We actually occupy opposite corners. I'll go find him tomorrow." Suiying asked again, "Boss, where is your territory?" "Huangshe. I'm not far from Shinkong. By the way, how many people are there in your territory? Has anyone awakened a skill?" Suiying raised his hand and gestured 10. "Full. 2 have awakened skills. They are so excited, saying that I am their lucky star." "Boss, how many people are there in your territory?" Renyu smiled and said, "Almost 40, my territory has been upgraded to a village." Suiying, "Boss, did you come all the way here just to attack me?" "Ha ha." Seeing familiar teammates, Renyu was just teasing for a while, and then he talked about his development experience, and the fact that he could farm after upgrading to a village. "I don't know if the lords on your side can be merged. If they can, you might as well merge and develop, and leave a piece of land for the residents after you leave." Suiying scratched his head and said, "It's not easy, but I can try." "Boss, are you going back to Huangshe tonight? Or stay in the territory for one night?" Renyu shook his head and said, "I have to go back. If another lord wants to surrender, I can't open the authority if I don't go back. When you see the beast tomorrow, tell him I will come back at about the same time tomorrow afternoon. She still wants to go to a city tomorrow to kill the remaining zombie kings." "Okay. Boss, be careful." Watching Renyu leave, Suiying couldn't wait to ride his horse towards Jiangxujia's territory. Forget about the excitement. Renyu also returned to Huangshe. The Delta Wing landed in the open space of the village, and she saw Qiran, who was dejected. "Not going well?" Renyu asked with a smile. Qiran looked like he had suffered a great blow. "What unlucky things I met today." He persuaded the other party to join Yoyu village, one of them directly, and clearly refused, and was very contemptuous of the statement that survivors are real humans, thinking that he was crazy. The other one looked him up and down for several times, and then started fighting without saying a word, and he was caught off guard and half of his blood was cut. As for the other territories, some said they would consider it, and some still hadn't seen the Lord in person. "It's okay, it's hard to force such things." Renyu looked him up and down. "Are you not injured?" Qiran waved his hand. "I was hit twice, but it's nothing. My strength is not bad. If that grandson hadn't stood in the territory and hit me, I couldn't fight back, and it's not certain who would die." "What's the name of that lord?" Qiran didn't say, but changed the subject and asked Renyu where he went today. Renyu then told him about his schedule for today. Qiran thought about the distance from Huang City to his city in her mind, and said in surprise, "Where are you going?" Su Shanghai saw Renyu coming back, and came over to call Renyu to see the land they were reclaiming, and asked about sowing. When he approached, he happened to hear Renyu's words, and couldn't help asking, "Lord, did you go to a city by yourself?" Renyu nodded, and said to him, "Are those high-level zombies who massacred the city called Zombie Kings?" She didn't know if there were any higher kings above the Zombie Kings. Su Shanghai nodded. "Did you encounter the Zombie King?" Renyu, "I encountered 4 and killed them." She said that she ran by the way. It is equivalent to the level 9 or 10 elite monsters in the game, but their range of activities is more flexible than elite monsters. Su Shanghai beside him was stunned. Hearing Renyu's understatement, he suspected that the Zombie King the Lord said she killed was not the same species as the Zombie King he had heard of, but he was embarrassed to correct it. After Renyu finished speaking, he continued to ask Qiran, What is the name of the lord who attacked you? Chapter 115 Annexation. Rinyu followed Su Shunkai to see the land they had reclaimed, took out the seeds they had obtained, and gave them to the resident who had awakened the farming technique, asking him to lead everyone in planting, and said, "Call me when you need watering and I will do it." There was no bucket big enough for her to fill with water, so she had to do it herself. The nearby residents who were originally enthusiastic about developing the land only realized belatedly that planting does not only require suitable soil and seeds, but also needs to be watered after sowing, and even several times during the growth of crops. They have a problem with drinking water. Where can they get so much water to irrigate the land? One resident suddenly felt much more depressed, said, "Lord, the amount of water used for irrigation is not small. Do you have enough water stored?" Rinyu smiled and said, "It's not a big problem." She also thought about the residents' subsequent water use problems. If possible, she would not mind leaving the baobab tree, but she didn't know if the baobab tree could survive here. After all, the game world is different from here. You can ignore the climate problem outside the ruins, but it's different inside the ruins. You mark out a piece of land and plant a few crops. Let Guoj or Zongdao lead the team to find a water source tomorrow. Find a way to get some water for irrigation, and see what happens. Just treat it as an experiment. The residents couldn't think of a better way, so they had to do it. They were only worried that the experiment would fail, and they would waste a few precious seeds, and possibly pollute a small piece of farmland. Sailing to the territory, Rinyu and the others rode their horses and approached. Chi-Ran was embarrassed. He didn't expect Yoyu to insist on coming to find a place for him. He scratched his head and said, "Forget it. I will fight him back when he leaves the territory tomorrow. The player named Yuanhang must not be that stupid. It should not be easy to lure him out at this time." Rinyu did not think so. Chi-Ran was doing something that was thankless but beneficial to the survivors. The other lords were unwilling to refuse directly. Why attack? Yuanhang had completed the task before. The territory had a protective shield. He stood in his own territory to attack Chi-Ran. But Chi-Ran's counterattack could only hit the protective shield, which was no different from passively taking a beating. If it were not for the high quality of his Trojan horse, he could directly eject to distance himself and speed up to leave the battle. And he could also add blood to himself. He might not be able to return alive. Rinyu smiled and said, "If we can fight back today, why wait until tomorrow? Wait here." Chi-Ran, but he has a protective shield. He still urged his horse to catch up, preparing to add blood to Yoyu after the battle began. Although he knew that Yoyu's combat power was not low. Otherwise, he would not have won the title of provincial champion. But the provincial champion would also feel pain when attacked and lose blood. Rinyu waved her hand and asked him to stay where he was, saying, "You stay here." Seeing that she insisted, Chi-Ran had to stop. But he was ready to eject and rush to rescue Rinyu if she was in danger. Rinyu walked to the perimeter of the territory's protective shield and took a look at the situation inside. There were not many buildings in the territory. There were two sets of stone houses, which were placed in two directions of the territory, one larger and one slightly smaller. The larger one did not use materials such as concrete, but only used soil and stones. Looking through the window without windows, you can see the survivors moving around in the house. The smaller one was built exquisitely and meticulously, using concrete, and had complete doors and windows. It is obvious that this is the player's own house. Rinyu did not comment on the obvious difference in residence. Selfishness is human nature, and she is no exception. It is precisely because of selfishness that she came to help Chi-Ran give back her face. Chi-Ran came not only for the survivors, but also for the development of Yoyu village. It was because of Chi-Ran's proposal and running around that Jelly and Zongdao joined, and the territory was upgraded to a village. And it was also because of a few more players that she was able to leave her family behind and go to City A to busy herself with her own schedule today. Now Chi-Ran was beaten. She couldn't just ignore it. Putting the Trojan horse into the bag, Rinyu squatted down and began to use the explorer's removal to dismantle the protective shield. The protective shield is the same as the trap skill. Other players may not be able to solve it, but there is nothing that cannot be dismantled in Rinyu's case. As soon as she moved, Yuanhang, as the Lord, naturally received a reminder, "Warning, warning, your protective shield is being destroyed. Please stop it as soon as possible." Yuanhang's face suddenly changed, and he rushed out of the house. On the other side, Chi-Ran not only couldn't see through Rinyu's actions, but he didn't even know what she was doing, and was confused. Then, he saw Yuanhang rushing out of the house, and he immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy. Who are you? What are you doing? Stop it! Yuan Hang was a fire mage, and he used the skill Explosive Flame on Renyu. The survivors in the house were attracted by the movement outside, and they squeezed to the window to look out, looking nervous. On the other side, Chi-Ran was also ready to help Renyu drain his health. Renyu was unmoved and continued to dismantle it. The protective shield looked like a big bear shield, but it was much more complicated to dismantle than a trap. Bang! A ball of extremely damaging flame fell on Renyu's head, a protective stone shield appeared, and at the same time, a golden light flashed on his body, and the chef's suit took effect. Renyu didn't even groan, but Yuan Hang in the territory let out 2 sharp screams in succession. His mana dropped sharply, his health bar dropped rapidly, paused in the middle, then instantly cleared, and he fell to the ground with a plop, and things exploded all over the ground. Renyu's health bar also moved slightly, and soon the small crack was smoothed out. Chi-Ran in the distance stared in shock. Damn, blood-sucking plus counterattack? No wonder, ha. But this counterattack is too powerful. Isn't it? It actually killed the player named Yuan Hang directly. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Renyu. You killed the Lord Yuan Hang. Do you want to recapture the other party's territory? Yes/no. Note, when you recapture a territory, you can also recruit all residents and property of the territory. The battle is over. The shield has not been dismantled yet, and there is no need to dismantle it at this time. Renyu directly presses yes, and the Yuan Hang territory above instantly becomes Yoyu territory. She walked through the territory with a swagger, picking up all the drops from Yuan Hang. In addition to game materials, there are also a large number of food resources in the ruins, concrete and other related materials. Renyu looked up and was a little puzzled. How come there is another territory? Then, the second prompt came late. Do you want to merge the new territory into Yoyu Village? Yes/no. Note, after the merger, the territory will automatically move, increasing the area of Yoyu Village, but the residents of the territory, property, etc. need to be settled by themselves. Renyu raised his hand and pressed yes, then looked at the stone house. The residents in the house were extremely panicked. Their lord is dead, and the territory has been robbed. Renyu smiled and said, Don't be afraid, I am the lord of Yoyu Village. Yuan Hang bullied my friend before, and almost beat my friend to death. We are here to seek justice. Now that Yuan Hang is dead, his territory has been merged into Yoyu Village, and you have officially become villagers of Yoyu Village. Everyone pack up your things and leave with me. Chi-Ran walked in, and said loudly, Yoyu Village is large in scale, strong in defense, and high in security, and the survivors live in single rooms, with doors and windows. We can still farm there. It's worth joining Yoyu Village. The residents in the house looked at each other, muttered a few words to each other, packed their luggage, walked out nervously, and had a kind of uneasiness about the unknown on their faces. There was nothing particularly complicated about the muttering of several people. It was nothing more than that the territory had become someone else's. If they didn't follow, would there be any other way out? Mutants were rampant outside, and they didn't have the ability to deal with them. They could only rely on these so-called lords to survive. Could the situation be worse than it is now? Chi-Ran greeted these residents enthusiastically, while Renyu put away the building materials and protective shields, put out the carriage and assembled it, and arranged for several residents, who looked weaker, to get on the carriage to avoid walking. Seeing this situation, the anxious residents flashed a little surprise in their eyes, looked at each other, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that this girl who annexed Yuan Hang's territory would be so kind, taking care of the elderly, the weak, and the disabled. Their original lords didn't take care of them like this, and didn't care much about their lives. When they talked to Yuan Hang before, Yuan Hang's response was also full of impatience, as if bringing them to the territory was just to complete someone's instructions or some kind of task. Back at Yoyu Village, the area of the village had been expanded automatically. Although the old residents were surprised, they were not too shocked. The new residents opened their eyes wide and were shocked. After entering the territory, looking at other people of the same kind who were relaxed and chatting freely, the residents' confused faces flashed with surprise again. They carefully asked Chi-Ran, who was very enthusiastic about them along the way, Are these refugees like us? Chi-Ran smiled and said, Of course. After your accommodation is arranged, you can communicate with others and see if there are any friends or relatives you know. Renyu set the room permissions and the scope of activities in the village for these people in turn, and said, You just arrived. You can go around after putting down your luggage and get familiar with the environment. By the way, has anyone activated a skill? Please tell me about it, so that it will be easier to arrange work in the future. Skills? The residents were all confused and looked puzzled. Renyu was also confused. No one activated a skill? Chi-Ran was also surprised and asked. No one activated a skill. The hearts of these residents, who had just relaxed, were lifted up again. A middle-aged man asked nervously, if the skills you mentioned are not activated, does it mean that we can't stay here? Renyu hurriedly said, No, that's not the case. We don't have such a rule here. I'm just a little curious. The residents were also curious. After being curious, they thought of the superpowers before, and asked questions one after another. Chi-Ran and Renyu patiently answered their questions. After finding out the skills and activation methods mentioned by Renyu and his friends, a resident whispered, Our previous lord didn't let us do anything. If we stayed in the yard of the territory for a while, he would tell us to go back to the house. He wouldn't let us do this or that. Yeah, we don't know anything. Everyone could feel that the lord disliked them. In addition, everyone was protected by that person, so they didn't dare to say much and watched the lord's face carefully every day. Renyu comforted him. It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When the new residents entered their respective houses, they looked at the square, single dormitory with doors, windows and single beds. Several emotional survivors burst into tears. In the evening, everyone continued to gather around the bonfire, cooking and doing other things. It was a prosperous scene. The new residents looked at the old residents who were chatting and laughing, and their hearts gradually settled down. At night, the village was once again besieged by mutants. Countless zombies appeared out of thin air and came from all directions. Renyu, Zhong Dao, Chi-Ran and others joined forces to deal with it, together with the guardian beasts and turrets. When the residents who woke up from their sleep after hearing the noise went out to check, they only saw special effects lights flying all over the sky and large numbers of zombies falling to the ground. The light was more brilliant than fireworks, and it could instantly knock the zombies to the ground when it fell on them. It was very satisfying to watch. They are much more powerful than those superpowers we had before, a resident whispered. But they will leave in a few days, some residents said with sadness in their tone. Several residents who activated their combat skills took the initiative to help, and residents who did not have combat skills but got whips, wooden swords, and wooden hammers also walked over. Although their help may only play a negligible role, I don't want to just stand there and watch. I have to do my part. Besides, if I don't practice my skills more, what will I do after they leave? Around 3 o'clock in the morning, the zombies faded away. Renyu hurriedly asked everyone to go back to the house to rest, and she herself rode out of the village. Just now, she saw 2 territories suddenly disappear from the map, which should have been besieged by zombies and didn't survive. It's just that it's night mode now, and as expected, they were counterattacked by a large number of mutant plants. These mutant plants are much more active than during the day, with more flexible branches, tougher and stronger strength. Renyu waved her hands and threw out various mechanical props. But the branches that were easily repelled during the day just retracted and swept in again. Renyu could hardly move forward. After trying for about half an hour, she sighed helplessly and retreated to the territory. The next morning, Renyu rushed out on horseback as soon as the night mode ended, went around the 2 territories, picked up a lot of building materials, and looked around, only finding 2 survivors. These 2 people were indeed lucky. They didn't know how they escaped in that situation. They got into a building next to the territory, closed the doors and windows, and escaped the catastrophe last night. Almost no one survived in the other territory. They might have escaped to some unknown place, or been rescued by someone. Renyu walked around nearby, called out several times but no one responded, took the 2 survivors back to Yoyu village to settle them, explained to Chi-Ran and the others, and prepared to go out. But he didn't expect Shinkong to visit. Starry Sky laughed at the scale of Yoyu village. Say hello to Yoyu. Good village chief. Renyu rolled his eyes. Settings? Do you want to consider joining? She just said casually. I didn't expect the Starry Sky to nod. Join, but it's not at this moment. Renyu laughed. I'm kidding. The Starry Sky shook his head. I'm serious, but not to join immediately. Wait for me to develop into a village. We merge again. Are you ready to go out and lobby the remaining lords? Renyu asked. She didn't think it was competition. They both had the same idea. The purpose of developing the territory was to provide a safe shelter for the survivors. Not for anything else. Shinkong, yesterday I met the lord named Chiran. He had been rejected several times. There should be no lord willing to recruit him. So today I plan to rob, kill the lord, and recruit the survivors. He said, another territory disappeared last night. Instead of dying because of not being able to pass the game level, it's better to send them away directly. The difference is, one will die with the survivors who came to seek refuge with him, and the other will die alone. Rinyu thought about the situation last night, and the two territories that disappeared this morning, and nodded. Do you want to come with me? Shinkong asked. Rinyu shook her head, and told him about her schedule yesterday, and about finding Jiang Shujia and Swain, and finally said, I want to go to City A again, to see if I can kill the remaining zombie kings, and kill the zombies over there by the way. There is no end to the zombies, mainly those zombie kings. Shinkong, then you should be careful. When you see Swain and Chinsho, you might as well let them unite, kill a few lords, and annex a few territories. Okay. Shinkong left, Rinyu set off to fly to City A. With yesterday's experience, it took a little less time today. But the place that had been cleaned up was full of zombies again. Rinyu didn't say anything, and started killing. I don't know if the remaining zombie kings felt the real threat. Rinyu slaughtered tens of thousands of zombies in the morning, and no shadow of the suspected zombie king appeared. Rinyu simply left the battle, and flew low with the kite after becoming invisible, observing the situation below. After flying over half of the city, Rinyu found that the zombies here were arranged in a more regular pattern. Following this pattern, she soon found the zombie king with a wide and eye-catching skeleton. Rinyu quietly landed nearby, without showing up, and suddenly attacked, with a floating impact. The zombie king was rolled up into the sky, and then began to overlap. After 2 attacks, Rinyu showed up, and the nearby zombies rushed to attack her. Those with superpowers used superpowers, those without superpowers tried to come over and bite. Rinyu released the little fox to help. She responded calmly, and sent the zombie king away in one breath, and then, there was a gust of cold wind. She was beaten a lot during this period, but it didn't affect her much. She got rich experience rewards and map fragments, and a brighter area on the map of City A. Rinyu cleared the zombies around her, looking for an opportunity to leave the battle and hide, and continued to fly and observe. More than an hour later, she found the zombie king in a corner of the city, landed, killed him, and confirmed again and again that there was no zombie king in City A. So she set up her Delta Wing in advance and left, rushing to City J. Chapter 116 Swain Village. This time, as expected, I met Jiang Shujia. Boss! Rinyu appeared at the gate of the territory. Jiang Shujia saw her, rushed out of the stone house, and quickly opened the authority. Boss, if you had come with Swain yesterday, we could have met. Rinyu smiled and said, it was a bit late yesterday, and I didn't dare to delay outside. Jiang Shujia, that's true. Then he asked, I heard from Swain that your territory has developed into a village. Can it be planted after becoming a village? Rinyu nodded. Why don't you try to find a few lords to merge? Jiang Shujia, I have asked a few people near me, and they are not willing to merge. Swain should come over soon to see the situation over there. If he can recruit other lords, I will take people to merge my territory over there. Rinyu took Xing. Kong told them about today's plans and proposals. Jiang Shujia whispered, Rob? After killing the lord, there will be a prompt to incorporate the territory and its residents. Rinyu said, either one of you dies, or the lord and the survivors will be sent away by the task set by the game. Jiang Shujia, boss, do you think these survivors are really human? Sometimes I think they are real humans, and sometimes I think they are NPCs created by the game. Yesterday, Swain came, and he said that he had the same opinion as you, and these survivors are the humans of this world. But Jiang Shujia has always treated them as real humans, and has not treated them harshly. They are real humans. No doubt. Rinyu smiled. Wait for the silver to come. I will help you grab a few territories. Quickly build up the village, and let the residents plant the fields. We don't have a few days. Jiang Shujia no longer hesitated, and said, okay, I'll listen to you, boss. Then he said, boss, I'll take you to visit my territory. He pointed to the survivors who were busy over there. Those are residents of my territory. After it was full, I took in a few more. They are residents of other territories, who survived the disaster in their territory. The residents also looked at Rinyu. One of them smiled and said to Jiang Shujia, Xiao Jiang, is this your boss? Their lord had a childlike temper. Yesterday, a friend came to visit. During the conversation, their lord howled in pain. They all said something like boss. After his friend left, Jiang Shujia said to them, with a frustrated look on his face, that his boss had come to see him today. But unfortunately, he didn't meet him. He started to tell them how powerful his boss was. Jiang Shujia smiled and said, Yes. 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 This is my boss? Youyu. Youyu smiled and waved at them. Hello. In the crowd, a resident stared at Rinyu, his eyes full of doubt. After Rinyu greeted a few residents and chatted for a few more words, he turned around and left with Jiang Shujia. Behind him, the resident stared at Rinyu's back as he left, muttering, Looks like. Too much like. Then he smiled bitterly. But how is it possible? He lowered his head again, picked up a few weeds and rubbed them, weaving a straw rope. Soon, Swain arrived. He patted the protective shield to remind Jiang Shujia that he was here. Jiang Shujia quickly set permissions for him and let him in. Is the boss here? Ryu came out of the stone house and said with a smile. I am here. How did you get today? Swain entered the house and said, 2 of them have joined me. By the way, boss, how many territories do you need to find to upgrade? Rinyu, it's not about finding a few territories. It depends on the number of buildings and people in the territory. The number of people needs to be at least 30. How many people do you have now? Swain patted his thigh and said suddenly, I thought it was less than 30. The 2 territories are not full of people. One has only 5 people including the Lord, and the other has only 7 people including the Lord. Jiang Shujia said, Then we will take people over there, upgrade your territory first, and then we will attack other territories. Swain, attack other territories? Rinyu told Shinkong about her proposal and her experience of killing lords. Swain's eyes lit up. That's fine. Some lords don't even have a protective shield. We will kill such territories, and after we finish dealing with those without protective shields, we will attack others. Rinyu, it doesn't matter whether there is a protective shield or not. I can remove the protective shield. Swain and Jiang Shujia were both stunned, then realized their boss's ability, and laughed together. Considering that Rinyu still had to go back to Huanshe, they did not delay any longer. Jiang Shujia hurried out to gather the villagers, and asked everyone to take their luggage and merge into the Swain territory. The plan the 2 brothers discussed yesterday was that if Jiang Shujia's side developed well, Swain would merge over, and vice versa. Jiang Shujia would take his people to Swain territory. After all, it would be easier to take care of them on the road with fewer people. They had already told the residents in advance, and everyone was mentally prepared. They hurriedly took their own things. Jiang Shujia dismantled the buildings in the territory and collected the materials. The residents only need to stay in the carriage, and Rinyu and the other 2 are responsible for cleaning up the mutants on the road. On the way, they passed a territory, the Red Dragon territory. Rinyu asked Jiang Shujia, Have you asked here before? Jiang Shujia nodded. I have, and he said he does not accept this proposal. I said I will merge with him, and Red Dragon said that we should play our own games, and he does not want to take care of so many people. Swain cursed. Fuck. Let's get him. Rinyu. Then just take him. You 2 stay here. Protect the residents, and I will go there by myself. Swain and Jiang Shujia both knew the fighting power of their boss, and they sat on the horse and watched the fun with peace of mind. Arriving near the territory, Rinyu dismounted, squatted down and began to dismantle the protective shield. In a hurry. No nonsense. Get started. Shilong went out to find supplies for a day, and had just returned. He was resting in the house when he suddenly received a warning. He ran out to see, cursed, and took out his bow and arrow to shoot at Rinyu. It was a physical attack. The counterattack was high, but Rinyu automatically triggered the dodge, avoided the attack, and came back to continue dismantling. Shilong had killed monsters that could dodge automatically before, but this was the first time he had encountered a player that could dodge automatically. In addition, the opponent was too calm, so he knew that he must be a high-level player. So he did not attack again. He said angrily, What do you want to do? At least say something. Besides, I didn't provoke you. Did I? Rinyu paused his actions and looked up and asked, Merge to the Broken Silver territory. Do you want to do it? Shilong immediately thought of the summoner player who came to him during the day. He laughed angrily. It means that if I don't agree, You can use force. Robbers. Renyu nodded yes. A robber. She admitted it quickly and calmly. And Qilong was angry. He simply raised his hand to attack again. This time, the skill fell on Renyu. Renyu did not say a word as usual. Qilong leaned back and screamed miserably. Then, he was horrified to find that his health bar had evaporated by more than 90% in an instant. Then, his body was in great pain. He screamed again, and the remaining health bar dropped again. Qiling's face changed drastically. How could he not see that this was a counter-injury effect? Or double counter-injury? Qilong knew that he had met a tough opponent. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. When he saw the blood bar dropping, he took out the blood recovery pill and swallowed it in one gulp. He barely managed to save himself from the dangerous situation that almost sent him away. I agree, Qilong said with a frustrated look on his face. I agree. Okay. What can he do if he doesn't agree? He didn't know the shield was so weak. It could be dismantled. He didn't know there were such perverts among the players, who didn't feel any pain when being hit. And the blood loss was almost zero. And the counterattack was so strong. How could such a powerful person not go to heaven? Qilong complained in his heart, while returning to the house and roughly issued an order to merge the territory. He didn't even give the residents time to react. And he demolished the house angrily. 10 minutes later, the bewildered residents of the Red Dragon territory got on Renyu's carriage. The irritable lord could only walk. On the way, another territory was incorporated. This time, the lord was not so lucky, because he had fishing skills. He was seriously injured and died before he could recover. The Red Dragon watched from afar, his eyelids twitching, and whispered, "Pervert." It was just that Renyu killed the lord, and the territory would be incorporated by her. If Renyu gave up, it would not expand to the territory of Swain. She could only take the expanded territory and give up a few residents to let them join Swain territory. With the addition of these people, the Swain territory was upgraded to Swain village on the spot. Planting was started, and seeds were rewarded. Before the merger, the residents were reluctant, but now they saw the changes in the territory and the farmland that could be cultivated. And they were all happy, and instantly forgot about their former lord. Qilong's mood has stabilized a lot. He scratched his head uncomfortably and said, "Damn, the territory can be so big. I should have agreed to that guy earlier." If he agreed and incorporated other territories, wouldn't his Qilong territory also be able to develop into a village? And he wouldn't have to be so frustrated? Before Renyu was about to return, she helped Swain conquer 3 territories. As usual, she only collected the area and let the residents join Swain village. How things will develop next depends on Swain and Jiang Shujia. There are still 4 or 5 days before the end of the Ruins mission. Renyu plans to go to other cities to see if she can kill a few more zombie kings. Boss, you should be careful. See you at home? Say hello to Konggu for us. I miss him a lot, Jiang Shujia said. Renyu smiled and said, "Okay, see you at home. I will definitely pass on your greetings." She released the Delta Wing and was about to enter the cockpit. A resident came over and said a little awkwardly, "That Xiao Zhang's boss, you. Can you take off your mask and let me take a look?" "You, don't get me wrong, I just think you look like someone I know." Renyu turned her head and glanced at the resident who was talking. It was a male survivor about 25 or 26 years old. She was very sure that she definitely didn't know him. And the other party is a survivor, not a player. However, he still took off his mask and said with a smile, "You must have recognized the wrong person." Before he could finish the rest of the words, the male survivor's eyes widened instantly, and his voice trembled a little. "Captain Renyu. Captain Ren is really you? You are back?" Renyu looked confused. This was the first time someone called her real name directly since the game started. To be honest, Jiang Shujia might not be very familiar with her real name. Everyone is used to calling each other by nicknames. The daily schedule is busy, and the topics of communication are always related to games. No one asks what your original name is. Sometimes it is mentioned, but it is not certain whether it can be remembered. Renyu said, "Do you know me? I am Lin Hong, Captain Ren. Don't you remember me? I am responsible for logistics in your team, and you saved my life." Renyu shook his head in confusion, and said, "Maybe this is really a parallel world? My name is Renyu, but I have never been a captain, let alone saved anyone." Jiang Shujia pointed at himself beside him. "Boss, you saved me. Don't interrupt. Ren. Yu glared at him speechlessly, and continued to look at the man called Lin Hong. The other party was obviously a little excited. His eyes were red, and his speech was a little incoherent. No, Captain Ren. Have you really forgotten? I was almost swept away when the blizzard came that time. And you saved me. In order to save me, you also used up your superpowers, and almost died in the blizzard. Lin Hong became more and more excited as he spoke, and squatted down with his hands covering his face, crying loudly. I don't know if it was because of what this person called Lin Hong said that influenced him, or what. Renyu suddenly had some vague things in his mind, but some of them were too vague, so vague that he couldn't catch any clues at all. Renyu was a little confused. Did she make a wrong judgment? These survivors are really the game NPCs. Is this person named Lin Hong here to disturb her? Or to issue a hidden task? Jiang Shujia squatted down, patted Lin Hong on the shoulder, said, Brother, don't cry first, tell me in detail. He asked Renyu again, Boss, have you ever lost your memory before? Renyu could hardly hold back rolling her eyes, said unhappily, I have never been in a car accident or had a high fever. Where does the amnesia come from? Lin Hong calmed down, said, Captain Ren, do you still remember Feng Xiao? Lu Chunhai? What about Ming Sha? And Xia Jinghuai? Don't you remember any of them? Renyu suddenly said, Say the last name again. Xia Jinghuai, Deputy Captain. Renyu took a breath slowly. She really didn't know how to play this game. Swain thought the name sounded familiar. And after a pause he said, Damn. Brother Kong? No. Buddy. Are you from the game? Lin Hong shook his head. He had heard Jiang Shujia talk about their origins, but he couldn't imagine what game it was. Many residents gathered nearby. One of the residents heard this, and looked at Renyu, and the others eagerly, saying, Girl. And Xiao Jiang. You are the group of psychics who disappeared. Right? You have no memory of what happened. Not only did Renyu shake his head, but even Qilong lost his temper, and shook his head again and again. Asking back, You are the NPCs in the game. Right? I said. They can't be real humans. Before he finished speaking, he was attacked by all the residents except the original residents of his territory. You are not human. How can you talk like that? We are human. We are really human. Why don't you treat us as human? We are a little suspicious of you. Are you the ones created by that game? Yes. We are really human. Everyone talked a lot, and Qilong fled. But Swain and Jiang Shujia also firmly denied that they were the missing superpowers. They believed more in the theory of normal time and space. Or, they doubted whether the survivors were human or NPC. On the way back, Renyu's mind was full of Lin Hong's crying face, and the name of Shinkong he mentioned at the end. He was in a trance, and almost flew over the station. When he landed in Yoyu village, he just saw the people and horses outside the village rushing here. Leading them was Shinkong. Shinkong fought 7 or 8 territories in one day, and the team was spectacular. It wasn't that all the lords were killed. Some who couldn't bear it chose to merge to save their lives. However, they didn't merge into Shinkong territory. They all came to Yoyu village. They were full of complaints, but they didn't dare to protest. Renyu opened the authority for them to come in and started to build houses. With so many people, the existing houses were not enough. Shinkong handed over all the building materials in his hands. Soon, a row of brand new houses appeared. As the new buildings took shape, a prompt popped up in front of her. Yoyu village was upgraded to Yoyu town. The town was expanded, the farmland was expanded, 2 wells were added, a breeding farm, in addition to more generous seed rewards. They also gave chickens and ducks that could be raised. The residents cheered immediately. Seeing the well, several residents burst into tears of joy. Renyu quickly arranged the housing rights of the new residents, said a few words of comfort, and asked Chiran and others to entertain them. She pulled Shinkong aside and asked, Do you know a man named Lin Hong? Chapter 117 The Zombie King is coming. Shinkong looked confused, and shook his head. What is this person's profession? Renyu laughed. Not a player, but a survivor. Shinkong was thinking, obviously, he was thinking about the survivors he had met, and Renyu's next words made him fall into deep self-doubt. He said, We are those disappeared superpowers? Renyu nodded. The direction is a bit confusing, I can't figure it out. Not only she couldn't figure it out, Shinkong couldn't figure it out either, frowned and said, Tomorrow I will go to J City with you, and we will meet the Lin Hong together. Renyu, okay. Because of Lin Hong's words, Renyu changed his schedule for the remaining few days, and flew to J City with Shinkong the next day. Swain and Jiang Shujia were undoubtedly happy to see Shinkong. But they were not in the mood to celebrate the reunion. Because Lin Hong's words had a huge impact on them. Swain even tried to find out something from Lin Hong. But nothing came out of it except more and more question marks. Lin Hong was very sure that Boss and Kong were their former captain and vice captain. He just didn't know what happened to you, and that you lost that memory. Jiang Shujia scratched his head. Lin Hong thought of us lords from you, and said that it was very likely that we were also those psychics. It was really confusing. Swain looked at Shinkong with complicated eyes, wondering if Shinkong was born to be the vice captain. In Lin Hong's description, he was Yoyu's vice captain. And in the game, although their team did not have a vice captain, Shinkong had been assisting Renyu invisibly, just like their vice captain. What else did he say? Renyu asked. Jiang Shujia, he only talked about what happened after the disaster, and the strength and atmosphere of your team at that time. But he didn't say anything else about you and Brother Kong. Shinkong, let's go meet him. Jiang Shujia took Shinkong and Renyu to meet Lin Hong. As soon as he saw Shinkong, Lin Hong excitedly said, Deputy Captain Xia. Shinkong was unfamiliar with this title, and only greeted Lin Hong blankly, and then began to ask Lin Hong about the old things in detail. According to Lin Hong, he joined Renyu's team midway, and he did not know about the initial creation of the team. But he knew that Renyu awakened the wind and with dual element abilities, and Xia Jinghuai awakened the ice and speed abilities. In addition, there were fire, space, and water ability users in the team. Renyu's team had 7 or 8 ability users, and more than 20 non-ability users, who were protected by the ability users. The ability users were responsible for dealing with mutants, and the non-ability users followed the ability users to search for supplies, and to deal with the edible mutant plants and animals they brought back. The team did not have the largest number of members, but they were very united, and the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. In Renyu's team, Lin Hong felt very comfortable. During a location transfer, the captain and the deputy captain led everyone to climb a hilltop to rest. Meng Shasha, a space-based superpower in the team, just distributed supplies to everyone and suddenly disappeared. At first, everyone was surprised to guess whether Meng Shasha's space had been upgraded and evolved, and she could enter and exit directly. Then, they found out horribly that not only Meng Shasha, but all the superpowers in the team were gone. Everyone was panicked and uneasy, and thought that this was probably a joke Meng Shasha played on them. It must be that after her space was upgraded, she took the captain and the others in. But as the waiting time got longer and longer, some people began to become pessimistic, guessing that the captain and his friends disliked these burdens, and were unwilling to protect them anymore. However, after getting along for a while, everyone knew that the captain and his friends were not such people. But no one could figure out what happened. Because of the lack of food, they had to go out to look for resources after waiting in vain. When they met ordinary people who also had no superpowers, they realized that it was not just Renyu and his friends who disappeared, but all the superpowers. Everyone was thinking about this and that at first. But later we realized that this was not a man-made incident. But we had no idea what the incident was. Lin Hong smiled bitterly. We were still together at first, but with the natural disasters and the constant attacks by mutants, our number became smaller and smaller, and finally only 5 or 6 were left, and we also got separated. Shinkong and Renyu looked at each other, and their eyes were still blank. Renyu said, I'm really sorry. We have no impression of what you said. We all think this is a parallel universe. There are 2 of me, and there are 2 starry skies. That is Xia Jinghuai. Don't get excited yet. Seeing that Lin Hong was about to make another excuse, and was obviously emotional, she quickly comforted him, and then said, listen to the changes in our world first. I woke up one morning as usual, washed up, and prepared for work, and then something happened. Everyone was teleported to a large square, and I didn't even have time to change out of my pajamas. Renyu smiled. Do you think I would hang around in pajamas in a disaster? Lin Hong said, of course not. You were wearing a camouflage jacket the day you disappeared, and Deputy Captain Xia was wearing a military green jacket and a black baseball cap. Shinkong kept staring at his eyes, and suddenly asked, how do you remember it so clearly? Lin Hong did not think there was anything wrong with Shinkong's questioning, and explained very naturally, this is the team rule. After the doomsday, various bad weather conditions continued, and we had to move to a new place from time to time. There were more than just our team on the way, and we had to fight mutants from time to time, so there would often be chaos. In order to avoid following the wrong person, the captain asked us to remember what you and your teammates are wearing, so that we can easily identify and follow them. This explanation is correct. Renyu continued, the next step is the gamification of the world. And monsters appear. The game restricts our food, clothing, housing and transportation. Shops and homes have become decorations. The food and water in each small store have also become decorations. We can only eat the supplies distributed by the game or found on the game map. You should have played online games, right? Lin Hong nodded. Renyu said, it's similar to online games. But online games are virtual. And we play games in person. Shinkong, I was on a business trip in City A at the time, and was having breakfast in the hotel lobby when I was suddenly teleported out. So, we can't be the disappeared superpowers you mentioned. And we also want to know, who are you? Lin Hong was somewhat helpless and depressed. He wanted to ask the same question back. The name? The appearance is correct. But they are not the disappeared superpowers. So who are the two in front of him? But there is one thing you don't have to doubt. I am really a human. And I am definitely not the NPC you said. Lin Hong smiled bitterly. Renyu suddenly remembered the scene she encountered on the way to her homeland on the day of the game, and asked, are there many elderly people and children who have awakened superpowers? After the game came, young children and elderly people who are too old have become background NPCs. They do not accept various tasks, nor do they have to bear the various dangers in the game. But at the same time, they have no independent thinking. Lin Hong's head was full of clouds, and he shook his head slowly, saying, it is not impossible for children and the elderly to awaken superpowers. But the probability is very, very low. And even if the superpowers are awakened, the elderly's weak bodies cannot withstand the energy in their bodies, and they lose their lives for it. The same is true for children. They don't know how to control it. And there are many troubles. Most of the elderly and children died in various natural disasters, or were attacked by mutants. Not many survived, especially after the disappearance of the superpowers. This situation became more serious. After talking to each other, no one solved the puzzle for the other. Renyu asked Lin Hong to do his work, and she and Shinkong strolled around the village casually. Renyu whispered, I still tend to believe that Lin Hong is a game NPC. NPC does not admit that he is an NPC, which is normal. Shinkong, it is possible, he suggested. Why not take him back to Huangshe, so that it will be easier to communicate? Keep him by your side, and you can observe more carefully, hoping to trigger some prompts. Moreover, they talk so much about the disaster and the things in the game, but they didn't receive any warnings or any taboos, so calm that it made people feel uneasy. Renyu, okay, then I'll tell the beast to send Lin Hong back to Huangshe first, and then come back to pick you up. Shinkong nodded. Jiang Shujie had no problem. He also said, boss, when you return to Huangshe, you can gather all your residents, and then read our real names, to see if anyone recognizes us. I will gather the residents later, and report the names of Li Jiao and the others, to see if I can find someone I know. Okay, I'll go back and ask. She went to find Lin Hong, and Lin Hong agreed very readily, although the information of both parties did not match, and the captain and the deputy captain did not remember the past. He was a member of Renyu's team, so there was nothing wrong with following the previous captain. He just said, then shall I tell the Lord? Don't worry. I've already said hello. You go pack your things, and we'll set off immediately. Okay. Lin Hong returned to the dormitory, and said hello to a few survivors who had just become familiar with him, and then returned happily, and sat on Renyu's Delta wing. At first, he was a little scared, and said, Captain, will this thing be shot down by mutants? Renyu explained to him, no. This is a game prop. Lin Hong nodded, and the game props seemed to be quite reliable. Jiang Shujie had shown them equipment, skills, pets, and some mechanical props before, which were really good. The Delta wing landed in the town, and when passing through the protective shield, Lin Hong was given permission. After landing, Lin Hong was surprised. Captain, your territory is bigger than that in J City. Renyu smiled and said, welcome to Yoyu Town. The scale here has developed into a town. She ran over, and saw that Renyu brought back a stranger, and said, Mayor, this is. Renyu was choked by this title, and said, just call me Yoyu, the title changes every day. She introduced Lin Hong to Chi Ran, and arranged a room for him, and set up permissions, and then said to Chi-Ran, "Are all the residents at home?" Chi-Ran, "No, Jelly and Zondao took some residents out to get resources, and Qilong and I are watching the house." He was worried about letting Qilong go out, worried that the other party would not sincerely protect the residents, or deliberately make trouble again, and put him in the town, and he couldn't make trouble even if he wanted to. Rinyu, "Okay, you take Lin Hong to get familiar with the town environment, I'll go back to pick up Shinkong." After returning to J City, I made an agreement with Jiang Shujia that if there were people familiar with them in her territory, she would send them over herself. If she didn't come, then there were none. Take care of yourselves for the remaining days. See you in the game world. Before leaving, she left a turret for Swain, and then set off to return. In the evening, a bonfire was lit again in Yoyu Town, and everyone was busy around the bonfire. Rinyu took advantage of the large crowd, gathered everyone together, and reported the names of Jiang Shujia and the others, but it was a pity that no one seemed to know them. I did know about several cities that were massacred like City A. Rinyu planned to fly there the next day to find the Zombie King and kill a few more zombies. But that night, they were besieged by a zombie army. Not only zombies, but also some other mutant species. Chi-Ran and other players were not too surprised by this. Before the end of the Ruins mission, it would be strange if there was no big wave. All residents have seen the fighting power of the players. It is easy to kill zombies in seconds. But when they saw so many zombies surrounding them, the residents still changed their faces. They finally had a place to live, and spent a few days in peace. And they didn't want this peace to be broken. Several players guarded one direction each. And with their pets and turrets, they were able to handle it with ease. All the residents who could fight also went on the field. But the main force was still Rinyu and his team. The situation this time was more serious than the previous ones. Not only were there a lot of zombies, but they were also in order. Rinyu knew this situation, and there must be a zombie king nearby commanding. She retreated a distance to get out of the battle, found Shinkong and said to him, "Help you keep an eye on me. I'll go out to find the zombie king." Shinkong reminded, "Be careful." "Don't worry." Rinyu nodded, and after turning invisible, he controlled the kite to fly out. After flying a circle at low altitude, Rinyu quickly locked onto the target. 3 zombie kings. Below, 3 zombie kings stood not far away, their dark eye sockets staring at the direction of the town. It was unclear how they commanded the zombies. There was no movement, no words, but the zombies kept changing their formations. The melee fighters rushed to the front, and the long-range attackers were divided into several teams, advancing in an orderly manner and attacking. Rinyu hovered and observed the situation below, chose a place to land, deducted 50 fatigue points, and used the special skill of baking pies. The 3 zombie kings and the mutants within the attack range were swept into the air. Rinyu was surprised to find that these mutants actually included mutant plants that did not eat skills. Mutated plants do not eat skills, they only eat special skills. The taste of seeking death is really unique. When performing special skills, Rinyu was still in stealth mode, so the zombies nearby who found abnormalities turned their heads to look for targets, and did not notice Rinyu's presence at all. After performing a special skill, it did not kill the 3 zombie kings instantly. Rinyu added a gust of wind, and was ready to follow up with a chaotic rain, but he did not expect that the gust of wind ended successfully, and the 3 zombie kings fell to the ground. A prompt popped up in front of him. "You killed 3 zombie kings. The number of zombies besieging Yoyu Town has been greatly reduced. The residents of the town can finally breathe a sigh of relief. You received 90,000 experience rewards. It is detected that there are other player lords in your territory. Do you want to share this experience reward?" Rinyu pressed yes without hesitation. You got all the supplies occupied by the 3 zombie kings. 3 gift bags flew into Rinyu's package. The subtitles continued. You got 3 opportunities to activate the city map. Please choose the city to activate. Note: gamers in the city where the map is activated can enjoy the convenience of the map activation at the same time. Cities that have fully activated the map can realize city channel communication. A complete national map was unfolded in front of him. Rinyu can choose 3 at will. At the same time, the zombies besieging the town kept disappearing, and there was a brief chaos. The formation was completely invalid, and they began to attack based on their feelings. Rinyu was still in a zombie group. The so-called large reduction in number did not mean that the entire group disappeared. There seemed to be no pattern. She first rained down the zombies that tried to surround her, and the zombies from other directions sent gusts of cold wind, alcohol and other group moves. Before the new zombies surrounded her, Rinyu left the combat mode, became invisible again, and then looked at the empty map again. The first and second ones chose Huang City and J City without hesitation. She chose N City between these two cities as the third one. The complete maps of the three cities lit up one after another, and the city channel also lit up at the same time. But the channel is only available to the lords of these three cities. Renyu casually glanced at the territory on the map of N City, and suddenly found three old acquaintances, Song Fontian, Huang Chong, and those who suck my blood will die. She opened the channel and sent a message. Yu, Huang City, J City, N City map has been unlocked. The lords of these three cities can communicate through the channel. Yu, at Swain, how is it over there? Chapter 118 Support. In the nearest Yoyu town, Shinkong, who was killing monsters, suddenly paused. A familiar channel dialogue box popped up in the corner of her eye, and then she saw the message sent by Yoyu, and a smile suddenly appeared in her eyes. On the other side, Jelly, who was also fighting, thought she was dazzled. After performing a skill, she looked closely, and then shouted excitedly, "The channel is unlocked, the channel is unlocked." But the excitement disappeared immediately. The ruins mission is about to end, and the unlocked channel will not last long. Zongdao and the others naturally noticed this change. Although it was a pity that the channel was opened a little late, there was also a sense of relaxation that they were finally connected with other players. "In City! Brother Tian, I can't stand it anymore," the soldier shouted loudly, because he was too anxious. His voice was hoarse. "Come here immediately," Song Fontian shouted, and rushed to the south of the territory quickly, showing his unique skills. And the pressure on the residents and a player guarding the south position was greatly reduced. When Song Fontian teleported into the ruins, he happened to be not far away from one of his regular teammates. A few days ago, their territories were merged. In addition, several natural disasters occurred before, and the mutants besieged and killed several lords. Song Fontian recruited several survivors and unexpectedly got promoted. The ruins mission was about to end. He expected that the game would bring a severe test. He did not go out all day today. He stayed in the village with all the residents and helped to farm. He did not expect that it was quiet during the day, but was attacked by a zombie army at night. Song Fontian also felt great pressure. His special skill had been used, and he didn't know if he could hold on during the period of waiting for the cooldown to end. After relieving the pressure in the south of the village, Song Fontian was about to look in other directions, but his eyes suddenly paused, and he looked over abruptly. His eyes widened. "Yoyu? Channel. Did Yoyu unlock the channel?" Song Fontian smiled bitterly. This guy is he has always been at the top of the list in the Chaos Secret Realm, but he didn't expect to become the most eye-catching one in the ruins. He clicked on the map, checked Yoyu's location. Surprise reappeared on his face. With a complicated look, Yoyu Town actually developed into a town. Song Fontian raised his hand and typed, "Song Fontian at Yoyu God, I didn't expect we were so close. How is your place?" Soon he saw a message pop up on the channel. "Yoyu, not bad, how is your place?" Renyu finished posting, and saw a new message pop up on the channel. "Swain, at Yoyu, we are surrounded by zombies. It's a little stressful, but we can make it. I'm not a beast, boss, we are still okay. How are you guys doing?" Renyu replied, "Find a way to find the zombie king. Killing the zombie king can reduce the number of zombies, and unlock the city map. Swain and Jiang Shujia both have invisibility bracelets. Sneaking past shouldn't be a problem, but there will be risks during the battle. It depends on how the two of them cooperate." Another message popped up. "I didn't expect it was from a neighbor in the same alley. Those who suck my blood will die, at Yoyu. Ah, it's really you. I'm so happy to see an old friend on the channel. But I can't hold on any longer. God bless me. Those who suck my blood will die territory." Yu Jingwen finished typing. 3 arrows and Rain of Chaos were used in turn. While waiting for the cooldown, she kept using shooting and critical strike. She struggled to hold on. Beside them, the residents of her territory looked pale, and they looked at the shield that was shaking from time to time because of the massive attacks. "Are we going to get through this?" someone cried. "Why? We came to the territory according to the instructions. Why are we still so scared?" Although Yu Jingwen knew that tonight was a dangerous situation, she must not lose her morale at this time. She encouraged seriously, "Don't say discouraging words. We must believe in ourselves." Huang Insect Territory. Suddenly seeing a familiar channel pop up, Huang Chong was dazed for a moment when he saw the name of the person who sent the message on the channel. Wang Chong felt his eyes warm for no reason. He quickly retreated a few steps to leave the battle, raised his hand and tapped in the void, and asked bluntly, Wang Chong Ayoyu, Master, do you have enough energy to support our brothers? I feel like tonight is over. After sending the message, he realized that this was not outside the ruins. The two of them were not in the same city at this time. The distance between them was still a bit far. He couldn't help but sigh, and continued to stand back next to the protective shield and re-entered the battle mode. After sending the message just now, Rinyu flew up with the kite, and soon found two zombie kings commanding the zombies to fight in another direction. There were only two zombie kings, and it was not worth using another special skill. After landing, a little ghost entangled him to seal the skills of one of the zombie kings, and then he launched a superimposition to kill the other one, knocked down the target, and then calmly killed the other one. During the battle, nearby zombies surrounded him, and those with superpowers released their superpowers, and those without superpowers came up to bite him. Rinyu was unmoved, and was hit and injured, and the negative state rebounded, and a large number of zombies died. The mutant plants were annoying, and they kept tangling with her. She threw out a mechanical prop, and continued to focus on killing the zombie king. When the zombie king fell to the ground, she used a gust of cold wind and a drunken breath to take away the remaining blood of the zombies around, took out a mountain axe, cut and chopped the mutant plants that whipped at her, cleared a vacuum zone for herself, and used the bracelet to turn invisible after the battle ended. As usual, Rinyu divided the experience equally, and expanded outward from Huang City, and unlocked the maps of the surrounding W City and Z City. At this time, several messages popped up on the channel. When the local players in Huang City saw the players in N City asking for help from the Lord of Yoyu Town on the local map, they quickly sent a message saying that help should not be sought from far away, and his territory was in danger, and they hoped that the powerful lords in Huang City could lend a helping hand. The message was sent, but the player named Bubbles Coke, who was in a corner of the city, did not care, thinking that in the night mode, let alone cross-city rescue, it would be difficult for the city to support each other. Besides, isn't Yoyu Town besieged by zombies? But after this person's message popped up, Chi-Rang couldn't help but say something bad to him on the channel. He tried to lobby Bubble Coke twice, but he was rejected. Although he knew that people are selfish, he still felt a little unhappy when he was rejected, so he started to show off. Shinkong didn't conquer all the territories in Huangshi. He preferred to choose lords whose territories were not well developed, whose buildings were simple, who only cared about themselves and didn't care about the lives of the residents. He did not use force to attack some territories that were well developed, with complete protective shields, complete buildings, and good relationships with the residents, and respected the other party's choice. After unlocking the map, Rinyu flew back to the town with a kite and appeared after landing. Chi-Rang saw her coming back, and asked, while killing zombies, we suddenly gained a lot of experience twice just now, and I have upgraded. Is it related to your killing of the zombie king? Rinyu nodded and smiled, you deserve it. Chi-Rang grinned, it seems that our choice is right. If he still guarded his territory, let alone the experience at this time, I am afraid he would have to ask for help on the channel. He doesn't have the ability to rush out and kill the zombie king. Jelly and the others also leveled up. Although the experience is divided equally, there are fewer people with more experience. The increase of tens of thousands allowed several players to fill up their current experience bars and reach a new level. Rinyu said, after killing 5 zombie kings, the zombies here are disappearing, the pressure should not be so great, you guys hold on, I'll go out for a walk. I may also go to N City to support 2 friends. Chi-Rang and the others also saw the information on the channel, and naturally they could tell from the familiar tone of the 2 players that they had some friendship with Rinyu. He snorted, do you want to save the territory of this city too? Rinyu smiled and said, of course. But it's not for the territory. It's for the residents. The territory is safe, and the residents are safe. Chi-Rang thought about it, and there are still those survivors. He was just a little awkward, but he didn't interfere too much. Shinkong was hungry, so he stopped fighting and came to the open space to replenish his energy. Hearing this, he reminded, be careful. Rinyu nodded and said, I'll take away 2 turrets and take them with me. Now the defense strength of their town is not affected by the loss of 2 turrets. She took away the 2 turrets and put them in the bag, and flew out after becoming invisible. Unlike the failed rescue mission that night, she acted alone tonight. Except for the invisibility during the battle, she could be invisible while traveling. Flying to the vicinity of other territories, Renyu looked down and observed. Now that she had experience, she could easily locate the location of the zombie king and kill him on the ground. It was probably not a monster attacking her territory. This time, there was no prompt for experience sharing, and the experience reward fell on her. But she also found that the number of zombie kings depended on the size of the territory. There is one zombie king in a small territory, 2 or 3 in a large territory, 4 in a village, and the most zombie kings are deployed in the town mode. She killed 5 anyway. Renyu only killed the zombie king. After killing the zombies, she used a few group skills to clear the zombies around, repelled the harassment of the mutant plants, and left the combat state to take off in stealth. Some lords keenly noticed that the familiar and dazzling skill special effects light broke out in the zombie group far outside their territory, guessing that someone came to rescue, and expressed their gratitude on the channel. Shi-Ran did not forget to pay attention to the channel information while fighting monsters. However, because everyone was not sure who the rescuer was, there was no precise target to thank. So he kindly added a reminder: it was the mayor of our town. Yo you? Guijelli also took the time to send a message. Our provincial martial arts champion at Yo-Yu's strength is really not exaggerated. Some lords would also take the opportunity to ask if they could help him kill more zombies. Shi-Ran raised his hand and typed quickly, "Don't be too greedy. Kill the zombie king. The number of zombies will be greatly reduced. Can't you handle it? You are not the only territory that needs support." Humph! He was really proud tonight. The player named Bubble Coke saw the information on the channel, and was so shocked that he forgot to use his skills. Oh my god! Is this true? He could actually come out to rescue in night mode. What kind of god is this? But he is actually the provincial champion. He is indeed a godlike player. Finally, he also waited for the familiar skill special effect light to explode outside his territory. After a while, he watched the zombies outside the protective shield disappear in 2s and 3s. And the pressure was greatly reduced. Bubble Coke had forgotten to be shocked and thanked him repeatedly on the channel. Bubbles, thank you, Master Yo-Yu. I was ungrateful before. Tomorrow I will take all the residents to your territory. I hope you can take me in. I also want to apologize to Brother Shi-Ran. Shi-Ran replied proudly, "Since you are so sincere, I forgive you." Renyu didn't have time to reply to these messages. She retreated after the fight. Her experience was skyrocketing, and her level was climbing. When she first came to the ruins, she was at the late stage of level 31. The first few tasks she completed allowed her to reach level 32. The reward she received a few days ago, and the rewards for killing those zombie kings allowed her to reach the peak of level 32. Tonight, she reached level 33 as soon as possible. After the rescue began, the experience was no longer shared with others. One zombie king gave 30,000 experience points. Adding the previous base, after killing 2, it reached level 34. It takes 110,000 experience points to upgrade from level 34 to level 35. 3 or 4 zombie kings rushed up again. As more and more zombie kings were killed, Renyu's level quickly reached level 36, 37. At the same time, the maps in the ruins also lit up piece by piece. In the eyes of many struggling players, the lit maps seemed to light up thousands of lights, making people excited, and their hearts surge, and it seemed that a burst of energy was injected into their tired bodies. While resisting the siege of mutants, they were having fun in the channel. Of course, the most common messages were messages asking for help, and self-deprecating messages about not seeing the sun tomorrow. As a city that had just opened the channel, they had not seen the messages sent by Huang Chong before. So those who asked for help did not ask the lords of other cities. After all, in their subconscious cognition, it was not realistic to ask for help across cities. They could only ask the local lords, hoping to get support. As a result, they found that all territories were experiencing the disaster of zombie siege, and they immediately fell into despair and began to talk nonsense with a carnival mentality before death. Jioyu Eliohua, take a picture before death. I am Jioyu Eliohua from In City. As province, please remember me. I will be a brave man again when I am resurrected. Along, ha ha ha, my shield energy value is dropped by 50%. Other players, how are your shields? Yo Yao Dao, I just became the village chief today, and the game is going to let me die, ha ha ha. What about my residents? How can they live without me, ha ha ha. Shuju, what is the meaning of village chief? Can someone explain it to me? Yo Yao Dao, I will explain it to you. The village chief is the village chief. The size of the territory can be increased. Territory, big territory, village, town. I just found out that there is a town in Huangshe. At Yoyu, can this big guy tell me what it feels like to be the mayor? Qi ran. The mayor is trying to kill the zombie king. I don't have time to type. Let me say a few words for the mayor. Ya Yao Dao, go. Oh no, damn it. There is actually a zombie king? Please tell me more about it. Brother. At Qi ran. The channel is very lively. There are still a few messages for help. Renyu didn't care to join in the fun. She opened the map to check the situation in Huangshe. Huang City is not small in size. And there are still several territories that have not been sent to support. Renyu tagged Shinkong on the channel to ask about the situation in the town. After learning that Shinkong was pulled out, Qi ran and the others were also able to deal with it calmly. She handed the remaining territories to Shinkong for rescue. And she flew to In City, in Yoyu Town, watching the two masters discussing the rescue issue easily on the channel. Other players did not even dare to step out of their territories. Guijelli exclaimed, "They are worthy of being the top and second place in our province. They are awesome." She ran. Even though they knew that Renyu was the top place. Guijelli was just bragging about Yoyu. And he didn't know how many times he mentioned Renyu's great achievements. But they just found out that Shinkong was the second in the province. Shocked. Damn, with two great war gods here, no wonder we were able to handle it so calmly. Zhongdao said with a smile. Qi ran. I hugged two thighs at once. It's a pity that they are not from the same province. But it's enough for me to brag about it for a while when I go back. Qi Long, who is recovering his strength, and several other lords, who were forced to be recruited by Shinkong, fell into silence. After a long time, Qi Long whispered, "Damn! No wonder he was so violent, and he was so confident to dismantle the protective shield of his territory. I didn't expect him to be so awesome. He is the top scholar in the province." In fact, he had long since stopped feeling bad about being recruited. Let alone other things, he couldn't survive the situation tonight. At the same time, the tone of the channel suddenly changed, because Renyu and Shinkong were arranging rescue issues. It seemed that the player named Yoyu could still rush to other cities when zombies were everywhere. That player's strength was definitely extraordinary. Another round of distress messages floated up. Renyu landed outside the territory of those who suck my blood will die in City Inn. At this time, the energy value of the protective shield of Yu Jingwen's territory had also dropped by half. She was struggling to hold on, when a group of skill special effects suddenly exploded on the periphery. Yu Jingwen immediately shouted excitedly, "Yoyu! Is that you?" Renyu first rode his horse around the territory quickly. Released a group move. Relieved the pressure on the residents guarding the territory. And replied loudly, "Give me permission." Yu Jingwen was so excited that she almost cried. She opened the permission to Renyu. Renyu entered the territory and threw a turret to her, saying, "Place it in a place." She also said, "I won't help you kill the remaining zombies. I will leave after I kill the zombie king. The number of zombies will be greatly reduced after the zombie king disappears. You should be able to handle it." "It's okay. It's okay. Thank you very much. Really. Thank you." Yu Jingwen stepped forward and hugged Renyu. Although she knew the timing was wrong, she couldn't help crying. Renyu patted her shoulder and comforted her. "It's okay." Yu Jingwen let go of Renyu, embarrassedly nodded and said, "Yeah." Renyu flew out in stealth. There were 3 zombies outside Yu Jingwen's territory, in 3 different directions. Renyu skillfully locked the target, used the skill of blocking the little ghost, sent it into the sky with a floating shot, and then used the fatal pursuit shot to overlap the print, and ended the dragon. Some zombie kings needed to be finished, and some died directly. She calmly hit the vacuum zone, left the combat mode and became invisible, and went straight to the next one. After killing several zombie kings in Yu Jingwen's territory, Renyu returned and left her a gift bag of supplies as a reward. Yu Jingwen was very touched. Renyu couldn't explain that this was a reward for killing the zombie king, and she benefited a lot. But she was not so generous. She worked hard, and had to share some of the results. Yu Jingwen was different from Qi Ran and the others. Qi Ran and the others had paid a lot to protect her territory, so she would share her experience with them. After returning, she would open the gift bag to see what was in it. And she would also give some to Qi Ran and the residents of her territory. Renyu turned and left, flying towards the Huancheng territory. During this period, except Huangshe, small territories and other cities gradually disappeared from the map. Renyu was too busy to do anything else. She didn't even go to Song Fengtian's territory. He was a high-powered player after all, so it was easier for him to deal with than other players. She also left a turret for Huan Chong, killed the zombie king near his territory, and went to find a small territory nearby. When Ren Yu arrived, the energy value of the shield of this territory was only 1/3 left. After Ren Yu killed a zombie king here, he helped to clear a circle around the territory. This player was also from City A. His nickname in the game was Beidoxing. He used to be a frequent streamer. Whenever Ren Yu and her team were on TV, he would make some friendly jokes. Seeing Ren Yu at this time, he was so excited that he burst into tears. "Thank you. Great God." Ren Yu waved at him outside the protective shield, helped to clear a circle of small monsters, and urged the horse to leave. The disaster lasted until more than 3 o'clock in the morning. The zombie king, who was not killed, commanded the zombie army to retreat. How many territories can withstand such a long-term onslaught? Several more territories disappeared. Ren Yu dared to do this because her fatigue value was several times higher than others. At the same time, her level was stuck at the peak of level 39, and she needed to leave the ruins to do a task to reach level 40. Later, the experience of killing the zombie king was lost. The official did not distribute it, and she could not share it with the corresponding lord. But she got the supplies and map fragments hidden by the zombie king. A large area of the map was lit up, and the channel became more and more lively. Those players who opened the channel later felt as if they were in another world, and complained about the miserable situation of their territories in the channel. However, Ren Yu checked all the cities that lit up the map, but did not find the territory of Zhaigangyong and Lingqiao. There were still large gray plates on the map, and it was unclear whether the two people were not in the cities that lit up the map, or if they had met with misfortune. Back in Yoyu Town, Shinkong had arranged for the residents and several other players to rest, and he sat in the open space. Seeing the familiar Delta Wing landing, he hurried over, and after reporting the situation in the town, he said with concern, "Are you tired? You go to rest. I'll be on duty. Your workload tonight is not easy. You go to rest. There shouldn't be any situation in the second half of the night," Ren Yu said. "Recharge your energy, and you will have the physical strength to deal with any changes." Lin Hong came out of the house and said, "Deputy Captain Xia, the captain is right. You all go to rest. I will be on duty, and I will notify you if there is any situation." He has no special powers, and he didn't kill many zombies with a wooden sword, so his physical strength was not much consumed. Before, Shinkong said that he had volunteered to take the night duty, but Shinkong said that he had to wait for Yoyu to come back, so he didn't insist. He just didn't sleep. He heard some noise outside, looked out the window, and knew that the captain had come back. So he hurried out to recommend himself again. Ren Yu said, "It's okay. Everyone is exhausted tonight. Just go and rest." Lin Hong said, "Captain, I'm not tired. And I heard that your mission here is about to end. Although none of us have figured it out yet. You don't have much recognition of me. But I don't think so. Before we part, I hope to do something for you to the best of my ability." The bonfire reflected his face, and Lin Hong's eyes were slightly red. Shinkong thought for a moment, stood up and patted his shoulder, saying, "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." Ren Yu had no choice but to give him a few words of advice, and brought him 2 pieces of bread, a glass of water, and went back to the house to rest. When he sat down in the house, Ren Yu felt tired. He forced himself to eat a piece of bread. He wanted to see the material rewards he got from the zombie king, but he really couldn't muster up the energy. So he switched to pajamas with one click and fell asleep. Chapter 119 Zombie King Leader. When he woke up in the morning, Ren Yu opened the package immediately and fixed his sight on a certain grid. There were about 30 gift packages of supplies lying there. Ren Yu opened one of them and harvested 20 kilograms of potatoes, 30 kilograms of sweet potatoes, a large bucket of water, and a special item, Energy Absorption Card. Energy Absorption Card? What is it used for? Energy Absorption Card can be used in special scenarios. There was no other introduction. Ren Yu was speechless for 2 seconds, and could only put it in the package first. The second gift bag, 30 kilograms of rice, 20 kilograms of refined salt, 5 boxes of instant noodles, and another energy absorption card. The third gift bag, 20 kilograms of flour, 50 kilograms of potatoes, 100 packs of biscuits, 1 energy absorption card. Unpacking again, 10 boxes of barreled instant noodles, 50 kilograms of dried noodles, 5 boxes of ham sausage, 1 energy absorption card. Continue unpacking, 80 packs of bagged instant noodles, 10 boxes of pickled mustard, 130 eggs, 1 energy absorption card. The supplies in each gift bag are not exactly the same, but they all carry energy absorption cards. Rinyu took a few empty high-level storage boxes and began to dismantle and sort the items into boxes for easy distribution and arrangement. At this time, there were faint voices outside. The residents who had already woken up greeted each other and walked towards the farmland together. That piece of land is now the treasure of all residents. Whether the seeds planted can germinate, whether they can grow smoothly, and the results are the most concerned things for all residents at the moment. Some residents also walked around the edge of the protective shield, checking the situation of the mutants outside the territory while walking. There are no mutants near the territory. After all, the guardian beast and the turret are not for decoration. But there are a few zombies wandering around a little further away, but they do not affect their safety. Rinyu hadn't finished unpacking the gift package yet. She paused, came out of the house, and asked, "Does anyone know how to make egg sauce?" "I can," a resident named Feng Rui said hurriedly. "I can do it." Another resident next to her raised his hand and said, "I can do it too." Rinyu smiled and said, "You can find a few people to make a few pots of egg sauce together, and cook some noodles. We will have vegetarian noodles this morning." Several residents couldn't help swallowing their saliva after hearing her words, and they gathered around and asked in surprise, "Lord, there are eggs and noodles?" Rinyu took out enough noodles, a few cans of soybean paste, sweet noodle sauce, eggs, and existing condiments such as green onions, ginger, garlic oil, etc. The residents were delighted and excited, and some wanted to say, "Is it too extravagant to eat like this?" Rinyu saw through the residents' idea, and said with a smile, "We can't eat like this every day at the moment. But everyone worked hard last night, and no one let down. Even our Xiaoyu was exhausted. So let's reward everyone this morning." Several residents laughed, and then stopped talking. They consciously divided into several groups, discussed the processes that each person was responsible for, and went to the well to fetch water, and made fire to prepare for this breakfast. Rinyu went back to open the gift package, and when he turned around, he heard a resident say, "We can put more sauce and less eggs, and eat eggs sparingly." Rinyu laughed, and let them arrange it themselves. She was busy with her own things. After the gift packs were opened, together with the supplies in the boxes opened from the game, they were all collected together and counted. While she was busy, the smell of fried egg sauce wafted outside, mixed with the smell of firewood, filled with a strong smell of fireworks. Rinyu couldn't help but take a deep breath and sniffed a few times. More and more residents woke up, some went to help, some picked up brooms made of mutant plants and began to clean the ground of the town, and some ran to the fields, also to take a look before they felt relieved. After the egg sauce was fried and the noodles were cooked, everyone came to line up with their own utensils to get food. Each person had a big bowl of noodles and half a spoon of sauce. They did not go back to the house, but stood aside and slurped the food. Rinyu and Shinkong and other players gathered together to eat. Jelly slurped a mouthful and sighed with satisfaction. It's so delicious. It's really delicious. Although the food props made in the game are also delicious, they lack the flavor of fireworks. The food made by humans with their hard-working hands is still more delicious. Ren the chef expressed his approval and nodded repeatedly. Although her cooking skills have reached the peak in the game, this long-lost food with a sense of fireworks still suits her taste buds better. Even if the sauce is a little salty and the noodles are a little too soft, it is delicious. She also peeled 2 garlic cloves and shared them with a few friends. If you eat noodles without garlic, the fragrance will be half less. Zhong Dao said with a nostalgic look. Before the end of the world, I was a travel food blogger, specializing in checking in local delicacies. When eating buns, noodles, and large pieces of meat, garlic cloves are indispensable. It's so delicious. He laughed as he spoke. Fans also like to see me eat like that. When he said the last few words, he lowered his head, quietly inhaled and exhaled, and forced back the tears in his eyes. Shinkong patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Big internet celebrity. Tell us your video number quickly. I will be the first to follow you after the doomsday is over." Zongdo raised his head again and laughed. "It seems that I am not famous enough. No one has recognized me in all these days." Chiron laughed. No. It's because we don't receive enough information. We haven't seen your video." Ha ha ha. The few people ate and laughed, enjoying the food and the tranquility of the morning. Jelly scraped the last bit of egg in the bowl and said, Will the game state end? Renyu said, yes. As long as we have firm beliefs. It will definitely end. Jelly nodded heavily. When Bubble Coke and his territory residents joined Yoyu Town, the air was still filled with the aroma of fried noodles. Some people thought they were hallucinating. Otherwise, how could there be the aroma of noodles with soybean sauce? Noodles with soybean sauce. In addition to noodles, also need related materials. What a luxurious delicacy. Besides, who would be willing to make a bowl of noodles with soybean sauce when supplies are scarce? Some people couldn't help swallowing their saliva like crazy. Even the sparkling cola was no exception. They sniffed with their noses raised. It should be food props. It's hard to gather enough materials to make noodles with soybean sauce before the end of the world. It must be. But he didn't dare to ask when he saw Renyu. But he was embarrassed. When they recruited him, he refused straightforwardly. Unexpectedly, he would come to seek refuge today. Renyu did not care about this. She arranged accommodation for the residents. However, as the number of survivors increased, it was difficult to provide one room per person in the dormitory, so those who joined later were arranged to live in a room for 2 people. Everyone thought it was good for the 2 of them to live together, after all. They lived in a dormitory for many people in the Bubble Cola territory. Bubble Cola touched his nose shyly, and whispered, God, your territory is so good, how can I feel embarrassed? Renyu smiled and said, it's too late to regret now. Bubble Cola smiled and said, no regrets. No regrets. If the situation like last night happens again, I really won't see the sun tomorrow. It's not only Bubble Cola who came to seek refuge today, but also the lords of several other territories. From morning till sunset, Renyu had been opening up permissions, arranging accommodation, and at the same time, he unceremoniously collected building materials from other lords, built houses and dormitories, and added 2 sets of toilets. The old residents were not idle either. Several players formed groups of 2, each leading a team of survivors to go out and collect wood, soil, stones, and edible mutant plants. The residents who could make weapons and tools stayed in the territory to work, and the territory was filled with the sound of clanging. Other cities were also very lively today. Many lords spontaneously sought cooperation for mergers on the channel. Players no longer considered other things. Being able to survive the last 2 days was the most important thing. Residents had no objection to these planned mergers. Everyone knew that with a larger territory and more people, it would be easier to deal with various disasters. Last night's scene was really scary. Wang Chong and Yu Jingwen were merged into Song Finqian's territory with other lords, and the scale was upgraded to a town. Swain was also recruiting. He reported the damage ranking of his Chaos Secret Realm on the channel, and more than a dozen lords came to join him with their families, and the scale was upgraded to a town. In addition to Song Fontian and Swain, the 2nd, 3rd XX Town, and Triple X Town appeared in their cities. Including Huangshe, the territories far from Yoyu Town were automatically merged, and a Libra Town was added to the map. In addition to the town, many Triple X villages appeared on the map, most of which were too remote, and several territories that were inconvenient to travel long distances with their families were merged. The territory information on the map fluctuated for a whole day, and it was not until the sun set that it calmed down. In Yoyu Town, the teams that went out to look for resources returned one after another, counting today's harvest. Shinkung said to Yoyu, why not build a few more buildings to see if the scale of the town can be improved? Today, the number of personnel has increased, and many buildings have been added, but the scale has not been upgraded. I don't know if the level has reached the highest level, or if some conditions have not been met. Expanding the town area is secondary. What we really want is to increase the area of cultivated land. Now that we have a well, irrigation is also convenient, and everyone can grow more food. Renyu nodded, added a row of houses, a large warehouse, several tool workshops, and several large kitchens, and used up all the building materials in hand. The territory area has expanded a little, but there is still no upgrade reminder. Renyu shook his head, don't force it. Lunch is casual. Renyu is busy making various arrangements. There is no special organization. Everyone eats what they have. Those who can be swept by the starry sky without forcibly recruiting are all relatively responsible lords, who will not treat the residents harshly. They work diligently every day to lead everyone out to find various resources, so they have some food in hand. But Renyu made some arrangements for this evening meal. He asked the residents to cook several large pots of elm seed porridge, steam several large pots of wild vegetable rice balls, and cooked several pots of instant noodles. Renyu also gave all residents and players 2 sausages, a bag of pickled mustard, and opened more than a dozen bottles of chili sauce. And each person had a few spoonfuls. The whole territory was filled with the aroma of various dishes. The residents who joined later were surprised by this luxurious meal. After the meal, everyone was called to a meeting. Renyu first emphasized that the supplies were not inexhaustible. The meal tonight was to welcome new residents to join. And secondly, to consider in advance whether there would be any disasters tonight, so that everyone would be well fed and have the physical strength to deal with any problems. Finally, a few managers will be selected from the residents, so that after they leave, there will be someone to organize everyone to find supplies and find ways to survive in the difficult environment. The large warehouse built today. She will openly and transparently put some of the supplies in her hands in the warehouse, and they will arrange special people to look after and distribute them. As for how to manage and distribute, they will arrange it themselves after selecting managers. The residents suddenly became lively. Some people recommended themselves. Some people recommended people they knew. And some survivors who had awakened skills and who they felt were good people. Renyu discussed with Shinkong and the others. They also had a list of names they recognized. However, they did not know much about the new residents who joined today, but they still had to select 2. They could not only select combat professionals, but also residents of life professions to check and balance each other. After about an hour of heated discussion, the residents were divided into several groups, and the corresponding managers were selected. Renyu took out some supplies and put them in the warehouse, and made public the corresponding types and quantities, which also made it easier for residents to supervise. Afterwards, several managers held a meeting to discuss the subsequent management plan. Renyu and his team did not participate and went back to the house to rest. As expected, at around 9 o'clock in the evening, the situation of last night reappeared. With the experience of killing the zombie king last night, Renyu and Shinkong killed the zombie king outside the town together, shared the experience with the players in the town, and lit up several maps, but still could not find the territory of Li Jiao and Jai Gangyong. Renyu guessed that the 2 people should be in danger. Renyu suggested on the channel that everyone should find a way to kill the zombie king. But there were still mocking replies such as "I can't do it." But there are also players with high combat power who rush into the zombie group by cooperating, find the zombie king hidden among the zombies, and kill them. Yu, talk if you need support, only kill the zombie king. Soon, 2 village-level lords in this city asked for help. Renyu let Shinkong fly over. At this time, a message from the lord of the city who just unlocked the channel appeared on the channel. The uninformed latecomer cursed the game on the channel. "Damn, there is only 1 day left for the ruins mission to end tomorrow, dog game. Why are you opening the channel at this time?" Soon, he was met with a round of rolling information. The latecomers were all shocked. No one thought that this was a channel opened by a player after lighting up the complete city map. What shocked the latecomers even more was that, when they opened the map to check, they found that the cities around Huangshe were all village-level and town-level territories. But now they couldn't afford to study it in detail, so they should try their best to survive tonight. Shinkong and Renyu continued to rescue. Shinkong was responsible for the territory around Huangshe. Renyu tried to fly as far as possible, killed the zombies, helped to clear the zombies around the territory, threw a gift bag of supplies to the residents in the territory and turned away. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the ground suddenly trembled, and the zombie king that Renyu was killing disappeared instantly along with the zombie army around him. Her overprint was interrupted, and her skills failed. Have you retreated? Without the mutant blocking him. The nearby lord also walked out of the territory and greeted Renyu from a distance. Renyu waved at him and was about to leave when a text message suddenly popped up in front of him. Ultimate mission, start. Defeat the zombie king leader. Mission successful. In the era of catastrophe. Mission failed. The world collapsed, and all players and survivors died. Before Renyu could take a closer look, her sight flickered, and she disappeared from her original place and appeared in a vast wilderness. Swish, swish, swish. Players kept falling around. All looked a little confused. One player shouted, "Damn, you just teleported when you said so. I haven't given the supplies to the residents yet. If this guy is left here, all my work these days will be in vain." Renyu was also speechless. Luckily, she had left some supplies for the residents. Because the entire map was not unlocked, it was not clear how many players survived in other cities. At this time, as players were constantly teleported in, it was found that the number was quite considerable. Before the game started, Rinyu wanted to continue looking for Li Jiao and Zhai Gangyong. In order to make himself more noticeable, he took out his kite and flew into the air, slowly flying up to the sky and circling. This action attracted many players' attention. Some were puzzled, and some thought Rinyu was joking. When he took out his kite to join in the fun, he suddenly realized that this was a flat land, and there was no flying point at all. How did Shior's kite fly up? Really? How can she use a kite? Rinyu ignored the movement below and concentrated on looking for people. He did not find Li Jiao and Zhai Gangyong, but attracted Shinkong, Suiyin, Jiang Shujia, Wang Chong and Qi ran from Yoyu town. Shinkong's friends Lao Mao and Guiying Qiannian also saw Rinyu and waved at her. There were also many players from City A, 2 of whom were her former tenants, who shouted her name from below. Yoyu sighed, and once again confirmed that Li Jiao and Zhai Gangyong might be dead. So he stopped floating and slowly landed. Yoyu, what are you doing? Qi Ran asked in confusion. Rinyu said, looking for my friend. But I didn't find him. It seems that I have to go to the Samsara Valley after the mission is over and I leave. Shinkong came over and asked, didn't you see Qian Shao and Wan? Rinyu shook his head. I don't know where they died. Jiang Shujia looked sad. When we return to the game world, we will go to the map to find them. Rinyu, no need. I'll go to the Samsara Valley and bring them back. Samsara Valley? Isn't that a transit station for players to die and resurrect? Also, can living players go there? Wang Chong was shocked. Rinyu nodded and said, my special reward for the title of Triple Crown and 5 consecutive champions. I can go to the Samsara Valley and bring back my dead friends. Wang Chong sighed. Oh my god, awesome, too awesome. Qi Ran and the others also felt that they had learned a lot, and they didn't expect that there would be such rewards in the game. But this reward is indeed not something that ordinary people can get. Jelly tugged at Rinyu's swaying ribbon and said, Master, if I die in a while, can you bring me back too? Rinyu sighed with regret and said, additional conditions, friends for more than 30 days. She smiled. Be careful in a while, we will definitely complete the mission and survive. Jelly nodded with a blank look in her eyes, regretting why she was not a friend of Master for more than 30 days, even, she did not have a place in Master's friend list yet. Shinkong asked Rinyu, can we form a team? Let me see. When opening the panel, she unexpectedly found the shark butler and the red-headed eagle lying in the pet pen. Rinyu said, the pets came back automatically. It really wasn't her who called them back manually. It shouldn't be a distance issue either. She had placed her pets in the territory as guardian animals before. She ran around in various cities, but her pets didn't follow her automatically. She didn't expect that the pets would be automatically called back after switching scenes. It seems that after defeating this zombie leader, they will also teleport away. She released the shark butler. Then she operated the team formation, but the prompt said that the operation was invalid, but a prompt popped up. All players in this scene were in one camp, and they could not attack each other. Cannot operate. Rinyu scratched her head. She wanted team bonus and team protection. In the team state, the shark butler can increase the movement speed of all members, and in danger, her battle robe can also help teammates resist damage. Now that the team is not allowed, these bonuses can no longer be enjoyed. Eat the props. Rinyu smiled. Everyone took out food items and medicine items to eat, to improve their combat power. Yu Jingwen came over, greeted Shinkong and the others, and also took out items to eat. When everyone finished eating, the zombie leader did not appear. The players started to discuss, damn, either start quickly, or cancel the task. Why are we here? This kind of waiting is the most annoying. Where is the zombie leader? Come out. Come out. Dog game. What the hell is going on? As everyone waited anxiously, a visible distortion wave appeared in the void in a certain direction. The nearby players were squeezed by this wave. Their faces changed drastically, and they quickly ran around. Other players knew that the zombie king leader was about to appear. Here he comes. Here he finally comes. Get ready for battle. The players were ready to fight and waited for the battle. After the players in that place ran away, a zombie king with a height of more than 2 stories, a thick skeleton, and a huge body slowly appeared in front of everyone. As soon as the zombie king leader appeared, he threw a punch without warning. Where the fist swept, several players were instantly knocked away, and their health bars dropped a bit. Rinyu frowned, glanced at the shark butler next to her, and quickly opened the panel to check. It was a combat state. But why didn't the pet react? Not only her pet didn't react, but the summoner's pets in the field didn't react either. Rinyu raised her hand and found that her skills couldn't lock the target either, which meant that she was not in a combat state. But why could the zombie leader hit the player? Is there a one-way combat state? Many players also found that the zombie king leader had started to beat them, but they hadn't entered the combat state yet. However, the zombie leader was silent after the punch. Well, it can't be said that it was silent. It didn't attack again, but raised its arm and stretched. The players almost vomited blood. It was contempt. This was naked contempt. Especially the players who were knocked away. They stood up and wanted to fight back, but they were not in the attacking state. They could only recover their health in frustration. After a few seconds, the shark butler beside Rinyu swung his arm suddenly, and the huge fork in his hand flew out with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The battle officially began. Chapter 120 returned to the game world. Other players' pets also moved, and the players reacted quickly, and various skills were sent to the zombie leader like meteors. Rinyu deliberately staggered for a few seconds, and when the archer's 3 arrows were fired, the poison master's weakening, and the fighter's shadowless kick fell on the zombie leader's head, she performed her first special skill. Pancake. The sky was full of streamers, and sent the zombie leader to the sky, and began to lose blood at an astonishing amount. Players who have seen Rinyu's high damage have become accustomed to it. Players who have never seen it exclaimed, "Is this the damage that a player can deal?" Nearby players laughed. Yoyu, provincial champion, the person who won 5 consecutive championships in the Chaos Secret Realm, this is her special skill. You will see the damage of her ordinary skills later, you will find. It is also very abnormal. The player who just exclaimed, "What are you proud of? It's not the damage you dealt." Rinyu's first special skill ended. Following the second one in a second, the Zombie King took off again. This was not the first time Shinkong had cooperated with Rinyu. He waited for Rinyu's second special move to finish, and then seamlessly delivered his own special move. Rinyu followed his special move, and seized the opportunity to perform a floating impact, which pushed the huge Zombie King into the air, and switched skills to start overlapping. The player who had previously lamented the abnormal damage of her special move fell silent, as he looked at the damage number in the sky. The ice mage next to him was not lying to him, and was indeed abnormal. In other areas, a god gunner noticed the skill Rinyu used and wondered, "Why can't my floating impact be charged?" The player next to him asked, "Have you enhanced your skills?" The player shook his head and was shocked. "Damn! You mean that person has enhanced the floating impact? Where did he get so many skill books?" "Who knows? You have to ask him," the player next to him said with a smile, and shot a special effect arrow with a burning effect, hitting the Zombie King leader. The difference between the Zombie King leader and the Zombie Kings killed outside is that he is huge in size, and has a health bar and a blue bar, which can be used to judge the health value more intuitively. Ordinary Zombie Kings are blindly attacked, and the battle ends when they are killed. The health bar of the Zombie King leader is declining at a fast speed. It is not difficult to judge from the declined speed that the Zombie King leader is slightly harder to kill than the boss of the 4th Vortex. But it is not at the level of a provincial boss, and is somewhere in between. So Rinyu felt that as long as there were no other accidents, the battle would be over in less than half an hour. But something unexpected happened. When the health bar of the Zombie King leader dropped by more than 1/3, it broke free from the shackles of the floating impact, stood back on the ground and stretched. Then the players found that the situation at the beginning had occurred again. They collectively left the combat mode, and the Zombie King leader began to fight back. It threw a punch, first knocking away all the melee players around him, and then a golden light fell from the sky. The golden light swept over everyone and disappeared, leaving only marks on a few players, a halo on their bodies. What the hell? What is this? Oh my god, what is this? Damn it. Damn it, what's going on? Healer, come and purify them. The players who were enveloped by the golden halo were horrified. They hurriedly checked their health bars. They didn't lose any blood. They moved their bodies, and they didn't have any negative state of being restrained. But they were still panicking. The healers threw purifications one by one, but they didn't succeed in dispelling the golden halos on those players. The other players were also very puzzled. At this time, the zombie leader's attack continued. After spreading the golden light, it released a wind blade. Players could only resist or dodge it based on their own strength. The attack fell on Rinyu. The stone shield popped up to resist the damage and counterattacked at the same time, restoring blood, and at the same time triggering the blood sucking of the bamboo hat. Rinyu was not the only player with the counterattack and blood-sucking attribute in the field. When the attack fell on him, those with this attribute were triggered almost at the same time. But the state of returning did not fall on the zombie leader. Several screams were heard among the players. With the screams, the corresponding players fell to the ground and died, exploding the things on their bodies. The speed was so fast that not only the players themselves did not react, but also the nearby healers did not react. By the time they realized something was wrong and threw healing spells over, it was too late. Damage transfer. The player covered by the golden halo took the damage for the zombie leader. This caused a helpless commotion among the players. Damn, how can we fight this? Can the players with anti-injury equipment remove the equipment? Equipment can be removed, but how to remove skills? A nearby player with anti-injury skills asked. They didn't expect the zombie leader to have this trick. The player who spoke earlier didn't know what to do. Some people were arguing about this, while some players rushed forward to pick up the dropped items, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to get some bargains, but a prompt popped up, saying that they didn't have the right to pick up the items. Although Rinyu was very sorry for killing the opponent, she didn't pretend to want the items they dropped, and rushed over to walk around, and put the items into the bag. At least 4 players died from her high damage. Of course, there should be other players' counter-injury. Otherwise it is impossible for all players to be sent away directly. But the last blood bar of these people should be harvested by her. The other several dead players. The drops were also picked up by other players. The zombie king leader can attack again. The first to react are the various summoned beasts in the field. The players also hurried to follow, holding their breath and throwing various skills at the zombie king leader. 10 minutes later, the zombie king leader broke free from various control restraints and stretched. The players were overwhelmed when they saw it doing this. And they all shouted, "Run! Run out! Don't let it trap you!" But the player's speed couldn't keep up with the speed of the zombie king's skills. This time it changed to a red light. And several players were still unfortunately hit. Rinyu immediately used the Trojan's ejection teleport to distance himself. And then he ran out of a certain range at a faster speed, leaving the combat state and entering stealth mode, avoiding the light. Brothers and sisters who have counter-injury, why don't you leave the battle circle first? The player who was hit shouted helplessly. Several players also knew that this situation was too dangerous, and they all evacuated far away. Rinyu did not run out again. She was invisible, and the zombie leader's attack could not hit her. Taking advantage of this time, she opened the package and checked the energy absorption card inside. Energy absorption card, available in special scenarios. This display means that it is not available in the current scenario. Rinyu was puzzled, and could not figure out in what scenario this energy absorption card could be used. Forget it. I can only put it in the bottom of the box for now. Over there. The zombie leader launched a wind attack again. Several tornadoes roared around, and the players were hit unilaterally again. They could not use skills to fight back, and could only run around to dodge, taking drugs while running. The healers kept their eyes and ears open, and threw out skills quickly and accurately, helping the players to pull back their health bars. Then, they each guarded a player with a red halo on his body, to facilitate timely rescue. A few seconds later, the pets took the lead in resuming the attack again. The players naturally would not miss the small movements of the pets before they cast their skills. They hesitated and did not dare to throw their skills, fearing that the skills would fall on the zombie leader, and their comrades would die again. So they all looked at the players with red halos at the same time, wanting to see if the pet's attack had any effect on those people. The lucky players held a blood recovery potion in one hand, and the healer beside them in the other hand, and said with a sad face, "We should also change the status of the summoned beasts. Don't let them attack. I'm so afraid of being killed." But who can think so comprehensively in a panic? As the player's voice fell, the eyes of the players with red halos suddenly changed, and they suddenly used their skills to attack the healer closest to them. Healers, woo shit! Get out of the way! Get out of the way quickly, they are in chaos. Someone ran and shouted. It was so frustrating. Although the confused players could hit them, they didn't dare to fight back at all. After all, they still had to ensure the number of players in the field, otherwise, if the zombie leader couldn't be killed, they would all die. And the survivors in the ruins would also die. In fact, there was no need for the players to remind them. The healers were already quickly adding blood to themselves, while retreating to the surroundings, cursing. Rinyu moved. She ricocheted to close the distance, and quickly used the drunken air to control the 3 players who were in chaos. so that they would not attack other players. However, the players who were hit by the red halo were too scattered, and the drunken heir could not cover all the players. She could only quickly move to another position, and kept using the little ghost on the players who were in chaos. Who is it? Why are you killing your own people? The nearby players could not see the invisible Rinyu, and shouted loudly. After Rinyu used 2 skills, she appeared passively. She said, "It will reduce 500 HP for a fixed time, which will not kill anyone. But they will not only have 500 HP when they attack you." The player who spoke saw that it was Rinyu who had dealt abnormal damage, and immediately shut up. Moreover, he also found that the 3 players really only lost 500 health points. And the other players attacked by Rinyu, not only did they not lose any health, but also stopped attacking. The venue was too large, and the positions of the confused players were too scattered. When Rinyu was halfway through controlling them, the remaining controlled players returned to normal and cursed speechlessly. Damn! They were confused. When the reminder popped up, they had already lost control of their bodies, and did not inform the surrounding players in time. One of the drunken players also triggered the golden sable for wine, and contributed a bottle of mana-restoring juice to Rinyu. Rinyu accepted it without hesitation. Rinyu began to deal with the zombie leader, and then began to overlap after making him float in the air. Other players also began to fight again. Although the players who were haunted by the little ghosts could not attack friendly forces, they could not attack the zombie leader at this time. They did not understand why, and thought it was the sequelae of being bound just now, and stood there cursing in a low voice. Of course, they cursed the zombie leader for being too perverted, and there was even a perverted operation that prevented them from releasing skills. With these 2 experiences, players gradually became familiar with the rhythm of the zombie king leader. When they saw it stretching, they would run as far as they could. If they couldn't escape and were hit, they could only accept their fate and rely on the cooperation of their allies. Players with anti-injury will use their speed to the extreme in that situation, trying to avoid the attacks of the zombie king leader to prevent anti-injury to their allies. The battle that was originally thought to be over in half an hour took more than an hour to end. Before the end, the zombie king leader summoned 10 zombie kings and a large number of zombies to counterattack the players. Rinyu's special skill cooling time just ended, and 2 special skills were sent over, and the helpers summoned by the zombie king leader suffered heavy casualties. The pressure on the players was greatly reduced. At the end, the zombie king leader did not die immediately. Everyone looked at the text that popped up in the void in silence. Under the fierce attack of the players, the zombie king leader knew that he was no match for the opponent, and fled in panic, and disappeared. Escaped? Will he jump out from somewhere else in a while? Damn, there is actually this trick. Is this the end? Didn't the boss say it clearly? The zombie king leader knew that he was no match for the opponent, and fled in panic. But he was not killed. As the players speculated, 2 more messages popped up one after another. Congratulations to all players for completing the ultimate mission, 1, ending the Age of Disaster. I said it was completed, didn't I? But it was specially marked as 1. So are there still Ultimate Mission 2 and Ultimate Mission 3? Don't be such a pessimist. You said that there was only Ultimate Mission 2. Why did you have to add a 3? Yes, why did you mark it as 1? Are there other zombie leaders? But the Age of Disaster is over. The end of the Age of Disaster is only Mission 1. If there is really Mission 2, then it must be the condition of another mission. You are just staring at me and talking nonsense. There won't be Mission 2. Didn't you see the message below? Our Ruins mission is completed. The faces of the players who were chatting enthusiastically after just a glance were hot. Yes, there was a message popped up at the end. Congratulations to all players for completing the 30-day Ruins survival mission. Based on your good performance in the Ruins, you will be given a generous reward package. The package can only be opened after leaving the Ruins. A ball of light descended from the sky and automatically flew into the player's package. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. With great emotion, it's finally over. Should I teleport out? At this time, the void flashed again, and new text slowly popped up. Among the players, someone accidentally triggered a hidden mission. Please complete the hidden mission as soon as possible, otherwise. Otherwise what? Don't use ellipsis. Who triggered the hidden mission? As the discussion among the players began, I felt a flash in front of my eyes, and when I came to my senses, I was already standing at the position where I had entered the Ruins. Rinyu immediately opened the friend list, and looked at the 2 friends who were in a dead state, and sighed. Shinkong saw her, and walked through the crowd, and said, Wanwan and Qianshao are both dead. He had checked it just now. Renyu nodded, and looked at the time displayed on the panel. The panel was very smart, and it instantly synchronized the current time of the game. It was already 4:20 in the afternoon. She didn't know how long it would take to enter the Valley of Samsara to bring back her friends, and whether there were other procedures during the period. To be safe, she would enter early tomorrow morning, and said, "Go back first." Jiang Shujia and Swain ran over, and they also discovered the deaths of Li Jiao and Zhai Gangyong. The joy of completing the mission was greatly reduced. Renyu smiled and said, "Don't be sad, you will be resurrected tomorrow." Jiang Shujia thought about it and realized that he had just seen Renyu's level when he checked the list, and said, "Boss, are you level 39? Renyu nodded. "I'm going to the safe zone to do the breakthrough mission if you have nothing else to do. Go back home first." Starry Sky's level is not that high, so he doesn't need to do the breakthrough mission, but he wants to go to the trading hall to hang up the weapons he made in the ruins, and said, "Let's go to the safe zone together." Jiang Shujia also said, "I'll go to the trading hall too, to see how much the prices of those materials have increased after a month away." Swain was on his way while browsing the channel, flipping through it twice, and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha. Those players who didn't enter the ruins are welcoming us. In addition to welcoming them back, some people were secretly showing off their levels and their current combat power. They just wanted to compare and see whether they would gain more by entering the ruins, or whether those who stayed outside would improve more. There are also people who are commemorating the dead players. Some people also tagged Yoyu, saying that during the days when she was away, they died 3 times in a row in the Chaos Secret Realm, which means that they failed to kill the provincial boss in the Chaos Secret Realm 3 times, and then the dog game closed the Chaos Secret Realm, saying that it would be reopened on a later date." Open on a later date? What date? The day when the masters return. This is simply a naked mockery. It means that these people are too weak, their strength is not good, so weak that the Chaos Secret Realm is not worth opening. Renyu was reminded by Swain. She opened the channel and read a few messages. Although the channel was full of jokes, Renyu still felt their kindness and their happiness for the players who completed the survival mission of the ruins. She also sent a message, "When the Chaos Secret Realm reopens, let's play it together. Joy." The channel suddenly became lively again. Renyu slowed down the speed of the Trojan and interacted with other players along the way. After coming out of the ruins, looking at the familiar scenes around her, she was also happy. But while being happy, he was also thinking about the button left in the game before teleporting. Who triggered the hidden task? What would happen otherwise? What a familiar dog game. After entering the safe zone, looking at various special effects scenes, streets, there was a feeling of being in another world. "I've been away for a month, and I'm finally back." Swain opened his arms and said with emotion. Jiang Shujia still felt a little regretful. He missed 101. 101 has a special skill. How could she die? He was puzzled. Renyu said, "Maybe I didn't get out of the illusion." When talking about this, Jiang Shujia hurriedly said, "I almost didn't get out either. That illusion was too real, and it was the scene before the end of the world. Who wouldn't miss it?" Everyone talked about the situation of the illusion task and how to get out of the illusion. When they reached a fork in the road, Renyu said, "You go to the trading hall, I'll do the task." Swain and the others waved at her, and everyone split into 2 routes. The level 40 breakthrough mission is exactly the same as the previous mode. Use 2 main professions to challenge, but the corresponding professional skill number requirements have been increased. This means that if the number of combat skills is too small, you will not be able to perform the breakthrough mission temporarily. Fortunately, Renyu has fully met the requirements, and there are still several skill grids left. The other thing is that the challenge target is a little stronger, but it is not enough for Renyu. After defeating the 2 challenge targets separately, a text prompt popped up in front of Renyu indicating that the mission is completed. Player Yoyu, congratulations on completing the breakthrough mission challenge. Up to level 40, gained 4 attribute points, can be freely allocated. Renyu added all the attribute points obtained from the previous upgrade to strength, and this time is no exception. In addition, 6 skill books were awarded. There are no skills to learn at this level. You have to wait until you reach level 45 to continue learning. Renyu felt sorry for the experience she lost in the ruins. If she could get all of it, it would not be a problem for her to reach level 42 or 43. Thinking of experience, Renyu suddenly paused. No experience reward for killing the Zombie King. The Zombie King finally escaped, so naturally nothing would be dropped in this case. And there were no rewards such as experience, copper coins, and silver coins. Stingy, Renyu complained, and rode to the trading hall. She also collected a lot of equipment. In addition to those made by puppets, there were also drops from other players. When Renyu rushed to the trading hall, Shinkong and the others had not left yet, and she didn't know what they were checking. Renyu walked to her side and said, "Is the material price increase serious? How is the equipment price now?" She asked the right person. Shinkong immediately answered, "The material price has increased by an average of 10 to 13 copper coins, and the equipment price has increased by 15% to 20%. It's a normal increase, not high." Renyu had an idea in her mind, and she walked to the side and started to put the items on the shelves. The equipment used by the players had lost some durability and was sold at a discount. She kept a few pieces of new equipment with outstanding attributes for her teammates, and the others were listed at the current market price. After thinking about it, she had to continue collecting materials. She opened the acquisition list again, first looked at the acquisition situation of other players, and then set the price and quantity for herself, and clicked submit. After finishing the work, she returned home with her teammates. When she stepped into the yard again, Renyu saw the wood and durian all over the ground at first glance, and the air was also filled with the unique fragrance and odor of durian. Renyu could understand that the wood was intact, but he didn't expect that the durian would not go bad even if it was spread out in the yard. He happily packed all of them into the bag, and would send the durian to his friends later. Renyu returned to the house and opened one to eat, showing off the whole thing in one breath. Burped, and then began to put things outside. He took out all the furniture and arranged them, and put them in their original positions. Then he went to the production room, took out the puppets, and arranged their exclusive storage boxes. But he was not busy arranging work. She continued to organize, turned to the warehouse, put the storage boxes that needed to be placed in the warehouse in their original positions, arranged them, and put the scattered things in the package into different categories. The package interface was open. Renyu found a strange icon when she put things into the storage box. It was not the gift package obtained in the ruins. The gift package was placed in a grid on the right side of the middle of the package. It was a completely strange thing. She didn't even remember that she had received such a thing. Raised her hand to touch it, and its information popped up next to it. Hide task card. Yes/no activation? Chapter 121 Resurrection of Jai Gangyong. Renyu was shocked. She was the one who triggered the hidden mission. This mission must be completed as soon as possible, otherwise there may be consequences that she cannot bear. It was speechless. But there was no rush for this night. Right? After all, does activation mean that the mission is about to begin? The game uses the words as soon as possible. Renyu was worried that there would be a countdown or something, so she decided to wait until she came back from the Valley of Samsara before activating it. Renyu closed the attribute introduction in front of him, and continued to organize the package with mixed feelings, and took out the 7 God suit. The 7 God suit was in the shape of a gift box before, with a small lock on it, and it was impossible to view detailed information. Now the small lock on it has disappeared, and the icon has lit up, and the open operation prompt has appeared next to it. Renyu rubbed his hands, and the command was, "Open the 7 God suit. I don't know how many pieces I will give, and I don't know what grade it is." Swish. As soon as the command came out, the gift box containing the 7 God suit flashed a golden light, and the gift box disappeared. A row of equipment icons flashed in the void and automatically fell into the empty grid. Renyu also took a breath, with a huge surprise in his eyes. This 7 God set is indeed a special reward for collecting 7 daughters. Unlike the Akabane set, which only gives basic equipment at the beginning, the 7 God set is complete, including all parts. The only small regret is that you can only choose one of the 2 weapons, a pistol and a bow and arrow, no cannon. It seems that the 7 God set also only recognizes the first choice of the gunner in the gunner profession. She chose the bow and arrow for the Akabane set, and the pistol for the 7 God set. 7 God spears, perfect effective range 150, strength plus 75, strength plus 45, strength plus 34, physical attack plus 92, attack speed plus 33, agility plus 27, each attack can cause 400 damage, 100% chance of elite heavy attack effect, ignore the target's special defense, 50% chance of double damage, and cause 5 seconds of continuous bleeding, not inlaid, exclusive equipment, no level limit for wearing, no durability consumption, exclusive for Yoyu. These attributes make Renyu's heart surge. The Soul Chaser can cause 228 damage per weapon, The damage of the Akabane bow is 242 per weapon. There is a legend between the rank of the 7 Gods Spear and the above 2 weapons. So the damage is widened immediately. A single weapon can cause 400 damage, which is indeed not low. Perfect rank. Fortunately, it is a special equipment. Otherwise, she cannot wear it at her current level. Not bad. Not bad. Renyu was very satisfied. She looked at it one by one, and roughly glanced at the attributes of the other parts of the 7 God suit. The corners of her mouth kept rising, and she couldn't let it fall. Violent attribute. The damage added by the weapons and jewelry in the 7 God suit is definitely violent compared to the Akabane suit. When she fights a provincial boss or a boss like the Zombie King leader again, she will be able to surprise everyone again. Renyu changed her clothes with one click. Replace the corresponding Akabane suit with the 7 God suit. The 7 God suit is not of ancient style, but a very handsome modern camouflage combat equipment, which makes the whole person look very capable when wearing it. Except for jewelry equipment. Renyu switched back and forth several times, and was very satisfied. Fortunately, she had many compartments in her package. Otherwise it would be a problem to carry only a set of spare equipment every day. Renyu opened the panel to check if there was any set bonus. Yes. Not only that, but it was even higher than the Akabane set bonus. 7 God set bonus. All attributes of equipment increased by 50%. Experience bonus increased by 50%. Use of life skills is particularly handy. It is easier to trigger unexpected gains. 7 God set bonus. In combat, the combat power and defense of players with any life skills in the same camp are increased by 20%. Players with any life skills in the enemy camp have a 15% chance of being in a 5-second confusion state, effective when carried. This same camp should be a team state. But in a situation like today, when fighting the Zombie King leader or provincial boss, all players belong to the same camp. I don't know if the 7 God suit will give bonuses. I can only try it when the chaotic secret realm is opened. But it should not be possible to confuse the boss, after all. Monsters cannot master life skills. She just wants to know whether all players are considered to be in the same camp in that scenario, and whether they will give bonuses. Renyu closed the panel with satisfaction, reopened the package, and looked at another gift bag. This is the gift package for the 30-day survival mission in the ruins. As for the ultimate mission, 1, she felt that it was all in vain. Well, it wasn't in vain after all. It protected that world, saved those survivors, and ended the era of catastrophe. Thinking of the survivors in the ruins, the mystery of the missing superpowers in Renyu's mind also surfaced again. She shook her head, and decided not to think about it for the time being. After finishing the work at hand, she would see if she could find some clues. Let's see what's given in the gift package first. Just as we were about to start, a message suddenly popped up in the group that had been silent for a month. Silver, the rewards are so generous. I leveled up several levels in a row, and I was given a set of basic ruins equipment, a lot of rare materials, and something that flashed by. I didn't even see what it was. It seemed like a blessing. I'm not a beast. Tears. Tears. After staying in the ruins for a month, I had forgotten the function of our group. I leveled up 5 levels in a row, and the rewards were the same as silver. It is indeed quite generous. These 30 days of hard work have not been in vain. The upgrade speed cannot be achieved here, after all. Everyone is at a higher level now, and the experience required is relatively high, and they do not have the combat power of Shinkong and Renyu, and they cannot upgrade so much even if they work day and night to kill monsters and upgrade, and they cannot rely on Renyu and Shinkong to help them. They are not tired. And the materials and props they gave are also more generous than they have ever gotten before. At this time, Shinkong's information also popped up. The light is called the Blessing of Survival, but it appeared too quickly and disappeared too quickly, so I couldn't see the effect in any bonus, but it is definitely not a bad thing. He also got a lot of experience, but the level upgrade span is not that big, because he is stuck at the peak of level 39, and he has to do a breakthrough task tomorrow. Shinkong smiled bitterly. He must have lost some experience. Renyu glanced at the messages everyone sent and realized that the rewards this time were really different. I didn't expect that virtual experience rewards would not be given directly sometimes, but this arrangement is reasonable. Otherwise, she would have lost it again. She also opened the gift package. Well, the experience was quite a lot, so much that there was a dazzling string of 0 at the end. Her level increase span was not as good as Swain and Jiang Shujia, but she also reached the late stage of level 42, and she could easily reach level 43 by finding a monster area to brush tomorrow. Similarly, she also saw the materials and props given. But she was not too surprised, because the number of gift packs was only 20% more than that of the Chaos Secret Realm, and the level of some materials and props was a little higher. For Renyu, who had won the first prize 5 times in a row, this gift pack really did not make any waves in Renyu's heart. She was very curious about the survival blessing, but like Shinkong, she did not catch the other party's speed, and the light flashed on her and disappeared. What did you bless? I didn't see any attributes, and it was gone in a flash, which really made me suspenseful. Renyu opened the panel and scanned it. There was no change in the attributes, and no additional explanation was added to the panel. It was completely nothing. Renyu shook his head with a smile, and then complained in the group. Then, there was a set of Ruin's basic set gift box. Renyu didn't even open it, keeping it for Li Jiao or Zhai Gangyong. He closed the panel and started to distribute gems. All the high-level gems given in her reward were inlaid on the 7 God set. The types are the same as the gift packs rewarded by the Chaos Secret Realm, Moonstone red, blue and yellow gems, but the level is higher, all 10-level high-level gems. Those high-level materials were directly distributed to several puppets, to facilitate them to make food props, equipment, etc. She learned all the high-level drawings that she could learn, and kept the ones that she couldn't learn for the time being, or exchanged them with Shinkong, Swain and others. Shinkong and others also came to her side at the same time, to exchange things. Renyu first gave each of them a few durians, and then started the transaction. After her teammates left, Renyu arranged the puppets' work and started making mechanical props. The Ruins mission was over, but the game had to continue. Don't stop if you can. I have to say that these mechanical props helped her a lot in the Ruins. After resting for a few hours at night, she woke up the next morning, watered the dry and cracked land behind the house, weeded, and planted a few apple seeds. Although she walked around the Ruins and consumed a lot of inventory, she was not short of food. There was no rush to plant wheat, and apples had a long ripening period, so she didn't have to worry about harvesting them. She could just plant them and let them grow slowly. After finishing breakfast before 8 o'clock, Renyu said something to his teammates in the group, took a deep breath, opened the small panel of the title of Triple Crown, and pressed the Enable button next to it. With a swish, Renyu disappeared from the room and stood on a map with slightly dim light. Who is coming? Before he could get used to the light, a loud shout came from the front, and 2 people wearing armor and dressed as ancient soldiers came over. The title of Triple Crown appeared automatically and floated above Renyu's head. The 2 soldiers stopped, and their attitude became respectful. One of them said, "So you are the martial arts champion. I wonder why you are here. It's good to be able to communicate independently." Renyu said, "2 of my friends died in the Ruins mission. I will take them back." The soldier on the left said, "You can only bring back 1 friend at a time. Please tell me the name and occupation of the friend you want to bring back. We need to check the relevant information." Renyu, purple lips and smile. "Poison Master." After she finished speaking, a book appeared in the soldier's hand. At the same time, Renyu's friend list automatically expanded, and the information of the pursed lips and smile, and the number of days the 2 had been friends was automatically displayed. Renyu, I feel like my privacy is being peeped into. But it doesn't matter anymore, as long as we can save the person. The friend list is automatically closed, and the soldier said, "I'm sorry, your friend has entered the reincarnation stage. You can change a friend you need to bring back." Renyu was stunned. What does it mean to have entered the reincarnation stage? The soldier explained, "It means that she has become an NPC, and she can enter the resurrection tower and revive as soon as she completes the task. Do you want to bring back other friends?" Renyu was stunned and reported Zhai Gangyong's game nickname again. After going through the force friend list display procedure again, the soldier said, "Submitted." "Please wait." It didn't take long. After about 7 or 8 seconds, Zhai Gangyong appeared out of thin air next to the 2 soldiers. Suddenly seeing Renyu, Zhai Gangyong was shocked. "Boss, are you dead too? Oh my god. What kind of perverted existence can kill the boss? Or did the boss also die in the Ruins?" Without waiting for Renyu to react, he exclaimed again, "Oh my god. Can I speak now?" Renyu didn't bother to ask in detail, and said, "Wait for me." She looked at the soldier next to her. "It's him. Can I take him away?" A soldier nodded. Zhai Gangyong didn't react at all. He just felt a pat on his shoulder by the soldier next to him. His eyes flashed. And he appeared in the boss's house with the boss. You are resurrected. Don't thank me too much. Rinyu patted Zhai Gangyong, who was still a little dazed. Don't be dazed. Go and see if your house can still be used. Zhai Gangyong realized that he was really resurrected. He didn't have to wait in line for allocation. He didn't have to wait for someone to trigger the task on him after being allocated as an NPC. He was resurrected just like that. But she was still confused. Boss. You brought me back from hell. Oh my god. You are so awesome. Rinyu, thanks to the game. The Triple Crown allows you to enter the Samsara Valley and bring back your dead friends. But there are only 3 chances. So you have to cherish your life. She didn't say that the 5 consecutive champions also have this privilege and number of times. Lest these guys be fearless. But it was enough to shock Zhai Gangyong for a long time. Rinyu asked, why did Qianshao enter the Samsara stage so quickly? Zhai Gangyong was confused again. Qianshao died too? Damn. She became an NPC? This time it was Rinyu who was surprised. You two have never met in the Samsara Valley? Zhai Gangyong shook his head. After death, the body loses control. Can't move around at will. And can't even speak. Rinyu reacted. No wonder Zhai Gangyong exclaimed I can speak when he saw her. Oh. Yes. Yes. Gao Hai told me before that there is consciousness during death. But the mind and body cannot be controlled by oneself. Rinyu slapped her forehead and said. She forgot this. Zhai Gangyong nodded. I can only talk to myself in my heart. I am dying of suffocation. Rinyu said, you go back and rest first. I will go out to find Qianshao. Zhai Gangyong said, if you find her, you have to trigger the password. Only after successful activation can you have a chance to revive. Rinyu smiled and said, I know her mission password. Zhai Gangyong felt that his brain was not enough. The 3-time champion can even see through this. Ha ha. Rinyu laughed. Not really. Shinkong. Qianshao and I agreed on the password before. Just in case someone unfortunately killed her. It would be convenient to help revive her earlier. Zhai Gangyong said that he had learned a lot. And he went back to the residential area while thinking about the password. Because of the Bagua lock, there was no loss except for a month of delay. The residential house was also exposed, and it was still his. But he sent a message in the group, thanks. Boss I. Hu Han-san. And back again. Jiang Shujia was so excited, and said sourly, congratulations on 101's resurrection. If I hadn't been fighting monsters in the wild, I would have rushed to your house to hug you. Hug. Swaying. Shinkong. She is delicate and soft and easy to be pushed down. Tears. The two of them were sour on each other in the group, making everyone sick. Rinyu also mentioned that Li Jiao had become an NPC, and she was going to run around to look for her. When Jiang Shujia saw the news, he didn't bother to continue to tease Zhai Gangyong, and hurriedly said in the group that everyone should divide into several sections to look for her together. Rinyu, if you find Qianshao, say the password. I am the most beautiful girl in the world. As long as the reward falls on a teammate. It doesn't matter who it is given to. Zhai Gangyong said he would go out to look for her too. The team members consciously took a direction and operated the kites to take off. Rinyu didn't fly the Delta Wing either. The speed of the advanced mechanical kite is not slower than the Delta Wing, and it is easier to observe the bottom when operating the kite. At the same time, she activated the hidden task card, looked at the task content, and also looked at whether she could find any clues on the way to find Li Jiao. Hidden task: find the escaped zombie leader. When the entrance to the ruins is closed, the zombie leader comes to this world attached to a player. Its arrival will wake up a sleeping dangerous guy in advance, which may bring disaster to all players. Please find the zombie leader as soon as possible and summon heroes from all over the world to kill him to prevent this disaster. Countdown: 359 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Looking at the task content, Rinyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It's really a bit stupid. But this stupid is in the game world. Seeing the countdown at the back, she guessed it right. As expected, it was activated and turned on. Rinyu silently calculated half a month, which means that within half a month, she must find the leader of the Zombie King and summon players to kill him. Otherwise the human race may be annihilated. The pressure is really not small. But how to find it? There are no clues, no feature prompts, and there is really no clue. Rinyu thought while flying, and her eyes had to look down to find someone. She flew for a while, and saw an NPC with a familiar name above his head. Xiao Shanfeng. Rinyu only felt that these 3 words were familiar. After flying over, she suddenly remembered. That contractor who could dig a well. I hadn't met him for so long. I didn't expect that I didn't find Xiao. But I met him. Rinyu turned back and landed. Walked closer. And triggered a conversation. She looked at the process to see if it was troublesome. If it was particularly troublesome, she would wait until the next time she met to dig a well. As a result, because she didn't bring the well construction permit with her, the conversation did not go on completely. However, Xiao Shanfeng gave Rinyu a list of his activities in the past 3 days. He could be found on these routes within 3 days, and he would be gone after more than 3 days. Rinyu wrote it down and took off again. Li Jiao was found in an inconspicuous farmyard in the wild at around 3 p.m. Zhai Gangyong found her sitting in the yard with a faint smile on her lips, washing clothes. The clothes kept rolling back and forth on the washboard, and text bubbles popped up above his head from time to time, saying that dead guy hasn't been home for 3 days. I don't know which little goblin has seduced him. Although he knew that this was a text bubble set by the game, Zhai Gangyong still felt embarrassed to look at it. With Li Jiao's cold personality, she would never say such words. He quickly shouted the command, "I am the most beautiful girl in the world." Successfully activated Li Jiao, and got the reward. A rare treasure, a washboard. Special pendant item, rare quality, when hit hard. There is a 40% chance to block 50% of the damage. Use the crystal ball to improve it, the attribute will definitely increase. Another reward is that Zhai Gangyong triggered another special skill. He said in the group a little embarrassedly, the password was provided by the boss. The special skill awarded to him cannot be transferred, but the washboard can be given to Rinyu. Rinyu, don't be pretentious, just take it if it's given to you. Zhai Gangyong thought about it, and it was true, the boss had better equipment than the washboard, and she couldn't use it. So he shamelessly accepted it. This made Swain and Jiang Shujia, who didn't have any special skills, envious. What they coveted was not the washboard, but the special skills. Special skills? When can they activate the special skills? Then they just have to wait for Li Jiao to revive herself. Chapter 122. Find the leader of the Zombie King. Li Jiao was resurrected at 10:30 the next morning. At this time, Rinyu was sitting on the black sail boat she made to rest. Osprey was fishing in the water next to her. She opened her friend list to chat with Huang Chong. Huang Chong asked her to place an order for the purple Trojan horse and the advanced mechanical kite. Rinyu was negotiating the quantity of materials for the transaction with the other party. She saw Li Jiao's name light up from the corner of her eye, and quickly closed the chat box with Huang Chong, and sent a message to Li Jiao. Sister, congratulations on your resurrection. Li Jiao's message was replied quickly. The ruins mission is over? Rinyu, it ended the day before yesterday. Purple lips and smile, tears. I didn't expect that I have been dead for a month. Rinyu failed. Which level did you fail? Purple lips and smile, tears. Illusion level. I didn't know it was an illusion. I thought it was a live relic. The familiar family members around me were the monsters who confused me. I was still thinking about how to expose them. It took a little too long. When I realized something was wrong and finally broke the illusion, there was only a thread of blood left. Just when I was about to take medicine, I lost consciousness. Rinyu. Hug. It's okay. It's just delayed for a month. You can go find Shinkong and the others. They are killing monsters in the wild and helping Zhai Gangyong level up. Purple lips and smile. Yeah, I'll tell everyone in the group first. The loss of not completing the relic mission should be big, but fortunately, there is no loss when she died. The equipment is there, the items are there, even the houses are there. It's just that I didn't practice for a month. But it is still above many players. She also saw the levels of Rinyu and Shinkong, both above level 40. Jiang Shujia and Swain above level 30. And Zhai Gangyong's level has not changed. The passing level is clear at a glance. And she knows that Zhai Gangyong should not have completed the ruins mission. And she doesn't know where he failed. Li Jiao sent a message in the group, and immediately received warm congratulations from teammates. Then Zhai Gangyong and Li Jiao discussed the death experience enthusiastically. From Zhai Gangyong, she learned that Rinyu had also gone to the Samsara Valley to find them. She was very curious about the fact that her good sister could go to the Samsara Valley. So she sent a private message to chat with Rinyu for a few words and expressed her gratitude. As for why she became an NPC so quickly, she didn't know. The two guessed that the arrangement of dead players in the Valley of Samsara should not be in the order of death, but probably random. Li Jiao was lucky. It was just that she was persistent in waiting for her teammates and didn't want others to take advantage of the reward. So she used the password she had agreed with Renyu and Shinkong. When setting the password, it was also the only opportunity for the dead player to express his own consciousness in the Valley of Samsara. Jai Gangyong had already said in the group that he activated the reward. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as the reward falls into the hands of our own people. After chatting for a while, Li Jiao asked what Renyu was doing. What else could Renyu do? She was looking for the Zombie King leader. She judged that the Zombie King leader was either still attached to the player, or transformed into a monster in the game. If it was the latter, it must not be an ordinary monster. So she focused her target on the elite monsters in each high-level monster area. I don't know how many high-level monsters I cleared in the morning, and how many elite monsters I killed. I didn't find any clues, but my level went up, reaching level 43. And my experience bar advanced a lot. I also gained a lot of basic materials, skill books, and low-level gems. Killing too many monsters also consumes fatigue quickly, and the puppets also share her fatigue. So she found a river, threw a boat, sat on the bow to rest and recover, and let the osprey fish. As for the other judgment, she couldn't try it with players one by one, so she could only pay attention to the channel information from time to time to see if there was anything outstanding happening among the players. For example, a player suddenly became stronger, or killed people wantonly. So far, there has been no gain. At this time, Li Jiao asked, and Renyu's heart moved. Considering the words hidden mission, she did not tell her teammates about it, fearing that the mission progress would be disrupted and causing complications. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she was trapped by the word hidden. Hidden mission does not necessarily mean that she must do it secretly without telling anyone. There is no special mark in the mission content. So can she make it public and let all players participate? While Renyu was pondering, Wang Chong sent her several replies in a row, agreeing to the amount Renyu offered, but proposed to change 2 materials. Yoyu, sure. Renyu didn't hesitate anymore. The price negotiation was over. She closed the dialog box of the Huang Worm, opened the dialog interface with a smile on her lips, voice input, I'm looking for a monster, Zombie King leader. The game didn't have any blocking prompts. Renyu continued, this is a hidden task issued by the game before the ruins were closed. As she spoke, she paid attention to the void. The void was always quiet. Renyu finished the task content after confirming that it was correct. She slowly said, send. Said successfully, no abnormality. Renyu breathed a sigh of relief. She was obsessed before. Soon, she received a reply from Li Jiao. Purple lips and a light smile. Are there any characteristics? I'll pay more attention to it. Renyu quickly used voice input. There are no clues or characteristics. I'm just running around like a headless fly. But you can help me keep an eye on the channel and see if there are any emerging players. Purple lips and a light smile. Do you suspect that the monster is still attached to the player? Renyu, just a guess. Purple lips and a light smile. Okay, I understand. If we can chat, it means there is no problem. Renyu talked about the task he was doing and related content in their group again. Starry Sky, I didn't expect that hidden task would fall to you. I'm not a beast, damn it. Damn it, you're really stupid. Silver, no problem. Boss, we should all pay more attention to it. Renyu replied in the group, I will make it public on the channel later. I hope everyone will get moving and find the Zombie King leader as soon as possible. Although it is certain that we can chat, it also prevents the game from launching a late attack. So Renyu made it public on the public channel after returning to his residence at night, and after dinner. He made it public on the city channel and the provincial channel respectively. It immediately caused an uproar. Players who had never entered the ruins were asking about the Zombie King leader in detail. Players who had reached the last level in the ruins were denouncing the dog game for being unkind, and began to complain in the channel. Strong smell of smoke, brothers. You don't know how disgusting that thing is. It can unilaterally stop us from fighting, and then we can only passively take the beating. Songhua Big Egg. It can also transfer damage. It can also cause confusion. The key is that it slips without holding back, and finally it can escape vomiting blood. Vomiting blood. Jelly. Great God, great God, great God at fish. Add me, add me, add me. Renyu just remembered that he hadn't turned on the function of applying for friends, and took the initiative to add Jelly. Guijelli's message arrived immediately. Guijelli, Master, did your friend come back to life? Renyu replied, he has come back to life. but she didn't elaborate on what happened. She chatted briefly with Wood Jelly. This girl regretted that the Chaos Secret Realm was closed. She was looking forward to opening it soon and meeting Renyu in the Chaos Secret Realm. Renyu was also looking forward to it. She wanted to see if she could find clues about the Zombie King leader from the Chaos Secret Realm. But now the style of the channel has changed. Everyone is discussing the battle to kill the Zombie King leader and sharing their own survival process in the ruins. They didn't take the mission seriously at all. Renyu had no choice but to send several messages in a row to correct the situation. Then everyone started to seriously discuss whether the Zombie King leader was more likely to become a monster in the game, or to possess a player, or where the Zombie King leader might appear. Renyu nodded with satisfaction. Although she didn't get a direct clue, the players had good imaginations. Maybe the real clues to the Zombie King leader were hidden in many of their imaginations. She read carefully and slowly flipped through the pages until after 1 in the middle of the night. The players stopped chatting. So she turned off the channel and went back to her bedroom to rest. This can be considered as brainstorming. By evenly distributing the pressure to all players, Renyu felt much more relaxed. It was also the process of meeting Chiu Shanfeng that gave her inspiration. If you deliberately look for a target that you can't find, you may meet it accidentally. So the next morning, she took the permit to find Chiu Shanfeng and completed the construction of the well. There was a well in the corner of the courtyard of the residential house. After that, she found her teammates, who were teaming up in the wild to brush experience, and said with a smile, "Let's go, Shinkong, and I will take you to kill monsters above level 40, and kill a few high-level monster areas." Of course, her teammates were not polite to her. Renyu has many group attack skills, and her damage is high. Her experience earning efficiency is much higher than Shinkong's. Everyone took out their kites and flew, heading straight for the level 40 monster area. After arriving at the location, the others temporarily floated in the air. Renyu and Shinkong landed first, clearing a piece of open space, which served as a landing point, and was also a small safe zone. After all, a bite from a level 40 monster would still hurt them. Especially Li Jiao and Zhai Gangyong, who are now the focus of the team. To fight this level of monster, Renyu does not need to change the 7 God suit, and the red feather suit can deal a large amount of high damage. Dense experience exploded above the teammates' heads, and the displayed numbers are endless. Although she no longer deliberately looked for the zombie leader, Renyu still couldn't help but pay attention and check the channel from time to time. Before the night mode came, she asked her teammates to fly back, and she continued to stay outside to see if she could find any clues. Shinkong said, "I'll look too." Swain and the others didn't get involved. Their strength didn't allow them to stay outside in the night mode. Renyu even rejected Shinkong's proposal. Shinkong's combat power was high, but he didn't have any special defensive equipment, and his health bar was not as abnormally thick as hers. If he was really attacked by a group of monsters in the night mode, the risk factor would still be very high. "I'll just walk around, you better not go." Shinkong thought for a moment, and said, "I'll walk around the city. Although there are many monsters outside the safe zone, it's close to the safe zone, so it's not a big problem." He brought the wooden house with him, and if he really couldn't bear it, he could hide in the wooden house. As long as he could get out of the combat state, he could become invisible. Of course, staying in the wooden house for a long time was not a good idea. With the number of monsters in the night mode, the wooden house would probably not last too long before it would fall apart. Renyu, "Okay, then you should be careful." "You too?" Shinkong nodded and took off. Renyu also flew the kite and left. There was still some time before 8 o'clock. She flew to the 43rd, 44th and 45th level monster areas not far from here. She cleared several monster areas and killed 2 elite monsters above level 10. She got herself out of the battle before 8 o'clock. She slowly ascended with the Delta Wing and began to hover over the wild. At 8 o'clock, the monsters refreshed. A large army of monsters of various species appeared below. They were so dense that there was no end in sight. She had not forgotten that the Zombie King in the ruins could arrange the zombies. Then the Zombie King leader at a higher level should also have this ability. Right? Renyu thought this idea was a good direction. She could observe it more. But there was no harvest tonight. Renyu flew all the wild areas of City A with a Delta Wing before 8 a.m. and found nothing unusual. There was no discovery in the starry sky either. The urban area is not as large as the wild area, so he flew back to the residential area in the second half of the night. Renyu said something to everyone in the group and went home to catch up on sleep. In the following time, she hid during the day and went out at night. During the day, she went home to rest and catch up on sleep. When she woke up, she would either make mechanical props or go out to lead teammates. She flew away on time at 6 p.m. and began to wander around other urban areas, looking for them. When you get tired of flying in the air, you can land and fight monsters to change your mood. A few days later, Rinyu began to search across provinces. She entered the neighboring province In. As soon as she entered the territory of In province, Rinyu posted a message on the channel, calling on players in In province to take action. The In province channel was boiling for a while, and added she ran as a friend. Rinyu no longer went back at night, but randomly found a safe area in the city, set up a wooden house to rest, and wandered around the wilds of various cities in province at night. The end time of the mission was getting closer and closer, and no clues were found. But the level was almost raised to 45. What's the point of leveling up if we can't find the zombie leader? We're all doomed. Rinyu was getting a little anxious. The country is so big, she couldn't possibly find all the maps in half a month. In addition, the channel is limited to the province, communication is limited, and information transmission is not convenient. She tried her best to call on everyone on the channel to help spread the information, especially those who have friends across provinces, send private messages, and let friends post on their provincial channels. But the effect was minimal. Teammate also gave her feedback on the channel information in time, but without exception. There was no abnormality or clue feedback. The players were also trying to find suspicious clues, but there was really no gain. There are only 5 days left. Rinyu was lying on the single bed in the cabin, with her hands behind her head, and she couldn't sleep for a while after listening to the noise outside. Although the cabin had a certain degree of concealment and security, its sound insulation was not good. In addition, she was resting during the day, and the players were particularly active during the day, with voices, footsteps, and skills. It was very lively. A player ran past the cabin, and soon there was the sound of horses' hooves running past the back of the cabin. Then, there seemed to be another noisy sound of footsteps. It seemed that several players were walking and chatting together. They seemed to be discussing the properties of the Ruins outfit, and walked over while talking. Rinyu gave the Ruins outfit to Jai Gangyong. Ruins. Rinyu suddenly thought of a question. In which city did they fight the zombie king leader? Rinyu scratched his head. Independent space? It's possible. At that time, all the players in the Ruins were summoned. It would definitely not be set up in a specific city, but Rinyu still carefully recalled the scene at that time, opened the map and started to dig it up bit by bit. Fortunately, before the fight, she flew a circle with her kite in order to find Li Jiao and Jai Gangyong. So her field of vision was much wider than that of players who had been standing on the ground. And the area of the scene she observed was larger. She searched slowly based on the memories in her mind. She searched the national map thoroughly, and finally her sight was fixed on a wild area about 30 kilometers away from a certain city in H province. She hadn't found the place in H province yet. Rinyu's heart was pounding, and she didn't dare to make a decision directly, but used the camera function to take a picture of the map, and sent it to the small group first, asking Shinkong and Swain to help identify it. Swain, unlucky. Boss, I didn't pay attention to the scene at that time. He was busy looking up at the boss in the sky. Jiang Shijia was the same. At that time, he saw the boss flying in circles in the sky, and then he was busy waving his arms to greet him, and ran after the boss on the ground. Shinkong gave a positive answer. Shinkong, it looks like, when I was hit by the zombie king leader, I glanced at the surrounding scene in the air, and it looked very similar to the outline of the one you posted. Swain. He also flew in the air for a short time. How could he not know that he could have the leisure to look at the surrounding scene while being hit by the monster? Rinyu posted the picture to the current provincial channel again, and asked the players who participated in the final mission of the Ruins to help identify it. The reply received was similar to the replies from several teammates in the group. Most players did not pay attention to the venue at that time. A small number of players paid attention, but their vision was not so wide, and the responses they gave were very vague. Rinyu was completely sleepless, and decided to fly. For hours later, Rinyu arrived above the area, lowered the altitude and slowly circled. It's here, it's here. But Rinyu was not sure that the zombie king leader would not appear here after coming to this world, so he could only go down to look for it, to see if he could find any clues. After landing, clearing the nearby monsters, Rinyu stood again at the place where he fought the zombie king leader. This is a level 39 monster spawning point, and the nearby monster spawning areas are level 38, 40, 41 and 42, and there is more than one monster nest at each level. Maybe because it is a high-level monster area, and it is far from the city, there is no player team nearby. Rinyu began to clean up the surrounding monster spawning points with this place as the center, cleaning this place and the surrounding area clean and refreshing, so refreshing that it doesn't seem like there are any clues. Tired, destroy it. Rinyu took out a round stool and sat down to rest, and took out a dessert to eat, to cure her irritability. After more than an hour of killing high-level monsters, her experience bar reached the peak. Looking at this, it is estimated that if she clears 2 or 3 more monster areas above level 43, she can reach level 45. Rinyu was not happy at all. After eating a piece of dessert and half a durian, Rinyu got up and put away the round stool, walked around nearby, dug up a lot of materials, but still had no clues. Let's wait until night. There were still 2 or 3 hours before 8 o'clock. Rinyu entered stealth mode, took a nap, and woke up to see that it was not time yet. She took out her kite and flew off to other monster areas. When there were only 7 or 8 minutes left before the night mode, a light suddenly flashed across Rinyu's body, and a prompt popped up in front of her that she had upgraded to level 45. You have upgraded to level 45, and you have obtained 4 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. I have seen too many prompts like this recently. Rinyu glanced at them, and was ready to look away. But she didn't expect the second prompt to pop up. And then the third text appeared. Scanning the content above, Rinyu was shocked. Your level has reached the highest level, and you have received 20 attribute points as a reward, which can be freely distributed. You are the first player to reach level 45, and you have obtained the qualification to talk to the game officials. Please wait for the notification from the game officials. Is level 45 the highest level? What shocked her the most was not this, but talking to the game officials. But this is a passive behavior. She can't talk to the game officials immediately. She needs to wait for notification. Rinyu was helpless, but she couldn't do anything except wait. First, distribute attribute points. 20 attribute points were awarded. Rinyu added all the 4 points to strength. After that, Rinyu flew up in stealth mode and waited quietly in the sky. At 8 o'clock, monsters refreshed, and all kinds of beast roars were heard. Rinyu had been used to it for some time. She only paid attention to the movements of the mutant army below. When the monsters first appeared, they would generally be in chaos for a while, and then calm down after a while. Of course, if a player landed at this time, it would be like a drop of water falling into an oil pan, and the monster army would immediately boil. Rinyu flew slowly, staring at the bottom. After waiting for about half an hour, just when Rinyu thought that there would still be no harvest tonight, she suddenly found that the mutant monster below, which had entered the quiet mode, moved slightly. The body moved, but did not make any roars, nor did it perform any skills. Instead, the body turned in the same direction involuntarily, and returned to quiet again. Rinyu's heart was beating like a drum, and she immediately flew in the direction of the monster's body. After flying about 300 meters, she felt the earth shaking in the air, and a familiar monster appeared out of thin air. Rinyu held her breath. Zombie King Leader. She finally found the Zombie King Leader. After the Zombie King Leader appeared, the mutant beasts around him were as obedient as quails. After that, the Zombie King Leader raised his hand and drew a line in the air, and the monsters of all levels moved again. It turns out that different levels have different territories, but now everything is messed up. Under the command of the Zombie Leader, the attack modes are arranged according to the skill ranged attack. The melee mutants rush to the front collectively, and the ranged attack monsters in the back are divided according to the magic power and physical attack modes. Rinyu's scalp tingles, although the direction is right, when he really sees the Zombie Leader arranging the troops. He still can't help but feel a chill on his back. Rinyu slowly rises into the air, opens the panel and quietly takes a photo, and sends the current coordinates to the group. At this time, a new reminder pops up in front of him, as well as an announcement for the entire server. Chapter 123 Ultimate Mission 2, Catching Bugs. Player Yoyu successfully found the escaped Zombie King Leader. Ultimate Mission 2 is about to start. Ultimate Mission 2, Kill the Zombie King Leader. Complete the mission. Mutated gods and demons that will wake up early due to the arrival of the Zombie King Leader will fall asleep again. Mission failed. The Zombie King Leader will lead the mutant army to encircle all players in the world, start the massacre of the whole server. Mutated gods and demons wake up 6 months early. bringing a catastrophe to the world. Please make a choice as soon as possible, yes/no, except to be teleported to the vicinity of the Zombie King leader. Wait for the duel to begin. As soon as the announcement came out, the whole server was shocked. The information on the provincial channel scrolled and left after images, and it was impossible to distinguish the content above. Everyone was relieved, finally found this guy. After all, Renyu had talked about this in many provincial channels, and mobilized everyone to help find clues. Many players sighed. I didn't expect that Renyu himself would find the zombie leader in the end. Some players who were less informed said on the channel, "Is it the zombie leader that escaped from the ruins last time? Damn, that guy escaped to our side?" There were also players who were even more behind in the information asking what this thing was. Although the players who returned from the ruins talked about the last task on the channel, not all players who did not go to the ruins had the habit of brushing the channel, which caused some of their thinking to be out of sync. What was even more exaggerated was that some players expressed dissatisfaction on the channel, thinking that the person named Yoyu accidentally triggered something, which led to such a seemingly difficult task. But soon this message was criticized by many people, and the player's name was mentioned hundreds of times. Finally, after figuring out the cause and effect, he hurriedly begged for mercy on the channel and mentioned Yoyu to express his apology. Yoyu couldn't see it at all, because they were across provinces, and the information was not exchanged. She stared at the void. Even though she was nearby, she still chose yes, and accepted the teleportation. But her body did not move, only a reminder popped up in front of her. Teleportation countdown 11 hours, 08 minutes, 37 seconds. So it's not an immediate battle. Okay, the game is not that crazy. It doesn't plan to let players fight overnight. So, she quietly left here. Single challenge the Zombie King leader? Not possible, she is not that arrogant. Fly back to the nearby city, circle in the air, go to the gunner professional leader in the city, want to see if he can learn skills in night mode. The place to learn is not in the safe zone, there are monsters all around. Renyu was just trying to clear the monsters nearby, unexpectedly. She had triggered a conversation with the professional leader. Renyu raised her eyebrows slightly, unexpectedly. Her invisibility is ineffective against NPCs. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad, but it's good at this time. She started talking, learning, first learned the level 45 skill Soul Chaser Sniper, and then flew to the Archer Professional Leader to learn Arrow Piercing the Sky. Both skills have armor penetration, slowing effect, and the effect is much stronger than 3 arrows at once. The highest level ultimate skill of the main profession is actually all single target attack, which is high damage, can cause 280% damage, but the cooldown time is also long, a cooldown time of 10 minutes. After the Soul Chasing Sniper, you can immediately follow up with the Fatal Pursuit shot to overprint, using the high damage of the Soul Chasing Sniper to trigger the high multiplication of the overprint. The second round of overprint can be used by the Archer's Flying Arrow, which also has 280% damage to a single target, and immediately switch to the pistol to use the Fatal Pursuit shot, and then overprint again, to continue to trigger the high multiplication. With Renyu's current operation, she can change weapons in seconds without interruption. The duration of the weapon stack is 5 seconds. Even combo damage will not be interrupted. Her attack speed is high, which can completely offset the delay of switching weapons. After learning the skills, she flew to the safe zone and paid to enter. At present, the number of players who still sleep in the open space of the safe zone at night has been greatly reduced. The players who stay here no longer use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. They have all bought equipment, tents, mosquito nets, etc. But there is no wooden house. After all, the wooden house blueprint is also a rare item, which is not easy to obtain. So when Renyu took out a wooden house and placed it on the open space, it immediately became the focus. As a result, Renyu received a lot of visitor information prompts. Everyone had no ill intentions, just to ask her where she got the wooden house from, or who she bought it from. Renyu opened the package and took a look. There were still a few wooden houses in the package. Some of them were made by the puppets in the ruins before, and some were collected in the safe zone after returning. After coming out of the ruins, several of her tenants' names were dimmed in her friend list. Compared with a month ago, there were fewer inquiries about renting a house. So she put away several empty houses and kept them in her bag. Seeing that the players here were so curious, she simply quoted a price and sold the wooden houses that could be sold on the spot. After selling the wooden houses, Renyu felt tired and didn't even bother to read the information on the channel. She only told her teammates about her situation in the group and fell on the bed. After many days of hard work, she spent a night looking for a place to stay in the wild last night. Today, she didn't sleep all day because of her anxiety. She slept particularly deeply tonight. Without the bonus of the car bed, wearing only pajamas, Renyu rested for a few hours longer than usual. It was already past 5 in the morning when he woke up. He looked at the countdown and started teleporting at 8 o'clock. There were several messages in the group, and the teammates were ready to go, especially Li Jiao and Zhai Gangyong, because they died early in the ruins. They did not participate in the final mission. They always regretted it. They hoped to play well this time, get more rewards, and shorten the level gap with their teammates as soon as possible. In fact, the levels of the two people have improved by leaps and bounds in the past 10 days, and have surpassed many players. But while they were upgrading, Shinkong, Jiang Shujie and Swain were also upgrading. So there was still a level gap between Li Jiao and Zhai Gangyong and their teammates. No one knew if there would be any special circumstances in the upcoming battle, or how long it would last. Renyu did not consume any more fatigue points. She counted the mechanical props in the package, in addition to the medium and high-level mechanical props. She also made 2 turrets in the past 10 days, which could be placed near the Zombie King leader to assist in the battle. There were also many food props with attribute bonuses, and the high-level elixir that Li Jiao gave her before leaving, which was very sufficient. Before 8 o'clock, Renyu finished a hearty breakfast. At 8 o'clock, her sight flashed, and she appeared in the area where the Zombie King leader was found last night. Unlike yesterday, there were no monsters in the venue at this time. Not only monsters, but also the background vegetation and hillsides disappeared, turning into a vast plain. It seemed that the game had been cleaned up. Swish, swish, swish. Players kept landing, and the number was huge, which was many times more than the teleportation in the ruins. The number was large, but Renyu didn't feel relieved. This meant that the strength of the Zombie King leader was not at the same level as before. It was impossible to gather all the players and rush to kill the Zombie King leader in 1 second. The place was crowded with people, and it was lively. It was no exaggeration to say that it was bustling. After all, players were not wooden stakes. After landing, some looked for familiar friends everywhere. Some looked around curiously, and some cheerful people started socializing. Although no one shouted, there were so many people that the sound was amplified. Renyu was no exception. When she was in an unfamiliar environment, she always wanted to see familiar faces. So, she became sure again, operated the kite to take off, and called friends in this special way. Not only did she attract Shinkong and his friends, but also Chiran, Zongdao, and Qilong, who she met in the ruins. And everyone stood together, greeted each other and chatted. This should be players from all over the country. Right? Qilong took out a set of items and started eating. Others also took out food items from their packages and pills, etc. to take. Renyu had a hearty breakfast, and the time limit was still there, so she didn't need to stuff anything into her mouth, and she would replenish the pills after the bonus time limit was over. That should be it. Zongdao jumped and stretched his neck to look around. There are too many people, I can't see the end at a glance. Will the players in the back row be unable to reach the zombie leader because there are too many people, and they are standing too far away? His words startled Renyu and the others, and they really hadn't thought about this problem. But with the current number of players who can't squeeze into the front row can really go beyond the attack range. There is still a problem, that is, we don't know where the Zombie King leader will come out, so melee players don't know where to stand. The answer will be revealed soon. When no more players landed on the field, they flashed and were forced to move to different battlefields, divided into several provinces. Dozens of identical Zombie King leaders stood there woodenly, looking down at the players falling all around. At the same time, the names of the provinces appeared in the upper left corner of the void, and all the damage values were displayed as 0. At the top of the provincial rankings, there was a long blood bar, the blue bar, which belonged to the Zombie King leader. Although this monster has dozens of clones, there should actually be only one Zombie King leader. This form is just to facilitate our battle, said a player. Everyone thought so, because only one set of red and blue blood bars was displayed. It showed that all players had only one target to attack. Renyu didn't have time to call her friends, because the shark butler beside her had already launched an attack, and the battle began. At the same time, a message popped up in front of a large number of players, affected by a player's special equipment. Your combat power and defense increased by 20%. Oh my god! Which kind-hearted person increased my combat power and defense by 20%? The player shouted while attacking the Zombie King leader. This got a lot of responses from players. Someone laughed and said, I have it too. I thought it was unique to me. But I didn't expect everyone to have it. But there were also different voices. What do you mean by increased combat power and defense? Where is it? Didn't you get a prompt? No. What prompt? I don't know which great player has special equipment. And my combat power and defense increased by 20%. Ah. Great player. Give me a bonus too. Someone shouted. I want it too. Please. Do you have to be close to the master to get this benefit? Some players slowly approached the players who claimed that their combat power and defense had been improved, trying to take advantage of them. But they were almost stepping on the feet of those players. And they didn't receive any reminders. Soon someone discovered that no one knew where the player who could improve everyone's combat power and defense was. Because this benefit was distributed evenly in every corner of the battlefield. And those who had it were there. And those who didn't were not there. Rinyu certainly heard the noise from the players. But she didn't dare to speak out, silently expressing her helplessness for some players. This bonus only applies to players with life skills. Players without life skills cannot enjoy this benefit. However, it also made her realize the power of the 7 Gods equipment bonus. Even if they don't form a team, they can improve the attributes of players in their own camp as long as they are in combat. Very good. She withdrew her thoughts and focused on dealing with the Zombie King. The Zombie King who escaped from the ruins has undergone earth-shaking changes in both combat power and skills. It didn't stretch again. After the battle started, a wave of light was emitted from its body, sweeping all the players in the field in a ripple shape, and the attack began. All the players lost blood. Those with poor equipment were sent away directly. Rinyu also threw out the 2 turrets in the package. After the turrets landed, they started automatically and began to attack. The turrets were still quite eye-catching, but the players didn't care to be surprised at all, and they all used their skills, and the overwhelming light effects almost drowned the Zombie King leader. The damage values of the provinces in the upper left corner were also changing rapidly, at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. The rankings kept changing. And the names of the provinces kept changing their rankings, so fast that it was dazzling. But no one had time to stare at them, focusing on the zombie leader in front of them. Someone used special skills. Rinyu used the soul-chasing sniper, and then followed up with the deadly pursuit shot to start overlapping. The abnormal damage value that exploded above the zombie leader's head was almost instantly submerged in the layers of red numbers and various special effects light. After the first round of overlapping, Rinyu switched weapons and used the piercing arrow, and then immediately switched back to the pistol and continued to overlap with the deadly pursuit shot, dealing another round of extremely high damage. After the second round, she delivered her first special move, and her second special move. The Zombie King leader was also restrained by a large number of control skills, and was unable to break free for a while. Although the players had a good time fighting, it was not pleasant to see the speed at which the Zombie King leader lost blood. Players from all over the country attacked together. After fighting for nearly 10 minutes, the Zombie King leader's blood bar only showed a gap of about 1 centimeter, which showed how difficult it was. 10 minutes later, the zombie leader let out a sharp and shrill roar, and launched a sonic attack. This action was synchronized in all venues, and the health bars of all players dropped simultaneously. Those who reacted quickly immediately took drugs to save their lives, and some were just pulled back to health by nearby healers. A small number of unlucky players were sent away directly. At the same time, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and even the attack trajectory of the turret changed, sweeping around. It turned out that the roar of the zombie leader was not only a sonic attack, but also a summon. Tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of level 35 and above mutants with different attributes suddenly appeared among the players in all the battlefields, and attacked without saying a word. Ice freezing, fire burning, thunder paralysis, wind cutting, poison control, and melee mutants charging, scratching, biting, etc. All kinds of skills attacked the players. The players were caught off guard, screaming, and fighting back in a panic. It was still painful to be hit by monsters of this level, and the drop in health bars was very obvious. Rinyu began to throw her group attack skills in different directions: gloomy wind, drunk smell, rain, meteor arrows, explosive flames, cross rays. Players who were closer to her breathed a sigh of relief and involuntarily moved closer to her. Those who knew Rinyu knew that she was the provincial champion, and those who didn't knew that she was a god-level player through the high damage she dealt, and came to hug her thighs. But Rinyu was not a wooden stake. She would not only help nearby players relieve pressure, but ride a horse all over the field, help other players relieve pressure, clear the monsters, so that she could concentrate on attacking the Zombie King leader. Because she found that the blood they had taken away from the Zombie King leader was recovering little by little. So, after throwing a circle of group attack skills, she used floating impact on the Zombie King leader, and then began to overlap attacks, and shouted, "Keep attacking. Don't let it recover blood." Hearing that the Zombie King leader could recover blood, the players who had no monsters nearby immediately refocused their firepower to continue attacking the Zombie King leader. Rinyu took the time to look at the display in the upper left corner of the void. Not bad. Not bad. Their side had the highest damage. Ranking first. I don't know if this ranking has anything to do with the final reward. Players from other provinces also discovered this. Some shouted loudly to remind each other, everyone should clear the monsters as soon as possible, and focus on attacking the mutant leader again. Players who participated in the battle in the ruins complained, "Why is this Zombie King leader so abnormal after escaping once? This defense is too high." Fortunately, there is no stretching action that makes them passively beaten, but summoning high-level mutants also makes the players very uncomfortable. The key is that there are too many summons. Although there are many players, the appearance of the monsters interrupts their rhythm of attacking the zombie leader, which makes people feel irritated. Although the stretching action has not appeared, the familiar Ring of Light segment came after 40 minutes of the opening. Experienced players screamed, shouting about their experience in dealing with this segment in the ruins. The players rushed out in a swarm, exerting their speed to the extreme, wishing they could have the wind under their feet. However, due to the large number of players, the scene was in chaos. The players failed to escape, but were still covered by the light, leaving rings of light on some players. Rinyu was not hit. She quickly switched pets. The ricochet of the wooden horse and the teleportation of the red-headed eagle allowed Rinyu to quickly distance herself and leave the battle state and enter the stealth mode. However, in the panic, the summoners did not immediately operate the pets to interrupt the battle. The damage to the Zombie King leader rebounded to the players who were hit. Fortunately, they had experience. Not only did everyone take drugs in time, but the healing spells thrown by the healers were also in time, and the casualties of the players were not heavy. The battle continued. During this period, the Zombie King leader summoned mutants again, and the field was in chaos again. The zombie leader recovered another wave of blood. The players were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood, but they endured the frustration and continued to fight. By 1:00 p.m., the number of players in each field was getting smaller and smaller. Fortunately, everyone saw hope. The zombie leader's health bar had reached the bottom, but everyone knew that it would take 1 to 2 hours to finish with this life value of less than an inch. Some players ran out of energy and left the battle circle to rest and recover, while other players stayed on the field. Whenever the zombie leader launched a counterattack, Rinyu would try to move around and take the damage. In addition to recovering blood, he also returned some of the damage. Her special skills will be used immediately as soon as the cooldown period ends, without any ambiguity. Finally, more than an hour later, the health bar of the Zombie King leader was reduced to a thin line of blood, and the players also ushered in a dying counterattack. The Shark Butler beside Rinyu was sent away, and many players who had held on until now were sent away. Rinyu summoned the red-headed eagle, and continued to fight the Zombie King leader. A series of bright red super high values exploded continuously above the head of the Zombie King leader, and the battle was completely ended after 20 minutes. Congratulations to all players for completing the ultimate mission. 2. Mutated God and Demon fell into deep sleep again. The official has distributed reward packages to everyone based on everyone's performance. Please check it out yourself. However, although everyone has let Mutated God and Demon fall into deep sleep again, the appearance of the Zombie King leader still made Mutated God and Demon sense something. It will wake up 2 months earlier than the original progress. Please improve your strength as soon as possible, and be prepared for the battle. The top 3 provinces in terms of damage will receive an additional gold, silver, bronze medal reward according to the ranking. Please check the specific attribute bonus yourself. The game will send all players away. The teleportation countdown is 59, 58, 57. Damn, it still wakes up early. Are we working in vain? Not necessarily in vain. If the Zombie King leader is not killed, the mutant god and demon may wake up tomorrow. Although I don't know what it is. I feel that it must be more difficult to deal with than the Zombie King. How can you say that it's in vain? If the Zombie King doesn't die, it will lead the mutant army to encircle us. Maybe the number of mutant monsters during the day will increase. I think so too. So we didn't work in vain. And we got the reward. The players who survived in the field talked about it, saying all kinds of things. Isn't that mutant god and demon a national level boss? I think so. Although the game doesn't say it clearly. You can think about it, and know that this mutant god and demon should be difficult to deal with. I don't know what will happen when it wakes up. When will the mutant god and demon wake up? It only said 2 months in advance, but didn't say the specific time. Yes. When will it wake up? Give us a countdown so that we can prepare. If the mission fails, it will wake up 6 months in advance. If it is awakened 6 months in advance, it will be awakened in the near future. Now our mission is successful, and it is 2 months in advance. Then we will prepare for 4 months. Actually, you don't have to worry about it. There will definitely be a server-wide announcement when the time comes. Just calm down and level up your level and equipment, so that you won't be so embarrassed when you deal with the mutant gods and demons. That makes sense. Hey. The countdown is almost over. Renyu was also waiting for the countdown. Then, she was teleported back to the square where she temporarily stayed last night. You're not going to send me back to City A? Renyu had no choice but to say something to her teammates in the group, driving the Delta Wing, turning into a stream of light, and escaping far away, and returning home before the night mode arrived. Chapter 124 Talk to the Official. After entering the house, she first picked up the scattered wood and durian on the ground, and then went to the backyard to look at the apple trees, watered them, weeded them, picked up the fallen melons and dates, and turned to the production room. She opened the special storage box of the carpenter puppet, took out more than a dozen purple quality wooden horses, and several reclining chairs. The reclining chair blueprint was dropped when she killed monsters outside some time ago, and arranged for the puppet to make it. She opened the storage boxes of the tailor puppet and the chef puppet, took out the finished products they had completed during this period, made room, added the corresponding materials she had accumulated, set the work content, and let them start working again. She turned back to the house, taking out a recliner and throwing it on the ground. Renyu half lay on it. Suddenly, the tiredness from a busy day disappeared, and the fatigue value was also recovering rapidly, which was extremely comfortable. This is much more comfortable than a round stool. Renyu shook slowly. He wanted to check the gift bag and the gold medal attribute of the reward for killing the Zombie King leader, but he fell asleep unknowingly. He didn't sleep for too long. He opened his eyes after half an hour of sleep. The tiredness was swept away, but he was a little hungry. She patted the recliner with satisfaction, got up and went to the dining table to set out a grilled fish, a stir-fried vegetable, 2 bowls of rice. After eating, drank a glass of milk, returned to the recliner and sat down. The command opened the package, checked the gold medal lying in a certain grid inside. Gold medal use. Renyu checked the properties first. Gold medal, after use. Permanently increase combat power by 90%, defense, increase attack speed by 20%. Then why is she still hesitating? Use it decisively. The gold medal disappears from the grid. Properties are improved. 1 per person. Renyu opened the channel. The topic of gold, silver and bronze medals was already in full swing. Everyone was showing off their gold medals. The province was the most damaged. All players in the province, who persisted to more than 80% of the progress, and the last player in the province each received a gold medal. Players in the province, who died early, according to the time of death, were compensated with other rewards. This progress was determined by the game officials. Anyway, she didn't see any progress bar displayed during the battle. From the channel, Renyu also learned the properties of silver and bronze medals. Silver medals permanently increase combat power by 60%, defense, and attack speed by 10%. And bronze medals permanently increase combat power by 30%, defense, and attack speed by 3%. Although other provinces that received silver and bronze medals were across channels, there were always players with friends from other provinces, who couldn't resist asking in private chats out of curiosity, and then promoted it on their own channels. So everyone quickly learned about the information of silver and bronze medals. Renyu couldn't help but twitch her lips. Why did she feel that the information transmission in this regard was faster than the information she had previously called on players to move together to find the leader of the Zombie King? At this time, a message popped up in the group. Purple lips and a light smile. Yo, have you arrived home? Sister? I will send you the ingredients I collected during this period. Renyu did not bother to check the gift package, and hurriedly replied in the group, "It has arrived." A moment later, not only Li Jiao came, Shinkong and the others also came to Yoyu's place. Yoyu just sent each of them a finished recliner, and said his own experience, very comfortable, and the recovery speed is faster than the round stool. After receiving the silver, he threw it on the ground and lay on it, swaying, "Very comfortable. It is indeed very comfortable." Everyone could not help their curiosity, and took out the recliners to experience them. Jiang Shujia was trading materials with Renyu. Renyu had been away from group activities for a while, but his teammates had not stopped leveling up by killing monsters. During this period, they teamed up with those who suck my blood will die and Huang Chong to kill the fourth vortex several times, and saved a lot of materials that Renyu could use. When it was his turn to exchange materials with Shinkong, Shinkong looked at Renyu and hesitated to speak. Renyu laughed. "You want to borrow money?" Shinkong smiled and shook his head. "No." Renyu said with a smile. "What's the problem? Are you so embarrassed to ask?" Shinkong thought about it and said, "Take a look at my weapon first." He waved the long sword in his hand. Renyu looked over in confusion, and saw that the weapon in Shinkong's hand was a knife in the last second. And the next second it became a metal staff. And then changed again. It became a long sword. Switch weapons. Hey. No. She switched weapons very smoothly. But not so smoothly that she could switch out of thin air. Shinkong said, "Combination weapons. I can only make 3 forms." Renyu exchanged a combination weapon blueprint of humming quality with him before, and he succeeded in making it recently. Originally, he wanted to help Renyu make a weapon that could switch freely between 3 forms, gun, cannon, and bow and arrow. But after knowing the grade of Renyu's 7-star equipment, he gave up the idea. Unfortunately, in the reward package for killing the zombie king leader this time, there appeared a blueprint of a perfect grade, also a combination type item. However, this blueprint is not for making a combination weapon directly, but for making an item called Fusion Converter. Using the Fusion Converter, up to 5 different types of weapons of different grades can be fused together, and the form can be changed at will during the battle. The converted form is still the original grade of the weapon. It is like a container, but it is more convenient and smoother than switching weapons through wrapping. Renyu's eyes lit up when she heard this. Isn't this what she wants? Pistols, cannons, bows and arrows, and even wine gourds can be added. Although the wine gourd does not need to be put into the package. It has to be taken from the back every time it is used. Although she is very good at it now, it does not prevent her from wanting to be better. Shinkong continued to talk about the characteristics of this blueprint. Because the blueprint is too high grade, the lowest grade of materials required to be used must be intermediate ore, which only has a few types. The rest are all high-grade metal materials. In addition, there is a certain failure rate in the forging process. Once it fails, the materials will be scrapped. His inventory was insufficient, so he thought of the things in Yoyu's hand. Shinkong knew that Renyu was making metal props, and the consumption of minerals was also very large, so he was a little embarrassed to speak. But after listening to Renyu, without a single stutter, he took out all the metal minerals above the intermediate grade in his hand and traded them to Shinkong. Shinkong was worried that Renyu would miss the information in his words just now, so he emphasized it again and said, "The failure rate is 50%, which is a very high probability. After failure, all the materials will be wasted." "It doesn't matter." Renyu waved her hand. Her props did not have to be made of metal materials, and ordinary metal minerals would be enough. So she didn't have to use good materials. There is a failure rate, but there is also a success rate. Compared with these materials, she wants the fusion converter more. "Thanks." Shinkong stopped being pretentious and took it decisively. It is not easy to collect high-level mineral materials through prospecting piles. Only through such large-scale tasks. And you have to get the top-rank gift packs to get them. Among them, Renyu has the most stocks. Renyu smiled and said, "You're welcome. I will benefit from success. If she can skip the step of switching packages on weapons, her attacks will be smoother." After exchanging materials, everyone decided to meet in the alley at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to fight the number 4 vortex. Renyu had no objection at all. She hadn't fought a vortex for a long time, and she missed it. She had reached the maximum level and didn't need to gain experience to level up, and she focused on fighting for materials. Everyone left. Renyu was not idle either. She started making small props such as mechanical kites, mechanical shields, and so on, and resumed the previous busy pace. The next day, everyone went out on horseback, clearing monsters all the way and roaring towards the number 4 vortex. With their current level, the equipment, and the newly acquired gold attribute, it was too easy to clear the 4th vortex again. They pushed forward like a hot knife through butter all the way, only spent a little time in the final fight against the boss, and Renyu's level 45 skill also brought surprises to everyone. The armor-breaking effect of using 3 arrows to shoot at the same time when fighting the giant pangolin was blocked. Renyu thought that the anti-armor breaking feature of this boss was fixed, and the armor-breaking attribute was ineffective against it. Unexpectedly, the high-strength armor-breaking attribute of Soul Chaser and Arrow Piercing actually broke this feature of the pangolin, greatly increasing their damage value. But the most difficult part of this boss is not only this, the other is its damage-free state that appears from time to time, which has no solution for the time being. However, as long as it launches a physical attack, Renyu can go forward to be hit, greatly shorten the battle time, and knock down the boss. After dividing the drops, a group of people came out of the vortex. At this time, several teams preparing to brush the vortex have gathered outside the 4th vortex. Someone recognized Renyu, and came over to greet him warmly. Renyu just felt that the other party was familiar. She should have traded with him for umbrellas or wooden houses, but there were too many players at that time. She couldn't remember all the names of the players, and only responded with a smile. There was also a team leader who had met when fighting the zombie king in the ruins, and he came over to say hello. A player looked at the time. It was just past 8 o'clock. But Yoyu and his team had just come out of the whirlpool. What time did they go in? Curious, he couldn't help but ask. Renyu and his team said uncertainly, it was 6:30. Swain nodded. We came here while clearing monsters, and went in directly, without checking the specific time. The players around sighed. No wonder he could become a top player. When they were still sleeping, he was clearing monsters, and coming out to brush the whirlpool. Renyu and his team really deserved this praise. When the game started, they went out to collect resources in the night mode while clearing monsters. We will go out at 6 or 7 tomorrow. With our team's strength, we won't die if we push the monsters all the way here. Right? A player turned and said to his teammates. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Yes, why do they still hold on to fixed ideas, and don't go out before 8 o'clock? There are many monsters in the city, but their levels are low. Who among you can't kill them in one move now? After fighting a round of greetings, Renyu walked to the open space next to him, and sat with his teammates to rest and restore their fatigue value. When everyone's fatigue value was full, they disappeared again at the entrance of the number 4 vortex. After they disappeared, some players realized belatedly, what the master meant by what he said just now is that they can clear the 4th vortex in less than 2 hours. Is this strange? They have 1 provincial champion, 1 provincial runner-up. All of them have pets, and 4 special skills. Someone beside him added in a low voice, 5. Yu has 2 special skills. The player who said it before fell silent. Yes. Is it strange that they can clear the 4th vortex in less than 2 hours with this strength? It would be strange if they couldn't complete it. For the next month, Renyu's team kept clearing the 4th vortex. 2 days of the 4th vortex. 1 day of wild monster hunting to help Li Jiao and others level up. It was also a change. Otherwise they might vomit. All the teammates have been equipped with jewelry and equipment. They even started to sell the excess jewelry and equipment at a high price in the trading hall, which made all the players happy. I didn't expect that I could buy rare jewelry and equipment dropped in the trading hall. Not only are there those that increase physical attack, but also those that increase magic power. The latter are even rarer than the former. Renyu and his team continue to fight the number 4 vortex mainly to brush pet elixirs, because the Chaos Secret Realm has not been opened. The number 4 vortex is a more obvious way to obtain it. Although the explosion rate is very low, you can always get one after fighting a few times. The second is the ordinary skill book. Although the drop rate of this thing is high, now everyone wants to strengthen advanced skills. The number required is also very considerable. You can only keep brushing, even if you vomit. Renyu brushes whirlpools during the day, and makes mechanical props at night. In addition to the mechanical kites and shield props made by others, Renyu also makes turrets from time to time, and puts them in the box after finishing. If there are any remaining mechanical props after delivery, they will be put on the trading hall. She also sold a lot of small mechanical props, and they were sold out in seconds every time. At first, some players didn't know the function of these mechanical props. After learning from others, they began to watch them being put on the shelves in the trading hall. Often, when Rinyu pressed the submit button, before she closed the panel, a reminder popped up that the item was sold. But after such a long time, Rinyu had not received any notification from the official to talk to her. She suspected that the game officials had forgotten about it. On this day, when Jiang Shijie, who was finally brought to the maximum level by Rinyu and his team to learn the level 45 skill, somehow activated the stunt he had dreamed of for a long time. Rinyu looked up at the text that popped up on the void as happy for Xiaofu Xing. The second information was caught in front of her eyes. Player swimming, the dialogue channel has been opened. Yes/ is it right to talk to the game official immediately? Note: the conversation time is only 1 minute. Please consider the content you want to express in advance. Rinyu. Dog game did not forget, but it is really enough. At this time, Rinyu and the starry sky were at the entrance of number 4 vortex, after Jiang Shijie finished his skills. Come in and start. Now Jiang Shijie will add an extra operation to activate the special skill. So everyone has to wait a while. She said something to Shinkong. And then she left the crowd here, walked to a secluded place to enter stealth mode, and then raised her hand and pressed yes. You have opened a dialogue with the game official. Countdown, 60. 59. Game official, hello Yoyu. Is there anything you want to say? Rinyu did not greet, and asked directly, are we the disappeared superpowers that the survivors of the ruins said? If so, why do I have no memory? If not, is there a parallel time and space in the ruins? Game official, you are the disappeared superpowers. Rinyu's heart was shocked, and he quickly asked, can you tell me in detail? Game official, the original world is a failed product of the game. After discovering that the order could no longer be controlled, the current small world was opened up, and all of you who had awakened superpowers were transferred away, and your physical attributes were optimized, and all your memories of that world were erased. To rationalize, your family members who died in the catastrophe were turned into game NPCs, and all your memories before the catastrophe were preserved. Rinyu failures? Are we in our world your laboratories and experimental objects? Game official, that can't be said. The Doomsday is a disaster from heaven, not created by the game. The game just happened to detect the fluctuations in time and space, and found that it can intervene, and can transmit some data, changing human physique. If the game hadn't intervened, that world would have completely collapsed. Rinyu glanced at the countdown. It was almost time. She didn't bother to continue asking this question. She quickly asked, will the Doomsday game end? Game official, haven't you guessed it? 10. 9. Rinyu continued to ask quickly, when will the mutant gods and demons awaken? Game official, 82 days later. 5. 4. Rinyu's heart was beating fast. Where is the energy absorption card used? When she killed the zombie king leader for the second time. She also opened the package to see, but it still couldn't be used. Game official, you will know after the mutant gods and demons awaken. 1-0. The conversation ends. Rinyu let out a long breath, calming her rapidly beating heart. She appeared, returning to her teammates. Seeing her stunned expression, Shinkong said, is the situation not good? Rinyu shook her head, smiled bitterly, I will tell you more later. They are actually the disappeared superpowers. I wonder if the players can bear the blow after knowing that their NPC family members in this world are real dead souls. So when the game started, the players were teleported to the square. Was it actually an illusion created by the game? When Jiang Shijie activated his skills and rushed over, everyone entered the vortex together. Rinyu didn't rush to let everyone fly out. She told the content of the conversation with the game official. There was silence at the bottom of the well. Shinkong, will the game end? Rinyu, the game official said I have guessed it. So I guessed it will end? So it will definitely end. Li Jiao looked sad, and her face changed. Is my nephew dead? After reuniting with her family in the chaotic secret realm, she heard from her brother and sister-in-law that her 6-year-old nephew became a background NPC. Her brother and sister-in-law often went to see him, although they couldn't have a normal conversation. They were very satisfied looking at their nephew's eyebrows. How should she tell her brother and sister-in-law the truth? Rinyu turned around and hugged Li Jiao, not knowing how to comfort her. This time, the vortex was very silent. When killing the boss, Rinyu casually switched the 7 god spears in her hand to the red feather arrows, using a move of flying arrows through the sky, and then smoothly switched back to the 7 god spears and followed up with a series of fatal pursuit shots, successfully overlapping. Half a month ago, she used the fusion converter and fused several weapons, very handy. She glanced at Li Jiao, who was a little distracted next to her, and while fighting, she closed the distance and said softly, "Go to the side and rest for a while." Li Jiao came back to her senses and hurriedly apologized, "Sorry, I don't need to rest." Quickly released skills and put the boss on a state. After the fight, Renyu looked at Li Jiao and said, "How about moving around freely?" Li Jiao was in a heavy mood, but she took a long breath, exhaled, shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Let's continue." Being busy could distract her from thinking about things. But now she didn't want to be alone. The few of them recovered their strength and entered the vortex again. Knowing the specific time, Renyu did not hide it from all the players. He announced the countdown on the channel and reminded the players who had the energy absorption card to save the card and use it when killing the mutant gods and demons. In fact, it is almost the same as the player infer, but that's just guess. Now there is a real answer. Some loose players are also nervous. Open your eyes every day and go out to level up. Call a fixed friend to brush the vortex together, improve strength. When the leader of the Zombie King was killed last time, the players who were filmed because they did not get the medals It's so regrettable, after knowing the bonus of the medal. You are also envious. Now, just put the hope on the mutant god. I hope to wait for this big monster to wake up. They can support the end, also take some good things. Renyu only disclosed the awakening time of the mutant gods and demons, but did not disclose that the game would end. No one knew when it would end, and knowing it would distract one from thinking about it. The days when everyone worked hard were not very peaceful. The game world suddenly ushered in an extremely hot weather, which lasted for 3 days. The players' state dropped sharply, and they were depressed for 3 days. Renyu still had ice cubes in his bag. Although he was not too uncomfortable, he did not fight desperately. He rested at home with his teammates for 3 days. After that, there was another rainstorm and an extremely cold weather. In dealing with heavy rain, players already have experience. Moreover, even if players still haven't made it to residential areas, they still have tents, umbrellas, and some even have wooden houses in their packages. In dealing with extreme cold weather, some players who have completed the Ruins mission are glad that they still have a fire in their packages. They are most happy that they can use it in the game world, and they happily put it out to keep warm. Renyu also had this experience. She didn't leave all the relevant supplies in the town at that time. She kept some for herself. She didn't expect that it would come in handy when she returned to the game world. Dozens of days passed in the blink of an eye, when there were still 3 days before the mutant gods and demons woke up. A countdown reminder floated in the air. The king-level boss mutant gods and demons will wake up in 3 days. Please prepare for the battle. Apart from this, there was no other information, such as what would happen if it succeeded or what would happen if it failed. The players were eager to try, and the channel became lively. Prov. Glass, it's finally going to open. I've been waiting for it for a long time. Cool? Prov. Flute under the moon, here it comes. The mutant gods and demons are finally here. Prov. Different fireworks, damn. After being busy for so long, that guy is finally going to wake up. After working hard for these few months, the overall level and strength of the players have improved. And there are many players who have reached the maximum level. All members of Renyu's team are at the maximum level, their common skills are enhanced to the maximum level, and their pets are reincarnated. Renyu's red-headed eagle and flame-red fox are also reincarnated. Starting half a month before the countdown reminder appears, Renyu and his team no longer participate in group activities, and each of them is busy with their own things. Renyu takes the osprey to shuttle through various rivers every day. In addition to fishing, he also brushes crystal balls and sells crystal balls. This kind of prop is still scarce for many players, and it is simply in short supply. Occasionally, he will take other players to fight the number 4 vortex a few times, or fly to the high-level monster area to fight elite monsters, and sell skill books, scrolls, and other props. During this period, the Chaos Secret Realm was not opened again. Li Jiao and the others had upgraded their skills to the maximum level. After their pets were reincarnated, they also saved a lot of materials for their family and friends. They originally wanted to transfer them to their family when the Chaos Secret Realm was opened. But the Chaos Secret Realm was never opened. They simply operated a kite to fly back across the province, and sent a full package of props and materials to help their family improve their strength as much as possible. With the improvement of strength, they would not be sent away in the middle of fighting the mutant gods and demons. and they could get rare rewards at the end. This time, the preparations were very thorough, so everyone was full of expectations for the awakening of the mutant gods and demons. Finally, when there was still an hour left in the countdown, all the players were teleported to an open field again, which was divided into several battlefields like the last time they killed the Zombie King leader. Chapter 125: Kill the Mutant Gods and Demons. When the players landed, they automatically formed a circle, leaving a large open space in the middle. Needless to say, that location was where the mutant gods and demons were about to spawn. With this judgment, the melee players all ran forward at the same time, and the ranged players, who automatically landed in the front row, quickly ran to the periphery, looking for a suitable position. Renyu's position was neither far nor close, which was just right. After she appeared, she took out the wooden horse and rode on it. Being on a horse did not hinder the battle, and the wooden horse's catapult could also be used as an auxiliary in the battle, and she was already used to fighting on horseback. Players with advanced Trojans nearby also took out their Trojans and mounted them. Renyu began to run in circles, placing a turret every few meters. Seeing her operation, the players around her not only had no opinions, but were very supportive, and automatically made way for them. They had seen this turret when they fought the Zombie King leader a few months ago. Although the damage was not abnormal, it was also an auxiliary prop, helping them to lose a little blood. And this was provided by Yoyu personally. I didn't expect Yoyu to prepare so much this time. Yoyu did have quite a few. She placed them in a circle, then moved them apart and placed them in another circle. Because the distance was far, there was enough space in the middle, so it would not affect the player's combat performance. Moreover, if the boss used a physical group attack skill, nearby players could hide behind the turrets to avoid a wave of damage. Magic skills could not stop it. When Renyu placed the turrets in a circle, she passed by several players who were chatting and heard a few words. After defeating the mutant gods and demons, the game should probably be updated. Right? Otherwise, there will be nothing to play. I think it's possible. The game hasn't been updated for a long time, and many people have reached the maximum level. The game should also have new gameplay. The people next to him agreed with deep conviction. Other players who heard this talk also joined in and expressed their approval of this speculation. Renyu had a different understanding. She felt that after the mutated god and demon mission was over, the game era would soon be over. However, the game had not given any hints, so all the guesses were just guesses, and no one could be sure. Just when I thought there was no hint, when there was still half an hour left in the countdown, Void suddenly popped up a server-wide announcement, which shocked all the players. The mission to kill the king-level boss mutated god and demon is about to start. After completing the mission, the Doomsday survival game will be exited, and everyone will be sent back to the original time and space, aiding the restoration of order, ending the game era. The mission failed, the Doomsday survival game will continue, the original time and space will collapse, the game party will no longer maintain the original time and space order. The venue was silent for a moment, and then the noise became louder, and the atmosphere exploded instantly. What do you mean? What does original time and space mean? Sent back to original time and space? Isn't this the time and space we originally lived in? I don't understand. Game, can you explain it in more detail? What does it mean to send back to original time and space? Are we no longer in the original time and space? You bastard. Have some conscience. You made us players without even saying hello. Now you suddenly come up with send back to original time and space. Explain it clearly. Fuck. I'm numb. I'm really numb. What the hell is going on? The mission must succeed. It must succeed. I want to go back to the original time and space. That's right. If you want to go back to the original time and space, you have to complete this mission. You can only succeed by killing the mutant gods and demons. The chaos and noise in the field gradually quieted down when the battle countdown reminded that there were only 5 minutes left. In the crowd, although Renyu had long guessed that the game would end at the same time as the mutant gods and demons, she was still a little shocked when she saw the official announcement, because she was not sure when the game would end. She had not announced that the game would end, including that the ruins were their original world. With a war imminent, it would be inappropriate to announce it now. Renyu smiled bitterly, closed her mouth, and quietly waited for the awakening of the mutant gods and demons. The players went from being angry and dissatisfied to being excited, with high morale, with a determination to win in their eyes, and they were determined to take down this king-level boss and return to normal life. There were 3 minutes left in the countdown. 2 minutes, 1 minute. As the countdown numbers kept changing, an unknown monster of astonishing size slowly appeared on the huge open space in front. The mutant god and demon appeared. It had a human body, dark blue skin and full of wrinkles, and a head of an unknown species of monster, with a pair of horns on the left and right, and its slowly opening eyes were orange-red, cold and weird. Standing there, it seemed like a mountain, high and wide. Renyu opened the package and stared at the energy absorption card. Energy absorption card absorbs the energy of the king-level boss. Reduces the combat power, defense, health, mana, movement speed, attack speed, etc. of the king-level boss, and makes the king-level boss fall into a weak state, which lasts for 10 minutes. Can be used in a stack manner, and the duration is automatically accumulated. Shinkom also had an energy absorption card in his hand, and frowned after reading the attributes. He had already stood in front of the crowd, far away from Renyu, and opened the list and sent a private message to Renyu. Be prepared for a tough battle. The boss that is taken care of by special props will definitely be more difficult to deal with than all players can imagine. Renyu agreed very much. When the last number of the countdown finished, there was a slightly clear sound of swallowing saliva at the scene. Unlike the last time they killed the zombie king leader, this time it was about whether they could restore their life before the end of the world. Everyone was a little nervous. Renyu was no exception. The wish was finally coming true, but before it could be achieved, they had to cross a gap. Everyone would be happy if they crossed it, but if they fell in the middle of the journey, they would be crushed to pieces. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The shark butler beside Renyu moved first, and with its movement, countless summoned beasts in the field also launched their skills forward. Several turrets also started automatically, collectively attacking a target. Renyu reacted quickly. When she saw the shark man preparing to launch a skill, she immediately uttered the command, use energy absorption card. In a certain grid of the package, an energy absorption card was automatically reduced, and the invisible force instantly appeared on the mutant god and demon, enveloping it, reducing its combat power, defense and other related attributes. At the same time, 2 red and blue values of 200,000 each exploded above the mutant god and demon's head. This is the health and mana absorbed. Because Renyu mentioned the energy absorption card on the channel before, so everyone knew the value as soon as it came out. Then, 2 or 3 sets of the same value exploded above the head of the mutant god and demon. It's just that the number of players who have it is not large, and the number of cards in their hands is not large. Some only have 1, some 2 or 3, and simply use them all at once. Shinkom also used the energy absorption card. Not only their venue, but also players in other venues used the energy absorption card. So, within less than a minute after the start, the mutant god and demon lost millions of health points just by using the energy absorption card. However, the health bar on the mutant god and demon's head did not even have a hair-thin gap. Seeing this, the players were disappointed. Millions of health points are lost as if nothing happened. Isn't this too abnormal? Those who used cards, and those who did not have cards had already started fighting. The overwhelming skill light submerged the mutant god and demon. Renyu did not use up all the cards. When he found that other players were stacking up, he stopped and stacked up again in the second half. Although the mutant god and demon's health bar did not crack, Renyu felt that the biggest role of the energy card was to reduce the attack speed and movement speed. Without the assistance of the energy absorption card, all the players' control skills would not be able to control this behemoth. Otherwise, the mutant god and demon at this moment would not be able to react, and would not fight back, and would just stand there and passively take the beating. 40 minutes later, the mutant god and demon was still passively taking the beating, and the mutant god and demon's health bar finally showed a clear crack. But the players were not happy. According to this progress, even if the mutant god and demon just stood there and took the beating, they would not know if they could kill the mutant god and demon until dark. Renyu stacked up a few more energy absorption cards. Other players, who had stock in their hands, also threw a few cards up. Although it was a bit boring to continuously throw skills, everyone knew that the mutant gods and demons standing still and taking the beating was only temporary. Compared to the boss starting to slaughter the players, they would rather this boring time last a little longer. However, they didn't have to wait too long. After fighting for another 40 or 50 minutes, the mutant gods and demons suddenly stomped their feet. The blue light spread on the ground in ripples, and the health bars above the heads of all players dropped by 50%. The players with thousands of HP lost 50%. Renyu's HP of tens of thousands also lost 50%. Luckily, She recovered, not fully recovered, but the remaining HP bar was full once the overprinting ended. It works just like a fishing rod. No matter how much HP. Killed them all in half. Other players took medicine, received treatment. Renew was glad that the boss could take half of her HP and then restore it, otherwise she could have exhausted a random healer to death. She had to take drugs until the end of time. Medicine cannot be taken seamlessly. It has a cooling time. The higher the grade of the blood recovering medicine, the longer the cooling time. Therefore, it is difficult to take medicine. The only way is to tire the healer to death. It seems that the counterattack of this mutant god and demon is not frequent. With this lethality, how many skills can the player withstand? So, let it stand still and take the beating. At the same time, the players who have stone shields in the field and strengthen the stone shields to the top level collectively return 80% of the damage. This wave of damage caused the health bar of the mutant god and demon to drop sharply. However, before the smiles on the players' faces could bloom, the large part of the health bar that had dropped back up at the same speed. Only a little bit lower than before the drop. Damn. I thought I had finally seriously injured the boss. But the speed of the increase, this time is too abnormal. Damn. I knew it couldn't be that simple. The players sighed in disappointment, and continued to resign themselves to their fate. Just as Renew was fighting, and thinking about random things, all the battlefield suddenly fell with dozens of silent and invisible attacks. And 20 or 30 players suddenly fell to the ground without any warning. Their health bars returned to zero. And the things on their bodies exploded. The players around these people didn't react. Nor did they notice anything unusual. Renew also instinctively sensed a hint of danger. And her heart was trembling. What's going on? Is there another silent skill attack? Renew looked at the boss. And suddenly found that the orange eyes in the air, which were bigger than a truck, were looking at her coldly. Swish. The invisible skill fell. And a huge crisis loomed. Renew's perception of danger made her instinctively want to change her position to dodge. But the Trojan's ejection suddenly failed. Renew's scalp suddenly tightened. For a moment, she felt the call of death. Whoosh! Several translucent figures appeared out of thin air. The undead guardian shield was automatically formed. The huge translucent shield shook and disappeared immediately. The dangerous feeling that enveloped Renew also dissipated instantly. Renew exhaled lightly, only to find that her back was very tense. And she stopped fighting unconsciously. Renew calmed her pounding heart, raised her weapon again, used skills, and continued to attack the boss. In her mind, she was also thinking about the boss's skills. There is an invisible killing skill. This also made Renew realize the strength of the mutant gods and demons. Group attacks directly cut off half of the health of all players in the field. And single attacks will kill you no matter how much blood you have. Because the undead spirit guardian appeared. It means that the attack just now was above her defense. And it could kill her in one blow. Renew's defense is top-notch in the whole server. Such a strong defense was almost killed in seconds. There is only one possibility. The mutant gods and demons have special skills, ignoring blood volume. And the attack is dead. After fighting for a while, Renew's palpitations after surviving a catastrophe gradually disappeared. The players seemed to have noticed something. And their expressions were solemn. They didn't rest even when they were tired. They took a high-level recovery pill and continued to attack. The mutant god and demon continued to stand there and take the beating. An hour later, it counterattacked again. The overwhelming blue flames fell from the sky and began to burn when they fell to the ground. It lasted for a long time. And the battlefield suddenly turned into a sea of fire, which was boundless and the players couldn't escape. Although this time, the player's health will not be cut in half or several will be killed instantly. But as long as you stand in the flame, you will continue to lose blood. The value is not particularly outrageous. 30. 50. But the speed of loss is fast and the frequency is high, which is still very uncomfortable for the player. The key is, it still hurts. Renew's pupil shrank, and he quickly got off the horse and put away the wooden horse. The four hooves of the wooden horse were on fire, and the blue flames were climbing up along the horse's legs, which made Renew's eyebrows jump. At the same time, he quickly withdrew the shark butler and released the red-headed eagle. The red-headed eagle was in the air, unaffected by the flames on the ground, but the shark butler was losing blood continuously. Other players who were fighting on horseback also noticed this situation, jumped down while screaming, stepped into the sea of fire, put away their horses, and continued to fight while screaming. It was difficult, too difficult. I have never fought such a difficult battle before. Compared with the mutant gods and demons, the last zombie king leader was really much cuter. Renyu's advantage of not feeling pain was reflected at this moment, and another advantage was that her health bar was long enough, she could withstand the burning, and after a round of overlapping printing, she would be fully restored immediately. The blue flames did not disappear in a few seconds, but lasted for a full minute, which made the players suffer. Even though it disappeared, the residual power was still there, and the players continued to lose blood for 5 seconds before it was completely over. Damn. It hurt so much. Many players burst into tears. The feeling of standing in the fire just now could become a lifetime nightmare. This mutant god and demon is indeed a king-level boss. It is difficult to kill, and has high attack. It does not attack easily, but once it attacks, it will make everyone convinced. Renyu used up the energy absorption cards in his hand one after another, and finally only kept 3 or 4 cards, to prevent the boss from rioting at the end, and see if he can suppress it at that time. After a long fight, everyone gradually found some patterns. After using the energy absorption card, the boss took longer to attack, and the damage caused by the players to the boss was higher. After the energy absorption card expired, the boss took shorter time to attack. The frequency of counterattacks increased, and the damage caused by the skills of the players on the boss was greatly reduced. The boss was originally tough, but it became harder and harder to deal with. Many players were a little discouraged after fighting for 4 or 5 hours. Fortunately, the majority of players were eager to restore the order of time and space. They encouraged each other and mobilized the enthusiasm of other players to rekindle their fighting spirit. During this period, many players died as the boss counterattacked, and the number of players on the field decreased by 10%. Fortunately, after the boss counterattacked, there would be a long period of time for the players to recover their health. In most cases, they were in a state of full health, so the number of player deaths was not as high as that of the provincial boss in the Chaos Secret Realm. But the skin of this king-level boss is indeed tougher than that of a provincial-level boss, and it is extremely difficult to fight. 8 hours later, the battle is still going on. Fortunately, the players have seen hope. After such a long period of consumption, the health bar of the boss is finally only an inch long. But the players in each venue have become sparse. Renyu used 2 more energy absorption cards. Unexpectedly, Shinkong also left one, and he also stacked it up. The damage value caused to the boss increased suddenly, which was undoubtedly like a shot of cardiotonic for all players. The players' sluggish fatigue instantly became energetic, and they launched a fierce attack. The energy absorption card expired, and the mutant gods and demons once again brought down flames, burning the players and making them scream and curse. Renyu stuffed 2 high-level pills into her mouth, which increased her attack and helped to recover her fatigue. If we can't kill them again, the night mode will soon come. Some players complained bitterly. Once again, Renyu felt the threat of death again. Several players died silently on the field at the same time, and her undead spirit guardian appeared again, resolving this death crisis. This time, Renyu didn't have the same palpitations as she did in the morning. She knew she was safe, and she used her skills woodenly, causing a series of super damage. When the health bar of the boss was only as thick as a chopstick, the boss exploded in anger. It threw out a circle of dense and huge fireballs, taking away at least half of the players on the field. Renyu withstood this wave of attacks, and returned some of the damage to the boss, and the boss did not appear in the blood recovery state. Afterwards, Renyu used up the last 2 energy absorption cards, and together with the remaining players in each battlefield, they knocked down the huge body of the mutant god and demon in one breath, and smashed it heavily to the ground. Boom! Dust flew, the ground shook violently, like a dragon turning over. Nearby players could hardly stand steadily. Is he dead? He should be dead. Finally killed. Be confident, he must be dead, we won. The player who said the word confident swallowed his saliva involuntarily, with a tense expression, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Dog game. Hurry up and issue a notice. Some players looked up at the void. Renyu also clenched his fists and looked up, waiting for the game notice. Amid the discussion of confidence or lack of confidence, the late notice slowly emerged. However, before Renyu and other surviving players could see the content clearly, everyone's eyes went dark at the same time, and their consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 126 Extra, full text completed. This strange phenomenon has been going on for half a month, and Renyu finally accepted the strange events that happened to her. One day when she woke up, there were some strange memories in her mind. In her memory, she was a powerful figure in a certain place, a figure at the top of the pyramid, and in the blink of an eye, countless monsters of different shapes were wiped out, so majestic. But the faces inside were hazy and could not be seen clearly. At first, she thought it was a dream, but what happened next could not be explained by science. First, there was the considerable amount of money in her account. Renyu felt that she did not have amnesia, let alone dementia. How could she, an ordinary office worker, have so much money in her account? As a qualified law-abiding citizen, Renyu decisively chose to call the police. After the police learned about the situation and checked his account details, their expressions were indescribable. They tactfully advised her not to be afraid of seeing a doctor. If Western medicine doesn't work, she can try Chinese medicine. It is really pitiful that a girl who has accumulated a considerable fortune by stock speculation has lost her memory at such a young age. Renyu returned home in a daze, and she doubted her life. The things that happened next made her doubt to the extreme. For example, she, who was not good at cooking, suddenly made delicious food with good color, aroma and taste. She did not know how to sew, but she modified a dress without any instruction, making the cut more fitting and the style more beautiful. She even looked at the wooden flower stand on the balcony and felt very uncomfortable. Something was stirring in her bones. So, she bought a set of carpenters and made a big change to the wooden flower stand. The finished product after the big change was so exquisite. Renyu bought a house in a daze, quit the rental house, and moved into the new home, and started to make short videos on the theme of big changes after work, and the traffic was unexpectedly good. On this day, a tall, long-legged handsome man, with a height of 183 centimeters moved in next door. He was more handsome than a star. The two met in the elevator several times, gradually became familiar with each other, and added each other as WeChat friends. Through chatting, I learned that Xia Jinghuai was not a local. He often came to City A for business trips for work, so he simply bought a house for convenient living. If he was just a handsome guy, he would not attract too much attention from Renyu. But such a handsome man could actually forge iron, which made the newly promoted blogger Renyu want to take a new look at him. She actually knows a little about forging technology. It was also a skill that she learned inexplicably after waking up that day. But she was not so handy when doing it manually. Of course, this was compared with cooking, sewing and carpentry. She wanted to make more content in her videos of remaking old things. So she prepared to make a few small furniture made of wood and iron. She talked a lot with Xia Jinghuai about forging, and the two of them got along very well. Xia Jinghuai's operation impressed Renyu. His movements were smooth, and his control of the heat and shaping of the utensils were almost as perfect as her cooking skills. Renyu couldn't help but want to ask him several times whether this was a family heirloom, or if he had an amnesia incident like her, and woke up one day and suddenly found it. However, their friendship was not that deep, so she chose to just watch and not ask. Half a year later, Renyu was bullied at work. The team leader named Gao, who was transferred from the head office, always disliked her for some reason, and made things difficult for her. Renyu simply quit her job and focused on making short videos. With a considerable amount of savings in her account, free work and good income, her life couldn't be better. There are still other surprises in Rui's life. After being together for half a year, Xia Jinghuai officially confessed his love to her and started pursuing her. Soon after, she had a handsome boyfriend. Renyu's own small business was in full swing, and she was busy all day and night. Xia Jinghuai would also act as his girlfriend's photographer and post-editing work after work, but Renyu still felt overwhelmed. Why not recruit people? You should form a team, Xia Jinghuai suggested. Renyu yawned with two dark circles under her eyes, and sighed regretfully. Why can't people be energetic after sleeping for 3 or 4 hours? She registered her own studio, rented an office space, and officially posted a recruitment notice. Soon, resumes were flooded with applications. Renyu was busy shooting during the day and reading resumes at night, selecting long-term partners. As her boyfriend, Xia Jinghuai was beside her, doing post-editing for her girlfriend. A week later, Renyu organized an interview. The first person to come in was a girl with a high ponytail and cool and sassy features. In response to Renyu's questions, she answered concisely, with a pleasant and refreshing feeling. Renyu had a good impression of her, quietly put a square root behind her name, smiled, and told her to go back and wait for notification, ending the first interview. Coming out of the office, Li Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Although she looked calm on the outside, her palms were actually full of sweat. When passing by other competitors, a young man stopped her and asked in a low voice, "Beauty, what's the situation inside? Is the blogger interviewing us?" Li Jiao nodded coldly. "It's the blogger himself. He seems easy to get along with. Don't be too nervous. Good luck to you." "Thank you. And good luck to you too. I hope we can have the opportunity to become colleagues." Jiang Shujia breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. I never thought that the blogger who had been following him since he had one fan would become so popular later. And he started recruiting. He decided to change jobs the moment he saw the recruitment information, and decisively submitted his resume. He is a loyal fan. He can also chop wood and saw wood. And he didn't even know he had this talent. It seems that it started when he suddenly made a small fortune. He defined this change as money can change everything. Since he no longer has the pressure of money, it seems that he has become smarter. His brain and hands are more flexible. And he suddenly remembered some wild vegetables he knew when he was a child. And he is very keen on digging wild vegetables. But he can only go back to call his mother after digging them. He will not turn wild vegetables into delicacies on the table. I don't know if being able to cut wood, or being familiar with all kinds of wild vegetables, is a personal specialty, or can it add points in this interview. Soon, the people in front of him finished their interviews one after another, and it was his turn. Jiang Shujia took a deep breath, knocked on the door and walked in. Renyu was also very surprised, because she and the young man sitting opposite her were chatting quite well. That is to say, she suddenly understood a lot of wild vegetables, but she didn't have time to go out to dig them, but she bought them from the market, and processed them into delicious food with good color, fragrance and taste. The young man said he could chop wood, cut wood, and do some basic preparatory work for carpenters. Renyu put a check behind his name, thought about it, and drew a circle, and told him to go back and wait for a phone call. Not every candidate she liked would be circled after the square root sign, except for the one she was interviewing, and the first interviewer. Renyu couldn't explain it, but she felt that they were very compatible. "Teacher Yoyu, I really like this job. Please give me a chance." Before leaving, Jiang Shujia added thoughtfully, hoping to leave a deep impression on the blogger and boss. Renyu smiled and nodded, saying, "I will seriously consider it." Jiang Shujia opened the door and walked out, and ran into a tall, long-legged, handsome man walking towards him. Xia Jingwei walked straight to the office, and just as he was about to push the door, a burly man next to him grabbed his arm and said, "Even if you are handsome, you can't cut in line. Go to the back," Zhai Gangyong said, holding his head high, opened the door and strode in. As soon as he entered the room, he put on a smile and greeted Renyu behind the desk. "Hello, Teacher Yoyu. My name is Zhai Gangyong. I am here to apply for our..." The door behind him was pushed open. Xia Jingwei, who was a step slower, walked in, walked to the desk, pulled out another chair and sat down, and said to Renyu in a low voice apologetically, "Sorry, the plane is late." Renyu smiled at him. It's okay. She didn't support her boyfriend, who was on a business trip, to come back for this matter. He had to return in the evening and attend the second meeting of the partner tomorrow. It was tiring to run back and forth. But Xia Jingwei came back anyway. Renyu felt distressed, and secretly gave her boyfriend a perfect score for his behavior. Zhai Gangyong on the other side was sweating on his forehead. Looking at the two people with glaring eyes, he whispered weakly, "Sorry, boss. I was reckless just now. I thought you were here to cut in line." Renyu chuckled. "What the hell is boss?" Xia Jingwei's mouth twitched slightly. "Go on." The application continued, but Zhai Gangyong was about to cry. He felt that his trip today was in vain. The interview lasted until almost 11:30. Xia Jingwei ordered a meal in advance, and the two discussed the results of today's interview while eating. Renyu, a total of 30 people were notified, and 29 people actually showed up, and there were 7 or 8 people I liked, and the one I particularly liked was... Knock knock. Someone knocked on the office door, interrupting Renyu's words. The two looked at each other. Xia Jingwei got up and went to open the door, and met a strange face. But this person looked a little embarrassed, running out of breath, with a brand new gauze on his forehead, and a slight scratch on his cheek. "You are?" "Sorry. Sorry, my name is Yin Zhong. I was notified to come for an interview before, but something happened on the way. I rushed here after dealing with it. Is it over now?" His phone was stolen on the way. How can he tolerate this? As someone who has practiced Sonda since childhood, shouldn't he teach the thief a lesson? But he didn't expect that the other party had several accomplices. Although the ending was good, he was also injured, and an important interview was delayed. In Zhong was a little depressed. Rinyu came from behind Xia Jinghuai. In Zhong, can you tell me what happened? The studio has just been established and should be more rigorous. No matter what the reason is. Being late is being late, but Rinyu always felt that the person outside the door was the same as the 3 people she had specially marked before, revealing an indescribable goodwill. She still wanted to chat more. After hearing the reason for his lateness, Rinyu added an interview for him, and finally told him to go back and take good care of his injuries, and wait for the admission notice. A week later, the few people who received the admission notice arrived at this small company early. Rinyu welcomed several friends and held a small welcome party. As a non-staff member of Yoyu Studio, Xia Jinghuai was responsible for training several employees and arranging corresponding work content according to their specialties. In another work group, Lao Mao sent a complaint, "Boss, you have to know that you are the person in charge of Shinkong technology." Xia Jinghuai smiled and said to Jiang Shujia and others, "Okay. Your work content will be allocated like this for the time being, and you can readjust it according to the situation after getting familiar with it for a few days." He got up and went out, bowed his head, and replied in the group, "I am also the boss of Yoyu Studio.